singer.
Okay. And if he decides to be a gangster?
My name is Muliro.
My name is Damaris Wangoi.
We have one boy together.
My name is Sarah.
My name is Chris.
And we have two beautiful kids.
We have a beautiful daughter called Ivy.
What do you want your child to be when they grow up?
Really? Singer.
Okay. And if he decides to be a gangster?
No.
I don't think she does like serious singing. It's just this.
Really?
All
She's
kids
2
sing.
years
All
old.
kids love singing.
How much do you think you need to save monthly towards this goal?
That's little.
Okay, where are you going to get 25?
Have faith.
You know that.
Have faith. It needs a lot of cash, education.
25.
Yeah.
What are you currently putting away to meeting this goal?
I don't know about the other account that we have.
Which one?
If something were to happen to you, how secure would your child's future be? Out of 10, how do you rate your current financial planning for your child's future?
Heck, you have high expectations.
If you lost your income today, how would it affect the quality of your life?
It will be detrimental. Sometimes you live like you're just one paycheck away from poverty.
We haven't done any savings so far. It will hit us very hard, yeah?
You might think you have some money, but then when that thing hits you, you realize that, oh, so we haven't been saving.
This will really push us to start now depositing something for him. And if it's little, we'll start with little as we go.
We need to prepare his future.
Yes.
Nobody knows tomorrow, so.
Your choices today determine your tomorrow. Are you setting up your family for success? Start with a goal and define the plan. And get it done with the Soma Savings Plan. Liberty. In it with you.
My name is Cynthia Siombua. I'm a single mom of a beautiful girl.
My name is Abigail Amani.
My name is Mary Nyambura Gatho. I have one child.
My name is Israel Kea.
I am a single dad and I have an awesome son by the name Roman Arapai.
Do you think you'll be able to make your child's dreams come true?
I'll be able to make Abigail's dreams come true through working hard and prioritizing our dreams.
Education is the main thing that I'm really trying to invest in. I'm good to go.
I'm saving something small so that when he grows up, he will have everything he needs.
I want to become a police to catch bad people. I want to be a doctor because I want to make sick people feel better. Iron Man.
By him saying he'll be an Iron Man, he means working with iron. That is hands-on.
Israel always says he wants to be a policeman. Good education will make a way for him.
I feel a need to work harder and invest more and have a good plan into making her dreams come true.
Out of 10, how do you...
I know it's a lot, but...
Really? Singer.
Okay. And if he decides to be a gangster?
My name is Muliro.
My name is Damaris Wangoi.
We have one boy together.
He wakes up with something new. He's going to watch a cartoon. He wants to be Spider-Man. My name is Wanjiku Kenya.
My name is Mwamba Nguranguli.
Our beautiful son is called Jabari Mugo.
I am Dennis Monene.
My name is Linda Acheng.
We have a son together and we are co-parents.
Do you have a joint savings plan or account for your child?
Our child just started school. We've been saving for him separately, but it's something that we've discussed and agreed on that moving forward we should have a joint savings plan for him or account.
Is it easier or more difficult setting financial goals for your child when you're not together?
We have different views. We are a bit hesitant about having something that is common because we don't know how it will end up.
Despite differences that we may have, one thing we absolutely agree on is that we want the best possible future for our son.
Do you know what your child wants to be when they grow up?
Sound check. And so, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the Kabeberi Rugby Sevens tournament here at the Rfuea grounds. It is the challenge trophy that gets us underway early in the morning. Tesson Sports Warriors got a walkover against Kisumu, who are at North Shore this weekend. And on the pitch right now are the Catholic Monks against the Daystar Falcons. Buckle up and get set, get ready in your seat for bumper to bumper action on this day, as two of the best sevens playing teams in this country vie for the first trophy that's available on the Kenya Rugby Union 2023-2024 calendar. But first, there's business that needs to be attended to between the Catholic Monks and the Daystar Falcons, as the University boys, Daystar, have a man sent to the bin for repeated infringement in their red zone. A quick rundown of the fixtures in this challenge trophy. Quarter-final 2, as is on the pitch, is between the Catholic Monks and the Daystar Falcons. Later will be Impala and the Black Blood. And to close the Challenge Cup, Masinde Muliro up against Moi University. And then on to the business end of things. In the cup, up will be the first quarter-final with TSAP Sevens champions Nondies against the Strathmore Leers. KCB against Mwamba in the second quarter-final. That's a juicy one, we should expect. And then quarter-final 3 on the other end of the bracket. Nakuru versus Harlequin. And Kabras against the defending champions Menengai Oilers. Back at it between the Daystar Falcons and Catholic Monks. Catholic Monks attacking early on in this game. They will have a scrum feed just 5 meters away. To the backs, Felix Omondi finds Isaac Kubasu. He has fumbled that ball with just the try line beckoning, and that's going to be good defense scrum feed for the Daystar Falcons. Let's take a look at that again on the reverse angle. Committing and catching and passing. This should have been a short try for the man at the wing. But what defense from the Daystar Falcons to rip it out of the hands and force that handling error. First scoring opportunity of the game, of the day, goes begging. Can Daystar Falcons punish the Catholic Monks? No, they won't. The scrum's been turned over. And now Eric Ogutu, star performer on day one. This time, there will be no mistake from the Catholic Monks. First try of the game, first try of the day. Catholic Monks strike fast. They lead 5-0 against the Falcons. The ref's mic is in a different place. And the conversion is good to the money. Eric Ogutu continues his brilliant performance on day one, early on day two. Daystar Falcons with a second opportunity at the ball. Ocheng Meshak, he will be forced into touch by three of the Monks. Good defense there yet again. And it will be a line-out throw for the team in black. We've seen it repeatedly in this tournament. The defending teams close that tunnel at the line-out. But it is no bother for Kevin Buru. He throws it direct and straight to his teammates in that line-out. Eric Ogutu hitting the gain line. And that defense from the Daystar Falcons is judged to have been illegal in the eyes of the referee. Catholic Monks giving possession away to the Daystar Falcons yet again. And the Falcons kicking it away almost immediately. It's now a foot race. Leading it is Clinton Ankwachi. Does he regather? Yes, he does. And he grounds the ball for a quick response from the Falcons. Kole Bosire not exactly impressed with his team's performance early in this game, but he will be noting that score. Couple of loose balls, but the first man on that ball there was Amukwachi, and he had just an easy stroll for the try line. Falcons trail by 7 points to 5, conversion to come. This time he sails wide, so the Monks maintain their 7-5 lead. Clinton Kiyoko's attempt just sailed wide, but we all know how good the kickoffs have been in this tournament. Let's see what the man in the red headgear will be able to do. Would be glad to hear what the ref is saying as well, as he has called for this stoppage in play. It's to allow the Daystar Falcons player to be attended to. The Daystar Falcons did not perform as they had expected on the day. First loss against the Kabras by 22 points to 7. And then one that should have gone their way against Mwamba, but they found themselves losing 19 points to 12. And Masinde Muliro blew them out of the park by 31 points to 0. Catholic Monks, on the other hand, lost to the Oilers 21-5, then 35-7 to KCB, but they managed to pull off a 24-5 win against Moi University, getting that third position in the Pool D and setting up this challenge quarter-final. Duncan Olile at the wing now for the Daystar Falcons. Recycling it quickly, Ocheng Meshak for Sylvester Miheso with a man on the outside. Amukwachi, the try scorer. Falcons have found the edge and now they are working towards the other side of the pitch. Running that loop, but then going all the way out. Arnold Ogonda slowly advancing forward in this last play of the first half. Daystar Falcons holding on to the ball for 3 phases. End-to-end stuff, edge, and now the switch for Amukwachi. Breaking the first tackle, and then a dominant carry in the second one. Ogonda for Olile at the edge, and in the corner, try time, Daystar Falcons. What a build-up. Patience, composure, and they found the whitewash to now assume the lead. 10 points to 7, conversion to come, and they will go into the halftime break with smiles on their faces. Fans in the stands early on. They didn't want to miss a single bit of the action and would recommend that you make your way to the Rfuea grounds here in Ngong Road. The weather is looking favorable, much better than yesterday's. But if you cannot make your way here, please tune into YouTube on the Mwamba TV for the live broadcast brought to you by Reality Media.
Nataka ukirudi ndani turudi kama zoezi, kuna kurudi hapa sote. Sasa naona brother tuko hapa for war. Huyo jamaa nikirudi ndani nabeba load.
There's Coach Caleb Bosire has come as ever, passing on the instructions to his players. 7 minutes to play, he said. 7 minutes to secure the win and get a better ranking in the Division 2 standings. Back underway in the second half. That kick looked like it went short, but the Monks decided to play it and they lost it forward. So advantage to the Daystar Falcons. Ocheng Meshak struggling to find a footing. Daystar Falcons have early possession, but what a tackle on Clinton Kiyoko. There was no attempt to wrap, says the referee. Very good call from the man in the middle. And now the Falcons, through Tony Ogoma, at the edge, brought down by the sweeper for the Monks, quickly recycled by Kiyoko to Meshak, the power carrier. And then Kiyoko over to the edge for Amokwachi. Ball in two hands, and then one hand looking for that fend. Wrestles his way to the ground. Good ball retention from the Falcons. Miheso puts it to the boot. Bit unnecessary, I must admit, but now Bruce Shihemi has one possession for the Monks. Maxwell Omondi. That's good hands from the Monks, I must admit. Ogutu for Shihemi. To the edge now. Start, stop, inside, outside. The speedsters found the edge. Is he going all the way? Brought down is Hassan Wambani. But what a carry over the gain line. A beautiful line break that should put the Monks on the front foot now. Back inside. Ogutu, start, stop. And then the switch with his halfback partner. To the outside edge, loose pass. Does it going to touch? No, it doesn't. But that is an indication for a knock forward in the tackle. So there must be a player living dangerously here for the Daystar Falcons. Would be glad to hear the referee and the call he has made here. It appears it will be a card to a Monks player very much earlier in the build-up. There was a knock forward there as indicated by the assistant referee Duncan Kiyoko. But now where does play resume from? At that stoppage, Felix Omondi will be spending the next 2 minutes in the sin bin. Catholic Monks, however, maintain possession. There's Omondi. If his teammates can strike on the board without him, that will be such a relief. Ogutu now with only just a man on his outside. Hassan Wambani at full pace to the corner, and it's a try. Wambani over the Catholic Monks, as efficient as ever in this power play that shouldn't be against them. They resume their start in the first half with a quick try yet again against the Falcons. $12 points to 10 conversion to come. What a carry from Hassan Wambani. And now Ogutu to convert from the tightest of angles. It's wide, so score will stay as is. 2 points the difference between the Monks and the Falcons. You can also catch these games live on Facebook. No reason surely to miss out on the action. If you're not able to make your way to the Rfuea grounds, as Ogutu delivers a very long and deep kick that's well collected by Tony Ogoma. Hope step from Kioko. The little man looking for space in the middle. Looked like a high tackle. Seatbelt over the shoulder. Praise Emmanuel now. There's the Falcons going all the way to the other edge. Amukwachi. Flag is up. Must be another high tackle, as noted by the assistant referees. Ogoma for Ogonda. Brought down by Maxwell Omondi. Praise Emmanuel on the switch. There's the Falcons playing with 6 men. But it won't matter as Duncan Olile has made his way into the 22. Support player arriving right in time. Ocheng Meshak picking to the short side for Amukwachi, breaking that tackle by Ogutu. And he will go all the way to the center and touchdown. Making that call. What's the score? 15-12. Falcons lead against the Monks. Flag was out anyway for the advantage, but Amukwachi found the whitewash and there was no need for that. Kioko can make it a full complement of points with this conversion. Felix Omondi preparing to come on as well, as Kioko's conversion sails wide. Monk's reception of the kickoff not the best, but they have ball in hand. And his first man at that breakdown, Duncan Olile with the turnover. Praise Emmanuel as the full-time hooter goes. The Falcons can put this into touch and call it a day, or they can go for one final score. They were hurt yesterday against Mwamba, not taking that final play and kicking the ball into touch to win the game, or just settle for a draw. But this time, once beaten, twice shy. They make use of just that whistle, kicking the ball into touch and progressing into the Challenge Trophy semi-finals at the expense of the Catholic Monks. The Daystar Falcons have won this one by 15 points to 12. And up next will be Impala against the Black Blood in the second Challenge quarter-final. Impala won this George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens in 2017 and 2016. They have also been national 7 circuit champions way back in 2004. Perhaps the history can inspire them in this challenge quarterfinal against the Black Blood. They get the first possession. Hilary Alemba, but the referee says arrival at that breakdown was illegal. It's very simple, I should say. Airplane taking off, airplane landing. There's no safety when that aircraft makes a nosedive. Now Black Blood through Kennedy Claude, the big ball carrier. He's isolated. Referee says, get your hands off the ball, Mr. Alemba. Kitutu now. Well recycled in the middle territories, and now a switch of direction by Gundaro Arthur Wanda for Kitutu. Wanda again. Otieno Oyo running straight through that gap. But it was a pseudo gap as it closed almost immediately. Wanda switching direction again for Kemei. Kemei to Kitutu. Kitutu for Wesonga. Wesonga puts it to the boot. It's a foot race. The ball stays infield. And that should have been better communication within the Impala ranks to save themselves from that impending try. Ball's been kicked into touch. There will be some consultation with the referees to determine if that charge down was illegal after the kick. But those two men should have communicated with each other, keep the ball in play, and not give away a line out at the 5-meter territory. That's very dangerous territory to be playing from. There's the black blood bench, Bernard Rotich, the coach, hoping that his team can strike fast in this first half. Kondaru Wanda quickly shuffled to Kitutu, and now Saleh Wesonga at the wing, cutting back inside, and then the short pass against the grain, playing the ball on the floor, pops it up, it bounces into the hands of Chachi Lobat. Impala are in possession. Anthony Onyango was isolated, a good turnover by the black blood, and then players flying off their feet. Yet again, same infringement that Impala committed at the start of this half. But look at that loose ball, and then some footballing skills from the man in number 10, Chachi Lobat. Black blood maintaining possession. Fumbled, but referee says it bounced backwards. Surely this will be the knock-on now. Yes, it is.
Don't. The confusion is final. So. Let the boys play. Give instructions at halftime. Chris.
Impala with the scrum feed. Shuffling it all the way to Peter Wabwire, brought down just outside his 22. They have 78 meters to advance. The red hot Impala attacking on that outside edge. And then taking the pocket. Wabwire again. Evans Omondi playing halfback. And now with ball in two hands, setting up the winger, Hilary Alemba. Referee says play on off the leg. Players need to play the whistle and not try to be judge, jury, and executioner of the rugby regulations. Now Black Blood can punish Impala for putting their foot off the pedal. Another kick and chase. Saleh Wesonga, steady canter. Look at his running form, like a pure athlete. And he will score the first try of this game. 2.5 minutes to the end of this first half. Black Blood strike first against the Impala. getting audio. Not getting audio. The audio is bouncing on and off. Yeah, it's bouncing on and off. The restart is short this time, but Impala choose to play. Alemba, the backs now in very good formation. That V and depth is what the coaches really love to see. Again through the middle, Alemba goes. Good tackle. He gets on his feet, but loses that ball forward, playing it on the floor. And now Arthur Wanda on the switch for Kennedy Claude. Blackblood playing really beautifully early this morning. Arthur Wanda, beautiful offload in contact, into the man, into space. Boaz Kemei, second try of the game. Blackblood lead 12 points to nil against the Impala. Composed as ever was Wanda, and then he uses the power of his upper body to commit two men, free his hand and offload to Kemei. Boaz Kemei had no man in front of him, an easy touchdown. But the conversion is not good enough, and that will be the last play of this first half. The Blackblood have held on, have held themselves, and they've started their day 2 campaign with a 12-0 lead against Impala in the first half.
First breakdown tunarun hizo masaa. Ni agent sasa tuko in control. Ndio. Iko tu hivyo hadi game iishe. Let's guys on defense.
By Otieno Oyo. But the Blackblood will stay with possession of that offside penalty. Wanda, the playmaker for Kemei. Kemei to Kitutu, and now all the way to the outside edge. swinging this time to the right, and then cutting back inside was Derek Masese, offloading to Otieno Oyo. Good carrying and good support play from the Black Blood, but all lost on the floor by Arthur Wanda. The Black Blood had nearly advanced into the 22, but they will be taking that territory gain as an advantage, forcing Impala to play from deep inside their own territory. Impala with the advantage now. James Mwangi with ball in hand. But the advantage is not gained. And it looks like Kitutu has hurt himself. He's on the floor. There will be a stoppage to attend to him. Onto the short side, Impala go. Hilary Alemba carrying it just past the gain line. But they've been pinned inside their own territory. Selling dummies for fun is Onyango. Onyango finds Alemba again. He's been very busy today, Alemba. In contact, both on defense and attack. Elvis Nakitari now. Referee awards Impala the penalty for side entry at that breakdown. And for the first time in a long time, we'll see a team get a penalty in such fruitful territory, and they opt to go for the line out just inside the 22. Impala now through Otieno Oyo. He loses that ball in contact. The handling from these two teams has been such a contrast. Black Blood are able to string their phases together. They're able to keep the ball for longer possession and time. But Impala, they're struggling to get a footing, keep the ball, move end to end, and maybe put some points on the board. They're trailing by 12 points to 0 in the second half. It might not be too late with 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock, but if they don't strike as quickly as possible, the Black Blood will most likely make them pay for this inefficiency. Black Blood now, playing from deep inside their own territory, just in front of the uprights, is Saleh Wesonga. Otete recycling back to the open side. Athawanda again selling dummies and beating that gain line. Otete, dummy switch and cut back inside for the Black Blood. Another switch at the edge this time. And strong defense from the Impala. Black Blood will be satisfied to just keep possession of the ball. And now they've been gifted a penalty for a tackle on the man before he had possession of the ball, but first the stoppage to attend to Wanda. He has played so well in this first half and the second half thus far. Yesterday we saw injuries to key players through Mwamba especially. And then the Oilers, they lost another key player early in the first half. It came to cost them is eventually against KCB and Kabras. Black Blood might be leading. Arthur Wanda might be back on his feet, but that should be a cause for concern as he gets some time off in this last minute of the second half. Black Blood again attacking at the edge. Good carry from Manyasi. Kemei hits the deck. Slow recycle. And that's a high tackle by Anthony Onyango. Black Blood are playing the advantage. And there's a loose ball. Referee put the whistle in his mouth, did not blow it. And Saleh Wesonga will stroll all the way to the try line. Yet again, Impala playing the referee and not the ball. And they find themselves at another disadvantage. Wesonga will casually stroll under the uprights, wait for an approaching opponent, and ground that ball for the third try of the game. (17-0) the score, with what is expected to be an easy conversion in front of the uprights. And it is successful. So Black Blood have sealed a challenge semi-final tie. They are waiting to see who they will face in that game with the final quarter-final here at the Kabeberi Sevens in the Challenge Cup yet to come. Masinde Muliro against Moi University. Good kickoff, but it is short of the regulation 10 meters. So we shall have a free kick. Can Impala put some points on the board at least in this game? Valentino Cosmas brought down by Don Derrick. There's another Black Blood player on the floor. Anthony Onyango. There's space in the middle, running a sharp line. It's Peter Wawire. It's going to be try time for Impala in the last play of the game. They've responded, but it's too little, too late. Conversion is good, but the Black Blood will walk away with a 19-7 victory against the Impala. And coming on quickly are the University boys. Masinde Muliro, University of Science and Technology, up against the University boys, the Moi Arsonists. The two teams are ready. Masinde Muliro will be kicking off from right to left on your screens against the Moi Arsonists. A good kickoff, but it's regathered by Moi University, and now they can get the attack going. I think that was a marginally flat slash forward pass in the offload. Moi University playing with some energy, attacking the edge and the gain line. It's a University derby in the final Challenge Cup quarter-final. Washington Ombima Hali onto his opposite man, makes that tackle, forcing the Moi Arsonists to play backwards. And then now the speedster at the edge, showing a clean pair of heels. Moi University will strike fast against Masinde Muliro. In the corner, it's that man in shirt number 7. There's no substitute for pace in this game of sevens. And just an inch given to a winger will turn into a whole kilometer. There's the Masinde Muliro bench with their coaches, John Asila, the man known as Ndovu. Powerful. As a coach, he's hoping that his players can make a powerful fast attack with their first possession of the ball. Mbima for Omulefu, who knocks it forward, and now Moi University have the advantage.
Advantage over, advantage over.
Another fan, 2 men, and a strong carry across the playing field, attacking that short side. Yet again, no substitute for pace, as Moi University find their way behind the defense of the Masinde Muliro. Double knock-on from both teams. It's going to be possession to the team in white. Tony Kadambi is not at the touchline right now. That's his assistant, Ali Baraka, for the Moi University.
Crouch, bind, set, hold it, hold.
Second possession now for Masinde Muliro. And the halfback decides to go himself. Veron Kaburu will have no company as he makes a straight dash off that feed at the scrum. That trick play off the scrum usually catches many number 9s napping. And well knowing that the defense will step up to close the gap with the backs, it leaves an open channel for the halfback to strike through. Masinde Muliro level matters and then take the lead through the conversion. 7-5 the score. Ombima with the restart, it goes short again. Now Moi University can attack from halfway. Through the hands to the right side, and then the fence again. I felt that was head collision. That whiplash could be dangerous for both players. And then the loop at the wing. Moi University have the advantage as well. Referee says it's a high tackle. End-to-end stuff from the Arsonists. And then now the little halfback again, securing their ball. Moi University much more strongly, but they give it away for free on that loose pass. Masinde Muliro through Wabuyele. He makes a carry that gains about 10 meters. Now into Paywick's hands. Kaburu for Ombima. Ombima to Omulefu. Omulefu on that switch to his winger, Musa Mugandi. Musa Mugandi has wheels for days. Straight through the middle and under the uprights. Masinde Muliro have scored their second try of the game. But look at that switch play, dragging the defender with him and then putting his gasman into space as the sun clears out. Masinde Muliro have scorched earth with the Moi Arsonists. And for good measure, the conversion is good as well. So they now lead by 14 points to 5. There's going to be a change for Moi University. They want to put points on the board in this last play of the first half. They have to put points on the board. That's a much better kickoff from Masinde Muliro. But the contest at the breakdown is adjudged to not have been legal. Now Moi University held up. The maul has been called. Good defense from Masinde Muliro, but the ball somehow pops up on the side of the Arsonists. They have the advantage for the handling error now. A heavy fend in the middle there on Omulefu. It's the last play of the first half. Masinde Muliro need to be careful. They conceded early in the game. They do not want to concede going into the break. It's been put to the boot. And then a handling error, 2 handling errors from both teams. As a double knock-on, that should be the last play of the first half. Masinde Muliro with a strong comeback against the Moi Arsonists to take a 14-5 lead into the break.
Breathe in. Up. In. Out. Breathe in. Out. Tunafaa tu work in threes. Work in threes kwa defense. Sasa wanapita hadi hapo. Sio? Wewe pana peke yako jiita sawila kwa kando yako. Kweli itakuwaje? Sio mabuda. Work in threes. Atupeane support. Ball iswingiwe. Swing ball. Najua mabuda. Naona kira no ball hivi. Unakaa kwa hiyo space hapo. All ndio kuachia. Kira ndio hapo na kuachia una nauti. Manu, tunacheza bila sweeper. Sweep. Na sweep. Mimi namba 9. Sawa. Sawa. Mabuda, working threes, sawa. Working threes, attack defense, sawa. Go. 3 2 1. Energy. Ball run wing. Wanyangu. Sikono ukikick buda sawa. Cheza iende wing.
Back for the second half, and yet another restart that does not go the regulation 10 meters. This one didn't even cross the halfway line. And so Masinde Muliro can give Moi University a taste of their own medicine. They struck very early in the first half. Can Masinde Muliro do the same at the start of the second? Onto the short side, and then taking the pocket is Omulefu Josephat. Finds Musa Mugandi, who will run rings around the Moi University defense. And like clockwork, barely seconds into this second half, Masinde Muliro have extended their lead to 19 points to 5 against Moi. The fans in the stands sure not to miss a single bit of the action with their own eyes and their cameras. That's a good try from Musa Mugandi. Conversion is not good, but Moi University are 14 points down against Masinde Muliro. They need to score twice for 2 converted tries or 3 tries if they are to come back in this game. They have the possession at their own 22. Strong individual carry. That ball is open, but no interest from Masinde Muliro. Onto the short side. Free your hands, can you, for the offload. Player not supporting his own body weight, and the penalty goes the way of Moi. Picking that ball from the bootlaces. Another infringement, but the referee this time is on the other side and does not see that the player put his hands on the floor first before going for the ball. Masinde Muliro will be lucky to get away with that. Keeping possession. And now attacking that gain line. 2 men on the outside. That's going to be a handling error from the big man. And you can see the frustration from the players on the pitch. But some composure for those on the bench. This is going to be the last Challenge Trophy match on day 2 of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens. Up next are the Cup quarterfinals, the business end of things. Moi University with a scrum feed at halfway. They need to score twice in this game to progress to the challenge semi-finals. Another beautiful offload, keeping the ball alive, but now losing it forward as they looked like they were making some headway. Changes will ring on the Masinde Muliro squad to consolidate this victory. Sam Maboni preparing to come on. His first involvement is a pick off the scrum down onto the short side. He has been tackled, but it appears his foot just rubbed the chalk on the touchline, and that's going to be a line out for Moi University. And yet again, we see the defense closing that tunnel. Instruction from the referee to stay onside. Moi have the advantage for that lost ball. Can they make it count? They don't. It's going to be a handling error from Masinde Muliro and a scrum feed for the Arsonists from Moi University. Illegal scrummaging from Masinde Muliro, too eager to get the action underway. Without possession, Sevens rugby can be had. And now they've given away another penalty, this time for offside. The Bucks creeping up too early. Now Moi, as the clock ticks down. 1 minute 40 on the clock. Recycling, that's a high tackle, another advantage. Masinde Muliro could be in yellow card territory at the moment. 3 penalties given away in a space of a minute. Moi University making their way into the Masinde Muliro 22. That ball is open, but there's no interest from Masinde Muliro, disciplined on defense for the first time in a very long time. Looking for options. The offload finds a teammate, and the referee has had enough of Masinde Muliro. He gives it a double blow. He has expected too many penalties given away, too many infringements from Masinde Muliro. The next man will be spending the rest of the game in the sin bin should there be another penalty. A loose pass by Moi University. They can't seem to get anything right in this second half. Recycling it now from the right edge to the left edge, but that final pass is not good enough. Beautiful side steps from the man at the wing. Another high tackle, and for sure this time a player will be going to the bin. But the referee is lenient yet again.
Let's go, Nondies! Yes, yes, yes! Nondies, your way!
Moi University have kept possession for the past minute and a half, but no points to show for it. They decide to kick possession away freely into the hands of Masinde Muliro, who will boot it into touch, and that will be the last piece of action in the Challenge Cup. Masinde Muliro have come from behind, conceding early in the first half to beat Moi University and advance the Challenge Trophy. Coming up next are the Cup quarter-finals.
Well, a very good morning to you if you're watching this game online. It's Michael Kwambo joining Ernest Akor. This is day 2 of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, the 6th and final round of the 2023 Sport Pesa National 7th Circuit. We are through to the Cup quarterfinal stage, having watched the matches in the Challenge Trophy quarterfinals earlier this morning. And making their way onto the field of play, it is the 2 protagonists from last weekend's Cup final in Eldoret. We do have nondescripts in the white strip and the Strathmore Leos in blue. A repeat of last weekend's Cup final in Eldoret that ended 12-7 in sudden death extra time to Nondescripts, their first Cup title in 21 years. Remember, Nondies finishing top of their pool on day 1, winning all 3 of their matches in Pool A. The Leos finishing second in Pool B, winning 2, drawing 1. Both sides unbeaten coming into this fixture. Promises to be an exciting clash if last weekend's TISUP Sevens final is anything to go by.
Strathmore Leos especially didn't get much of the action as Kisumu were in no-show. It's registered as a win, but they only played 2 games on day 1. That game time might come to hurt them, but on the positive side, they have fresh bodies going into day 2.
Absolutely, and for Nondies, they may have played all 3 games, but they are on the ascendancy. We saw them pick up, of course, the conditions were wet early on Saturday morning, but they continued to improve throughout the day, and eventually Nondies winning all 3 of their pool matches. Referee for this one is Innocent Kimathi. We are your match day commentators, Michael Kwambo and Ernest Akor. Enjoy the Cup quarterfinals and the rest of the Kabeberi Sevens on the platforms that are streaming this game. That is Mwamba TV, Kenya Rugby, Reality Media. And from the kickoff, the ball is claimed by Nondies.
No, back.
Looking to get things going early on. The inside pass, it is received by Moses Begi, one of the more experienced hands on the Nondies side. Ian Mabwa Mumbwani, Charles Omondi, the MVP in Eldoret last weekend, up against his former side. Mumbwani is Nondies keeping it alive through Nyaenya Moseti. He has been a clutch player for Nondies, exploiting the space. The final delivery is seeded, and it is now the Strathmore Leos in possession. That is Richard Omedo. He has men arriving in numbers: Gabriel Ayimba, Steve Osumba. Is Barnabas Owor takes the ball into contact, and now Andrew Matoka. Ball recycled once again by Victor Odhiambo Mola, Kenya Under-20 international. This is Gabriel Ayimba on the wing. A mismatch against Charles Omondi. He leaves him fleet-footed, but Nondies doing just enough to curtail the progress of the Strathmore Leos. Ben Nyambu is up on his feet.
I thought that last pass was marginally forward, but there was the call from the referee to play on, and then that offload on the floor, man into space, does not go to hand. Nondies will be lucky Ben Nyambu will finally breathe as the Strathmore Leos look to punish them from that turnover ball deep inside their own territory.
Absolutely, and this is proving to be a repeat of last weekend's TISUP Sevens final in every manner and form. It was equally cagey, 7-7 at the break. The match decided in sudden death extra time, but this one could go differently. Let's see how that goes. And that is Charles Omondi, just looked to have fallen awkwardly. Probably that is the reason that he is receiving attention from his team's medical staff. You can see there that offload from Gab Ayimba to Richard Omedo.
Omedo looked like he was coming to rock the ball.
And then suddenly saw the ball in the air and was caught in two minds. The sun is out today at the Rfuea ground, a total contrast from yesterday. And if you're watching this game, do call upon you to come out and enjoy the final day of the Kabeberi Sevens, also the final day of the 2023 SportPesa National Sevens Circuit. And I'm sure Kenya Sevens head coach Kevin Wambua is in a quiet place enjoying the proceedings.
Okay, guys. Came back on.
And obviously, also looking at the talent that there is in store in the Kenyan Sevens space.
Bye.
It will be a scrum feed for Nondies. That is Mumbwani. Ball is booted downfield. It's interesting that in the game of sevens lately, we see a lot of kicking, if not for territory, being executed through the cross kick. Tactics obviously changing. This is Osumba playing in Matoka. Silky runner he is, Matoka. Is Victor Odhiambo. Sumba once again, but the turnover ball there, handing Nondies possession.
Good defense from the Nondies. Fast at that breakdown. There's the tackler, and then the first man to arrive puts his hands on the ball as the attacker is still rolling on the floor. The support from the Strathmore Leos is not good enough. And yet another penalty at the breakdown for a player not supporting his own body weight. But you mentioned that the tactics are changing and we're seeing more kicking. I think kicking might not be the challenge in sevens rugby. The challenge is that cover defense, because it's a broken line. There's one chaser or probably two, and then the attacker has a whole field with a support player just off his shoulder. You could have a straight line down for the try, and that's why teams don't usually kick the ball away. But sometimes it's much better for safety first, play outside your red zone, and that's the decision that Nondies have taken in this game.
Absolutely, and we have seen it gain territory for them. It remains scoreless with about 2 minutes 15 seconds to play in the half. Mumbwani. Again, that final delivery, not the best, goes out of play and kills the momentum. You just wonder what these two teams have against each other. Very tense, very tentative. Obviously, it is a knockout match, but that has been the template the past few games between these two sides.
It's the same script that Nondies have shown in this game. Fast attack into the Strathmore territory. The loose pass gave possession away to Strathmore, and they went all the way, nearly score against them. Same time, they're back into territory, and then that final pass is also not on the mark.
Absolutely, and from the line out throw, it is claimed by Gabriel Ayimba, but the referee Innocent Kimathi calling for the high tackle. Penalty is quickly taken, an opportunity for the Leos to break. That is Richard Omido looking for support in the form of Gabriel Ayimba, shaking off one man. He is slowed down by Nondies.
Good defense from the Nondies, not giving up even when there was the support player running all the way towards the corner, forcing that handling error. It's going to be a scrum feed for them. But wow, fighting end-to-end stuff from both teams, Strathmore and Nondies.
Definitely, Strathmore will be gunning for the cup title here. Remember, they were outside favorites for the overall title. And let's just see that again. That is Gabriel Ayimba being slowed down by the versatile, the experienced Moses Begi. Just bring him to the floor. And that clear out was always going to be messy. And from that handling error, Nondies in possession once again.
Given the permutations yesterday, by virtue of the fact that KCB and Kabras made the main cup quarters, Strathmore Leos can mathematically not win the title this year, but they can be party poopers for Kabras and KCB. as the tournament progresses today.
Absolutely, but they have to get over this quarter-final fixture, and this is Andrew Matoka, beats 2 men, presents the ball on the floor at Barnabas Owor securing the ruck. Odhiambo, latest Strathmore player in possession. Shikoli bringing in Omido. He has been busy, and this is Gabriel Ayimba. It's interesting to see him play on the wing. He has been found there. He scores the try. Rather complicated, but eventually gathers the 5 points for the Leos and breaks into a jig.
Ayimba playing very well there. He managed to dance past his defender, but look at that wrong decision by the defender on the wing, choosing to tackle the inside man, leaving an open space for Ayimba, and the cross-covering defender in Fidel Olo makes the tackle, but Ayimba, dominant carry, releases the ball, gets back on his feet and touches down for the first try in the last play of this first half.
Absolutely crucial score at the stroke of halftime. Picture there, Strathmore Leos coach Louis Kisia, also an assistant coach on the Kenya Sevens national team. And a confirmation of the score at halftime. It is the Strathmore Leos leading this cup quarter-final 5-0 against Nondescripts. Well, it isn't halftime yet.
It's a bit unusual.
These are the highlights. Well, apologies, viewers, for that. Play continued, and it is now halftime. It is Nondies leading by 5 points to 0.
Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Out. One more time. Come. Pointers, eh? Come a bit tighter. Come a bit tighter. We're going okay. Tunapengeza the phases, but what's failing us? New forcing that last pass. Sawa. Because everyone goes. Sawa. Let's just keep it, eh? Defense integrity, let's maintain. We're kicking off to them. Sawa. Who's going, whatever it's going to go. When you're there, the guy who's staying back. Bruce, you're back on for Kito. All right. Forward, you guys are okay? Sawa. It's 5-0. It's 5-0. This is the time to dig deep, boys. Dig fucking deep. 100%. 1, 2. Let's take the W, boys.
The George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. It is Strathmore leading Nondescripts by 5 points to 0. A try scored by Gabriel Ayimba. Let's see what the second half has in store.
Alright, now ready? Blue ready?
And it will be Nondies getting us underway for the second half. The restart is high into the Strathmore territory and claimed by the Leos players, setting up a platform. The ball is on the loose. And eventually claimed by Strathmore Leos. That desperate tackle on Victor Odhiambo, killing the momentum.
It's a good turnover there from the sweeper as well.
Absolutely, as Ian Mumbwani with a quick tap and an opportunity for Nondies to surge forward, but Nyaenya Moseti is unable to field that ball. The handling error killing the momentum that they were seeking to build.
Nondies appear to have been rattled out of the halftime break by Strathmore Leos. That turnover just gave them the breather, but once they had possession in their hands, quickly gave it away again.
Absolutely, and you remember we talked about Nondies looking also composed yesterday, but obviously as you proceed further in the competition, the quality of your opponent matters and obviously pokes at your composure as well. He was taken out in the air, but Moseti does well to play on.
No advantage. I think there's a man going to the bin there. There was a reckless challenge on the man in the air.
Tell me what you say.
Collins Minor taking out Moses Nyaenya. Nyaenya as well. Might have been a tackle in the air, but he did not release the ball when he hit the floor.
Number 14, and a penalty here. 14.
Yeah, there's the confirmation.
14.
Collins Minor will be spending the next 2 minutes in the bin for that reckless challenge in the air.
Absolutely, and it is Nondies now with the extra man advantage. They are in the Strathmore 22 and will be looking to make this advantage count.
Without the ball.
And that's to further cement their misery. Strathmore Leos have conceded another 20 meters or so for that tackle on the man without the ball, as the try looked like it was coming through from that support player early in that play. Nondies need to get their composure now. They have a man advantage. They have to put points on the board with this power play.
Change of direction from Moseti entering the Strathmore 22. This is Fidel Olo, has a man in support. That is Charles Omondi. Omondi does well to field that ball and he will level the score, bringing it to 5-5. Game on. Nondies sniffing another cup semi-final.
Good recycling from the Nondies. That change in direction was very important in the build-up to this try, as the Strathmore Leos defense was trying to cover the outside edge. You come back to the power carriers, and there's no way how you're going to be able to stop a man like that from scoring under the uprights.
Moseti is sure with the conversion, and Nondies go ahead for the first time in this game, 7-5. Still have about 4 minutes, 47 seconds to play in the half.
And they have the power play as well, probably over a minute and a half with the man advantage. They need to make it count. I think the kick here should be short, contestable. Force the defense to make decisions, and maybe an error. Then you can play.
Absolutely, and we do hope the kicker was listening to you. There is a contest as you speak, but it is claimed by the Leos. It is Ayimba at scrum half. Muita.
It's a beautiful
Barnabas
pass.
Owor, and then now Richard Omido.
That's some trickery from the Nondies defense. Stealing that ball was Olo on the floor. And then the players coming in for that support from the Strathmore Leos could not stay on their feet. Turnover play and the penalty by the Nondies. They're making it count.
Absolutely. And remember, Fidel Olo is an internationally capped back row, so he does understand the arts of securing the ball.
The dark arts, I must say.
I deliberately left out dark, but eventually it has come to light. Will be a line out throw for Nondies. Ian Mumbwani.
Not straight, unfortunately. Strathmore Leos can chew more time off the clock and get their man back on the pitch, who does finally come back on. And you can hear the appeal from the Nondies players that they are chewing on the time, and then also Arnold Muita taking a peek of the referee's watch to see how much time they have on the clock. They're down by 2 points.
This is Matoka looking to dance his way out of the Strathmore 22. And now Barnabas Owor.
Advantage for the high tackle there.
Matoka is doing a lot of work for the Leos. This game remains a fine arm wrestle. This is Muita. Pass out wide to that is Stanislaus Shikoli.
It's good defense from the Nondies. And what the referee says is a penalty against the Nondies. That's a good call for a player off his feet.
And the pass was wayward, but eventually claimed. And coming back from the sin bin, Collins Minor with a lot of purpose.
A handling error at the breakdown denies what would have made a beautiful team try.
Absolutely. Nondies looking to run down the clock. The advantage is in their favor. You have 1 minute 54 seconds to play, and that is a very long time when you have a 2-point lead against a team like the Strathmore Leos.
Especially on defense. I noted something with the Nondies defense. The winger always bites in on the center, which leaves the man on the outside with acres of space to attack. And that's what led to the build-up to this try. An easy 40 meters or so, had it not been for the sweeper, would have been a sure try for the Strathmore. And then now, very good clash defense from the big men in the middle. But the wingers need to be more patient on defense, lest Strathmore will strike them when it hurts.
Absolutely. Once again, perfect weather at the RFUA ground so far. And if you don't want to sit in the house, why don't you make your way down and enjoy the final day of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, brought to you by Mwamba RFC.
You have 50 set, calm down, whiteboard. Is a
Obviously, Nondies will be looking to secure possession from their own scrum feed. With about 1 minute 39 seconds to play. It's the Leos making it difficult for them. Is that the best decision to kick that ball downfield?
Yes,
the bounce a bit challenging for Collins Minor.
Yes, it was, because there's appeals from the Strathmore players that it was a no call. And to get the ball out of the red zone as quickly as they could was the best decision that the Nondies could have made in that situation.
That is Maina again. Has been full of running since coming back from his sin bin. The kick, the chase. Will this be the try to get the Leos to the semis? No. That was Victor Airo.
Lost forward in the try area. There will be consultation with the assistant referee. I think the cross-covering defender forced an error in there.
Absolutely, he did. And that is the full-time score. Apologies for the time on the clock, but it is the full-time score. It is Nondies marching into their second successive cup semi-final in 2023 with a 7-5 victory over the Strathmore Leos. And coming up next, it is KCB, one of the two teams still in contention for the overall title, the Sport Pesa National 7th Circuit title. They are up against hosts Mwamba RFC.
Mwamba yesterday had the opportunity to spoil the party for Kabras. A huge upset. Had they held on against Kabras, they eventually lost 21 points to 10, but that was a very tough game. They could do the same against KCB and return the favor. As we saw in the TSAP Sevens, the challengers did not make it to the cup semi-finals. It could be the same here.
Absolutely. And obviously Mwamba will be buoyed by the fact that they're playing at their home tournament and in front of their own fans. Weather is perfect. The time is right.
KCB, on the other hand, had to fight back against the Oilers. It showed their resolve. A very, very tough win to cement their place in the top of the pool. And that's what they will be looking to continue in this cup quarterfinal.
Absolutely, as Brian Wahinya gets us underway. Ball from kickoff is claimed by Mwamba. That was young Moses Kiragure. Now Dan Tabu has played for the Kenya men's sevens team. Shujaa. That is big Steve Sikuta finding the floor, creating a platform for Mwamba. And then Captain Fantastic Eliakim Kichoi always delivers for Mwamba when called upon. Carries that ball close to the halfway line. Kiragure, Tabu, Sikuta. And then Brian Ayimba. Another one from the great Ayimba rugby family. Tabu seeing a lot of ball. And Sikuta, the change of direction, the injection of pace, finds the floor, recycles it. Another opportunity for Mwamba to drive forward. This is Grego Dhiambo. Carries the ball into the KCB 22. It is all Mwamba at the moment. They have KCB on the back foot. Eliakim Kichoi, we do know that he's got jet shoes and we do know that he's going to score the game's opening try. Mwamba taking the lead against KCB.
That's a very good build-up play from Mwamba. Collins Injera stamping and asserting the authority of the Kulabu. They've built this try all the way from inside their half. Patient play, end-to-end stuff. The big men getting them over the gain line. And then the gas men finding the spaces in the middle. Eliakim Kichoi, ball in two hands, commits his man. That dummy switch opens the door for him. And he only needed a millimeter to score the first try of the game.
Conversion is good and KCB will be forced into an early change. Isaac Njoroge, I don't think he'll play any further part in this match and in the tournament. Got injured in the very first tackle. He will be replaced. We will confirm his replacement. Now picture there, Kenya Sevens great Andrew Amonde now handling KCB. And this is a match pitting coaching staff who have actually carried the Kenyan flag high. Collins Injera on the Mwamba bench and Andrew Amonde on the KCB bench.
I think it's one of those things, you note, where if you've been watching rugby as maybe as a young man growing up, or if you are there before, Mike Kwambo, the people that you saw coming in through the ranks have now retired and they've hung up their playing boots. The men iPhone playing have stopped playing and are now coaches. It's time flies so quickly, doesn't it?
I tell you, I think it's time to bring more commentators as well. And from the restart, it is plucked by Mike Wamalwa, one of the young players coming through the ranks for club and country.
Yeah, glad to see that now that seatbelt tackle is being enforced and judged as high. Anything above the shoulders is a full penalty.
Remember, if KCB lose this match and Kabras advance in their quarterfinal, Kabras will be crowned the Sport Pesa National Sevens Circuit champions for 2023. Therefore, everything to play for in this particular quarterfinal. KCB, incidentally, are the defending champions at the Kabeberi Sevens.
Squeaky bum time it is.
I tell you.
Top of the National Sevens Circuit standings.
That is Scooter pressured into the pass. Anybody's ball now. Eliakim Kichoi lurking again.
I think Kichoi was from an offside position when that kick was taken at the breakdown.
You called it.
Ahead of the kicker. Yeah, very good call from the assistant referee there.
Yeah, absolutely. The referee calling it right after consultation with his assistant referee.
Yeah, good call from the referee. It's a full penalty there for offside ahead of the kicker.
This is Big Bob Mohati just bumping off two defenders. It takes Sikuta to bring him to the floor. KCB finally seeing meaningful possession. This is Brian Wahinya. The delivery to Levi Amunga, stepping past two defenders, past, make it three. KCB keeping it alive. That was Eugene Sirma. And then
beautiful switch.
Elfas Adunga. Wily old Elfas Adunga, ever present for KCB. Touching down to cut the deficit to 7-5.
Wahinya very smart there. Going to the short side was KCB, and then ball in two hands, commits the man, switch on the inside. The gate is wide open for that try. Conversion is good as well.
Absolutely. Brian Wahinya, sure with that, nailing it from the corner. Levels the scores 7-all with 1 minute 33 seconds to play in the half. This is the second of the Cup quarterfinals at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. KCB 7, Mwamba 7. Tabu once again pressured into the pass, but eventually it is claimed by Steve Sikuta, and this is Brian Ayimba.
Yeah, tackler needs to roll away before the contest is made.
And from the penalty it is Greg Odhiambo driving forward for Mwamba. This is Kiraguri, the youngster. Ayimba, Tabu with the wicked step, but it isn't bought by the KCB defenders. Ball plucked there by KCB, but offside and advantage Mwamba. He actually said a lot of tension in the stands.
It's exactly how the first try was scored. Off the kickoff, a missed tackle there, and then penalties subsequently. Once Mwamba got the strong foot, they scored that try through Eliakim. It could be the same this time. They're going to gain very easy meters off that penalty. But KCB need to watch how they approach the play, how they approach the game off the kickoff.
Absolutely. The discipline will be key in those areas. More importantly for them at this point is not to concede heading into the interval. It could probably deflate them, probably will give Mwamba that wind in the sails to advance further at their home tournament.
Good call there from the referee to ensure that the players stay out of the tunnel. We noticed it yesterday and today that the defending team closed that tunnel. So I should say smartly, to get the edge of the law.
And Mwamba playing it short.
That's clearing from the side. Another good call from the referee. He's managing the game well despite the protests from the fans.
And the hooter has sounded for halftime, and Akim Kichoi calls for the scrum down. That's the decision that Mwamba have opted to take.
Sikuta was begging his captain to go for the line out.
Clutch! 9! Set! Steady, steady, gents, steady.
This will be a vital play for Mwamba. Keraguri with the delivery. Tabu right on the KCB 22. He is being manhandled by Wahinya. The ball is loose. KCB have forced the turnover. That was Levi Amunga just securing ball for KCB. Brian Wahinya. It's a bit of a mismatch there, but he holds his ground. Ball on the floor. Emmanuel Opondo.
Advantage for the high tackle.
Being manhandled by Tabu as the referee plays the advantage. KCB managing to swing the ball out to Mike Wamalwa. Wasn't going to win the physical battle against the experienced John Oduk. Keeps the ball alive. Levi Amunga stealing in from the blind. Beats one defender, goes to the floor. Penalty advantage is now with Mwamba. Sikuta wanted to take that one quickly.
None of the teams looks like they are willing to take the draw into halftime. And Collins Injera is saying, play on, let's play on. The clock might possibly tick all the way to 10 minutes.
Absolutely. I tell you, these quarter-final matches have certainly served up the drama. We saw that 7-5 result for Nondies against Strathmore, and this one remains tense. It is all square between the two sides, 7-7.
Set! Steady, gentlemen, steady.
Remember, the hooter has sounded for halftime. And the ball is lost. This is Sirima. Ball kept alive by Bob Muhati. Brian Wahinya in support. Levi Amunga. He has Mike Wamalwa. Wamalwa shrugging off Eliakim Kichoi. Cantering to the try line. Stopped short. This is Wahinya. Try line in sight. He surely should score from there.
Pressure building up in the game, but it is KCB that have stood that test deep into extra time in the first half, and they managed the break. That carry from Wamalwa, forcing that tackle from Kichoi, and then eventually the support got there before the defense. Wahinya, an easy stroll in for the second try of the game.
Absolutely. Let's just see that once again. That was Levi Amunga, the decisive pass, and then the hard work done by Wamalwa.
The ball was clearly out. We used to play the ball.
It was here that it was easy pickings for Wahinya.
The referee says the ball was out and it was available for everyone to play. But eventually, a halftime lead for KCB, 14 points to 7 against Mwamba RFC.
Just don't absorb it to the pressure.
Utaenda zitafunguka sasa hiyo. Wacha yeye.
It's clearly at the base. You can play it. You are focusing on this guy and the ball is at the base of your scrum. Just play the ball.
Kuchukua racket. Bob, wapatie. Wapatie sasa. Ito. Sawa.
Yeah, cheers. We keep it at a high. High.
Mwamba making an appeal to the referee, who makes it clear that he is looking for that continuity in play, telling the Mwamba captain Eliakim, if the ball is there, play the ball, leave the man play the ball, keep focusing on what's in front of you. He says he's made it clear for them that once the ball is available, play it, leave the man. But KCB, they were very smart at the contest, at that breakdown. You keep the man held in his bound at the rack, meaning he has fast release, get back onside, and then getting to reach out for the ball.
Absolutely, and let's see what the second half will hold. Remember, the winner of this match will play against Nondies in the cup semi-final later this afternoon. It is Mwamba getting us on for the second half.
There's going to be a stoppage to attend to a player who appears to have been hurt in that collision. Let's hope there will be a movement from there as the medics rush in to attend to him.
A moment for the KCB fans to express themselves. It is a tight and tense game. Remember, that first half was particularly long. Must have dragged on for an extra 3 minutes.
The ball was clearly out and you had all the time to play.
And it is still only 7 points that separate the two sides. The hosts, Mwamba, trailing by 14 points to 7 against KCB. KCB, the defending champions at the Kabeberi Sevens.
How is it, Lakini? How is it looking generally for you?
That was just a recap of that incident, and we do hope that the injured player is
So when they kick the ball, from the line out,
going to proceed to make a recovery. He is being evacuated for further medical attention.
Mwamba. Ilikuwa line out. If there is that broken attack. Sure.
Of course, this is going into a video review. This is the second cup quarter-final at the Kabeberi Sevens. It is KCB leading Mwamba by 14 points to 7.
How is it from behind? Anything significant from behind first half now? Okay. Just keep the focus, eh? Good call from that ahead of the kick.
We're going through the highlights of the match thus far. That is the moment that Eliakim Kichoi put Mwamba ahead. Eliakim Kichoi, as we were saying, Ernest, has been a trusted servant for Mwamba over the years. Mr. Reliable, he always delivers when called upon.
And today he is delivering as well, scoring that first try of the game, making those cross-covering tackles. He needs the rest of his teammates to step up and inspire Mwamba to the cup semi-finals.
That was Bob Muhati. He has been a handful for defenders throughout this tournament. It's full of running. And then that inside pass from Wahinya to Elfas Adunga. trusted servant for KCB, actually the longest serving player in this current KCB Sevens squad. Joined KCB way back in 2014 from Kisumu RFC alongside his twin brother Esau. And one interesting fact is that both of them in another discipline are Kenyan internationals in the sport of kabaddi.
Kabaddi is an interesting game. It's like an indoor rugby of sorts. Mini WWE, mini rugby. And I like the fact that those two are trying their talents and their skills in that international game.
And the injured player has been evacuated. We will confirm who it is in a moment. It is Alois Wesonga.
Speaking of kabaddi, in Luganda, kabaddi means a trick.
And as you noticed, Adunga is full of tricks. Has become smarter as the years go by. I guess that is the experience.
Must be picking it from that game, kabaddi.
Probably so. And as Alois Wesonga is evacuated, we do wish him a speedy recovery. Action has resumed for the rest of the second half. It is KCB in possession. Mohati with the change in direction, doing what he loves best, going into contact, but losing that ball on the floor.
Good contest from Mwamba, making a nuisance at that breakdown and forcing the handling error.
Now picture there we can see Brian Omondi, Vincent Onyala and Samuel Asati. Onyala and Asati are two players who are with KCB and are part of the Kenya Sevens squad that is preparing for next weekend's Rugby Africa Sevens in Harare, Zimbabwe.
KCB playing without their top scorer, Onyala, but they're so far so good, they're holding up strong.
Definitely, and this is John Oduk. It's brought in there.
I think that's a knock-on the floor.
Well, the referee didn't catch it. Play continues. Steve Sikuta carries that ball past the halfway line. Kiraguri goes to the floor. Mwamba recycling it, keeping it alive. Kichoe, ball in two hands, is also a rugby league international.
A number of cross-squad athletes. You have to see this in the rugby union.
Well, Mwamba ceding the advantage and Emmanuel Opondo making a fuss of himself.
Yeah, it's very easy at the breakdown when you're the first to arrive. Get there first, tackler has rolled away, put your hands on the ball. All the referees want to see is a simple attempt to lift the ball and you'll have won the turnover.
Well, another break in play. It has been an injury-strewn second half. Start-stop. When the rugby has been played, it has been electric. Let's just catch a glimpse of some of the KCB fans following the proceedings here attentively, as well as Brian Omondi, former KCB player. Emmanuel Opondo will be the man tasked to the scrum feed for KCB. 4 minutes, 13 seconds remaining in the second half. Everything to play for. This is Wahinya. He has Levi Amunga cantering down that right flank. Amunga with his soccer skills and goes over for another try for the bankers. KCB extending their lead. Mwamba with all the work to do.
Beautiful build up there as a team, but then the individual footballing skills of the banker at the wing. The ball nearly bounced into touch, but a gentle kick into the infield. The bounce of the ball was favorable to him, and all he had to do was just catch it with his two hands and touch down as the pressure kept building in from the defender on the chase. Beautiful try from Amondi.
Well, actually, that was Amunga, Afande Levi Amunga, of the Kenya Administration Police. So KCB with the 12-point lead against Mwamba look to be coasting into the cup semis and keeping their challenge for a successful title defense as well as a stab at the National 7th Circuit crown very much alive.
It's tough to see Mwamba have been dazed by that evacuation of their teammate. Hopefully they can recover in this one, put up a strong fight to the end of the game.
KCB in possession inside the Mwamba 22. That is Opondo, Mohati, Wahinya. Ball in two hands, change of direction, try line in sight. And finally,
the little man is having a blast.
He sure is. He touches down 24-7. Probably you can say this game is done and dusted.
Oh yes, indeed, done and dusted. 2 minutes on the clock, 24 points to 7. Mwamba don't look like they will find a way back into this one to stage a comeback, a successful comeback. And those steps from KCB, their players are expressing themselves with ball in hand. Beautiful try from the bunkers.
It's also time for Andrew Amonde to ring in some changes, throwing in Lionel Agility. And that is the restart from Wahinya. The chase is on. Ball is plucked in the air. Once again, KCB forcing the turnover. This is another try-scoring opportunity for the bankers.
And they have the advantage as well now.
That was Trevor Odawa surging forward, but unable to ground it at the first attempt. And as Ernest said, KCB still with the advantage. 58 seconds remaining in the half. KCB 26, Mwamba 7. That is Opondo, Amunga, cheeky pass, Adunga.
Very generous.
Now they're just showboating, really.
Very generous to pass that ball over. He could have scored himself, but sending it out to Agileti, so the man off the bench can also get in on the action. That pass, cutting out two defenders. And then Adunga being selfless in getting that pass out. What a celebration as well.
Conversion is good once again from Wahinya. Surely has shown up with his kicking boots this morning. This afternoon somewhere though, in my defense. But the score is 33-7. KCB against Mwamba.
It should be the last play of this match of the second half.
The restart is fielded by Kiraguri, youngster coming through the Mwamba ranks, an alumnus of Dagoretti High School. Ball lost forward in the tackle, and that is the last order of business. KCB overcoming a difficult first half. And obviously Mwamba hard done by injuries. Eventually the match ending 33-7. It is KCB advancing to a semi-final date against Nondescripts. That will be something to look forward to. Coming up next is quarter-final number 3. Nakuru versus Kenya Harlequin.
inaenda hivi. Onto the other side now of the cup quarter-final bracket. Nakuru and Kenya Harlequins in the third quarterfinal. The winner from here will be facing the winner between Kabras and Menengai Oilers.
Kick on the line or behind the line?
The Queens will have the kickoff from right to left. Nakuru, an opportunity at first possession. But on the business end of things in the cup, the Gristas have been so good that there's no guarantee that you will maintain possession. Referee waiting for both teams to get ready. And we are underway. There's the good kickoff, but it's turned over by the Queens. The kickoff and now the first possession of the game in very good territory just outside the 22. Cornelius Mokoro through the middle, puts it to the boot. It's a foot race and kicked into touch by Hannington Wabwire. He kicks it into touch. Referee says it's going to be a scrum feed for the team playing at home here at the Rfuea Queens, 5 meters away. A change in the decision after consultation. The last touch on the ball was from a Harlequins player, so that's going to be a 22-meter drop. The 22-meter drop goes straight into touch. So the Queens have a decision to make. Scrum feed at the point where the ball was kicked from, on the 22-meter line, or a line out. And decisions don't get easier than that. The Queens opting for the scrum down.
Absolutely, they don't get easier than that. And Queens not only opting for the scrum down, but looking to get the first points on the board. Remember, it is 0-0. The second, well, actually, this is the third of the Cup quarterfinals. We did see Nondies edge Strathmore 7-5, and this is promising. Lucky Dewald, well, not so lucky for Mokoro, first attempt, but at the second attempt, he was attempting to drive forward. Well, for all our commentary, Saidi Kenya has other opinions. He rules the handling error against Queens.
Good combination from the 9 and 10 on that short side, looking to exploit the space. A sure pass to the hands would have been a sure try, but for the disadvantage of the height, the ball was a little too high for Mokoro to regather. Nakuru now attacking from deep inside their own territory. There's a contest at that breakdown. The Queens have made a mess of that possession and they have the advantage. Yet again, ball goes to the boot. The little men kicking behind, noticing that Nakuru are loading on the front line. There's space at the back. Yet again, not successful, but they had the knock-on advantage, so it's going to be another scrum feed. These set pieces are chewing down on the clock. 3 minutes 45 left to play, with close to nothing to show for it on the action. Queens yet again onto the boot, and this time Leon Young He scores the try, but he was hurt in the in-goal area. Fortunately, back on his feet, Nyang, after scoring the first try of the game, Queens appear to have their homework done. Chip or kick that ball behind the defense, and with a man on the chest, will surely have an opening for the try. It's a third kick, and for the first time it was successful. That's dangerous and cynical play from Javan Otieno. Try has already been scored. There's no need to shove the player off the field. He's very lucky that the referees have been lenient to him, I should say. But not so lenient to the team. The referees, they've given a penalty to the Queens for that infringement of the ball, and yet again Queens onto the script, putting it to boot. Looked like they were going to score the second try off the same tactical move, only for a foot in touch to deny them that advancement. It's going to be a line-out throw for Nakuru. Up in the air, very good line out gathered by Barry Opondo. And now the backs on the outside edge, cutting through the middle and putting on the afterburners is Jalupo Ogwang. End-to-end stuff from Nakuru. What a response. A commanding individual display from the man in the center. Beats his man, and then the rest of the Queen's defense for pace. Cornelius could only just escort him to the try area. A successful conversion will put Nakuru in the lead against the Harlequins. And it is good. So Nakuru now lead by 7 points to 5 against the Queens after being on the pump for over 5 minutes in this half. Unfortunate collision. I think Mokoro there took a knee to his chest. Ball was lost in the air. The restarts can be inviting for both teams to chase, especially that mismatch between the tall man and the short man. Mokoro lucky that he did not get hurt in that collision. Kenya Harlequin now, the little halfbacks combining off that scrum down. Mokoro beyond the gain line and up to halfway. An extra man needed to play halfback duties at that track. Leon Young, the try scorer. Over the gain line, the defender falls and tries to trip his opponent. Playing on the Queens, but it's been lost forward by Mokoro. Turnover play for Nakuru. And a near intercept by Nyang. Nakuru maintaining possession and now attacking on a broken field against the Queens. The support play is off their feet. And now possession has turned hands again. It's the last play of this first half. None of the teams is willing to take the halftime break. We saw between KCB and Mwamba how it ended up hurting Mwamba. Hopefully none of these teams will suffer the fate of Mwamba in the second quarter final. Seden Maro onto Mokoro, and for the second time Mokoro at the end of the pass is not able to gather. He loses it forward. And that will be the last play in this first half. An end-to-end match between Nakuru and the Queens, but the former take a 7-5 lead at halftime.
First phase wacha ikimbie kwanza, then third phase hizo zote zitafunguka, sawa? Amon ataingilia Mokoro, then boy and 2 minutes. Sawa. 2 minutes cut tume make subs. Sawa.
Sawa. Energy. Go boys, tuko nayo. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the Holy Spirit be with us now forevermore. Amen. Kuisuko.
Space, boy fika.
And back underway in the second half. Nakuru applying pressure off that restart. But the Queens have the advantage. Advantage is not utilized successfully, so we shall have a penalty for offside just outside the 22. Queens attacking now to the left side. Powerful carry just past halfway from Fogang. And now Amon Wamalwa. Looked like there was a knock on in that tackle. Player who picks up the ball is in an offside position. Referee says to be more careful around that contact zone. But the Queens now, they have a scrum feed just outside the 10. They've advanced about 40 meters from that kick receipt. Lucky Dewald off the base of the scrum. Wamalwa sending Nyang into space, but Nyang's kick this time for the chase is not able to stay infield. It's going to be a line out throw for Nakuru just outside their 22. Nakuru have responded to that early tactic by the Queens, and they're keeping a man watching the backfield. Simple line out at the front. But the referee says it wasn't straight. Decision made by the Queens is a scrum down at the 15-meter mark.
Well done.
Strong contest from Nakuru at that break, at that scrum down. But Dewald comes up with it. It has been lost on the floor by Mutami. He claims there were hands at that breakdown. But let's hear what the consultation with the assistant referee is going to guide this referee in this decision. Referee says the contest at that breakdown had a hand on the ball from the Nakuru, who lost it forward just as Mutami was picking it up. And so Queens can now feed again in the scrum, same territory, just a little bit to the middle of the pitch, off the base. Dewald. And a clean turnover by Nakuru. Ogwang Jalupo. Good defense and good awareness to be the first man at that breakdown. To the short side, Nakuru returning Queen's favor by putting the ball to boot. It's a foot race. Zeden Maro will be getting there first, but he loses that ball forward on the floor. No man in front of him. But he took his eyes off the ball just momentarily. And what an unfortunate few seconds for the Queens. They've come from the 22 in attack to their own 22 on defense. Now Javan Otieno to feed for Nakuru. Goes to the open side, deploying his number 10, and the straight channel through the middle goes Philip Okeo. Good response and the high efficiency from Nakuru to make the visit into the 22 count. They now lead by 12 points to 5 against the Queens. Otieno looked up and saw that gap. Amon Wamalwa could only be a passenger as Okeo made a straight dash for the try. Queens now 7 points behind Nakuru as the clock steadily ticks down. Conversion is just wide of the right upright. But Nakuru off that break. Good defense. The one time they did that kick and chase that had been used by Queens in the first half, they put points on the board. Can Queens respond? They need a converted try to level matters against Nakuru now. Amon Wamalwa for Mokoro, dancing past the big men and leaving them on the floor. Another good carry past the gain line over the edge. Wamalwa, ball in two hands, looking for that switch. And a strong contest from Nakuru at the breakdown, but the tackler needed to have released fast. Wamalwa, quick on the restart, wants to catch the Nakuru defense napping. He frees his hands and offloads to Mokoro. Mokoro had men to his right, but ran straight into his opposite number. Ball still alive for the Queens. There's men to the short side. Back in the hands of Maro. Maro for Mokoro. Under the uprights, Queens respond. 10 points to 12 with conversion to come.
You know, just when you think that this game was dead and buried for Nakuru in terms of advancement, Queens responding right at the death. Should the conversion go in, we probably are going to go into sudden death extra time.
Just one play left in regulation time. It's tied at full time, 12 points to 12. We shall have just a short break and then go into extra time. Sudden death. First to strike goes through to the semi-finals and will face the winner between Kabras and the Menengai Oilers.
Absolutely, and I'm telling you, these quarterfinals are serving up great rugby, great suspense as well.
For the first time this weekend in the Kabeberi Sevens, it's clear skies overseeing the Rfuea grounds here in Gong Road. You'll have to see it. Clear sunny weather is beautiful weather for Sevens rugby.
Absolutely, and a perfect setting for the last tournament of the Sevens season. And if you're watching this and you're able to come down, why don't you come down to the Rfuea ground off Gong Road? Enjoy your Sunday afternoon with splendid rugby.
Number 5.
Queens with the kickoff, they boot it deep into Nakuru territory. Nakuru will need to build for the try over 90 meters if they are to advance into the cup semi-finals. An easy fend and cutting against the grain. That's Javan Otieno. Well recycled and ball retained by Nakuru. Ogwang for Okeyo. Okeyo for Lusesi. The Queens now, the Nakuru now have advantage for that high tackle at the edge. And now, yet again, another break from Otieno. Slapped back by a Queen's hand. And so it's play on, says the referee. Wamalwa is the first on the ball, but was he on his feet? There will be consultation with the assistant referee there. And the call has been made. Ball lost forward by the Nakuru player. Rather, the Queen's player Wamalwa at that breakdown. But look at those sharp side steps. Start, stop, and then start again. That's the hand that slapped the ball backwards.
Up! Devi! Up!
Well, this quarterfinal has served up everything. Errors, drama, and now it needs to be decided in sudden death. Will it be Nakuru? Will it be Queens? Although Nakuru finding themselves in a real prime place.
And there goes Javan Otieno for the try line. He takes that blind side off the scrum. The defense is up to task from the Queens, denying Nakuru a try scoring opportunity. Ball lost forward in the in-goal area. What defense from the Queens to rescue themselves from the jaws of defeat.
Absolutely, you'll do anything, particularly in sudden death extra time. I think it comes with the awareness that should the opponent score, then the game is over. And obviously your awareness levels are higher. One interesting thing about Javan Otieno, he recently received his World Rugby Level 2 coaching accreditation in sevens. It's great to see a lot more players embarking on their coaching badges quite early in their career.
That was a close call. It appeared he still had control of the ball, but the referee had the best view there in person. And so it's going to be a Kenya Harlequin feed off this scrum. Ball not hooked. I think he just fed it straight through. And Mokoro has now been held up. It's going to be a turnover ball by Nakuru. And an opportunity to score off the set piece again. Good defense from the team in green. Queens with their colorful kit look like they failed this test, posed by Nakuru.
Well, not quite yet. I think the final score will determine if they have failed the test or not. Although Nakuru with all the advantage, with all the possession and territory, Queens holding firm. This game can change in the blink of an eye.
Nakuru are loading up on the short side. This time the ball is hooked. They go to the open side.
Well done.
Ogwang.
It's the veteran Edwin Makori.
Good job, get up there.
Arriving there to secure the rock. It is kept alive.
Numbers are plenty on the outside. Cuts back inside, but still short. 5 meters away. Strong carrying from Henry Demba to send Nakuru to the Cup semi-finals. They didn't look like they would miss that try from that territory. An opportunity for Queens to get out of the area resulted in a turnover, and Nakuru have made that turnover count with the score. What a result in this third Cup quarter-final. Nakuru have won. They have beaten the Queens by 17 points to 12.
Absolutely, and that is a massive result for Nakuru, reaching the Cup semi-finals in Nairobi as they look to close out their sevens season on a high. Coming up next is a vital match. Kabras Sugar against Menengai Oilers, the fourth Cup quarter-final. If Kabras win this, then the hunt for the overall title, the SportPesa National 7th Circuit overall title, goes on. If they lose it to the Oilers, then it is KCB taking home the title. We have all of 14 minutes to play, plus probably extra time, should it happen, to determine what happens next. For now, the match has kicked off. Oilers in the sky blue, Kabras in yellow and lime green.
The previous game has shown us that anything is possible. The match is only done and dusted after the full-time whistle. But Kabras, their first opportunity to strike hard against the Oilers, as the ball lost forward on that restart. I think the restarts this weekend have been simply exceptional across the board.
Well, they have, and particularly the ones from the Menengai Oilers have been something to catch the eye. The ball is kept alive. 50-50 ball claimed by Tyson Maina for the Oilers, playing with intent. Oilers keeping it alive, being hurried into their passes by Kabras. But good recycling of the ball. Other phase of play, the ball just bounces, but eventually is claimed. More recycling of the ball by Kabras as they drive forward. And that is Andrew Odero with the injection of pace.
What a sidestep.
The ball looked to have traveled forward, but that was a wicked sidestep. The referee is down.
Interesting scenes here. End-to-end stuff between Kabras and the Oilers, and the first victim is not any of the players, it's the referee.
Absolutely.
Not every day you see the referee needing medical attention.
And that's a moment Andrew Odero split open the Kabras defense, and then see this, the offload.
He made that pump, the pass should have gone immediately after.
And that is the moment we caught it barely, and the referee was caught in contact as well.
Yeah, he got a boot to his groin area. And I think we shall have a replacement for the referees. He gets up with a smile. That's not the place. He's running the perfect line as a referee.
Absolutely. And referee Vincent Mwiruri, well,
but that's not the place you'd want to get any contact, especially as a referee. Tried his level best to get out of the way, but...
Yeah, absolutely. And at that point, his participation in this match was in question, and we will confirm whether he will be going on. Like you said, not every day that you see match official being substituted. I think we'd have to bring in one of the more experienced match officials to explain that at some point
at a later
of our
time,
broadcast.
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially what determines the replacements.
Well, he's actually changed his strip. He's not being substituted.
Oh, that's good to see.
This is Vincent Mwiruri managing a smile on his face.
Took a kick to a place that won't be mentioned. But it's good to see that he's back on his feet.
Is the men from Kakamega now in possession, looking to get out of their half. This is Derek Ashiundu. He's a big man. He has pace to burn as well. Setting up another platform.
Short ball.
This is Alfred Orege, but that ball again looks to have traveled forward. Well, this half has really flown. It remains scoreless between the two sides. Remember, the permutations are simple. A loss for Kabras means their interest in the overall National Sevens Circuit title is over, and therefore they are into this match looking for the win, looking to claim a first National Sevens Circuit title since 2017. And should they win this game, should they win the semi-final, and should it also happen for KCB, then we would be looking at a KCB Kabras final. That would be something to look forward to, but never rule out upsets in the game of sevens.
It is the game of sevens indeed, and what a carry from the Oilers off that base, sold the dummy and advanced all the way into the 22. Ball secured by the Oilers, and the Kabras defense could only force those penalties. Another dummy, and now the man on the outside. That final pass should be going the first time, or as the coaches say, if you've decided to carry, just carry it forward. And as we see for the second time in this game, the dummy followed by the pass has resulted in a forward pass.
Captain,
has been a cagey affair, this one, but that has been the script for all the cup quarterfinals at the Kabeberi Sevens.
All right,
Oilers, they have a decision to make.
Time back on.
Advantage at that age.
Remember, we were saying they've been tight quarterfinals. Don't let the 33-7 score between KCB and Mwamba deceive you. That game was as tight as they come.
It is the outlier in the results so far. Nondies won by 7 points to 5. That's within a try. Nakuru needed an extra time try to advance past Kenya Harlequin by 17 points to 12.
It's okay, stay.
And this time, the Menengai Oilers make sure that they score off that set piece. Andrew Odero picking it off the base and hitting that gap between the number 9 and the 10. Kabras have been rattled by the Oilers late in this first half. 5 points to nil. Oilers lead against the series leaders. Conversion to come. That's a successful knock through the uprights. So it's going to be a 7-0 lead for the Oilers against Kabras. Quarterfinals have been tense. This is matching that hype and the energy that we've seen in the earlier matches. Another good restart reclaimed by the Oilers. Long ball out, but intercepted by Patrick Lumumba, who was miles offside. And that would have been such a game-changing try.
It's so weird, but you have to give him marks for his awareness. Just lurking on that loose pass. Obviously playing to the referee's whistle.
There you can clearly see that he moved up early. The entire backline of Kabras was off the line a little too soon. And the Oilers survive what would have been a leveling try going into the halftime break.
This is Andrew Odero. That is Steve Arunga, Kenya Sevens trialist. Oilers with the lead. That was anxious there. They do well to keep it alive.
It's a high tackle.
It really calls for the high tackle. The penalty quickly taken. Oilers carrying that ball into the Kabras 10.
Considering that penalty was at halfway and the tackle has been made beyond the 10-meter line, the defenders might not have repeated the regulation 10. Referee saying play on. He's looking for that continuity. Penalty where the ball was kicked from or where it landed first. Oilers have their tails up against Kabras in this first half.
Absolutely, and remember this match is important for Kabras Sugar's National Sevens Circuit overall title ambitions.
And there goes the halftime hooter. One play. Can Oilers make it count to double their lead against the series leaders? What trick play does Odero have on his sleeves? Ball just went straight through the tunnel. And the referee says we shall have a reset. Still ball in Odero's hands.
Is the Menengai Oilers with the momentum? Remember, they are the reigning National Sevens Circuit champions. They obviously can't win it this year.
Odero onto the short side.
It's Tyson Minor, former Kenya under-20 international.
Numbers are plenty on the open side now to the wingers.
That is Arunga. Carries that ball into the 22, finding the floor again.
Good contest from Kabras, and they earn the penalty. Hands in the rack, says the referee. Kabras now can attack and put some points on the board. They decide to go for touch. It's going to be a line out deep inside Menengai Oilers territory, but there's another man on the floor. The heat has begun punishing the players, and the intensity of the Cup quarterfinals is not forgiving them either. Yet again, the defense is closing that tunnel. Loose ball, advantage to the Oilers, but it's been lost forward again by the Oilers, and that will be the last piece of action in this first half. Menengai Oilers taking a 7-0 lead against Kabras.
It has been a KG first half. It is the Oilers leading, Kabras with all the work to do in the second half. Let's catch you on the other side of halftime.
Out. Left. In. Out.
Upper. Sergeants. Same intensity, same concentration. Sasa kwa defense we have to work in this. Lazima concentrate, lazima tuchungie breakdown ya huko mwisho. Sasa on attack you have to be deeper. Wanna shoot from out in. Sasa Konto, we have to work hard off the ball and get deeper. Tukikuwa deeper tutakuwa na tutaanza kwa hizo opportunities. And then wanafuata ball sana. Wanafuata ball sana. So second last switch, then tutafute yoshimwa nini. Sawa? So yo switch ya second last, and then tutatafuta turudisha keep ball alive. Sasa you have to be brave. Kick, nano kick. So to receive your kickoff, play in the right areas, and then we continue. Sasa Lubanga comes in for Dero,
As we go in, tuko na freedom. Kidogo. Tuko mbele to manage territory. Rungu kifungiwa jiweke mbele. Cheze kwao. Jesus Christ, the love of God, the fresh spirit, lead us now forevermore. Jesus name. Believe, ndio. Ona tuko. Breathe in. Out. Believe. Harold.
For the second half, 7 crucial minutes for Kabras Sugar. They must have a response, and a definitive response for that. Menengai Oilers, on the other hand, making life difficult for them. And that ball forward, putting Kabras on the back foot early on.
Bit of a tricky receipt of that kickoff, but it pops up in the hands of the Oilers. Broken defense. And then the foot race, not able to separate the attacker and the defender. Finally, that kick to free his hands just bounces into touch. Kabras line out at their own 22. Turnover play again into the hands of the Oilers. This is not looking good early on in the second half for Kabras, who have now given away an advantage for a high tackle. Free play for the Oilers. The bounce is not favorable for the chaser. Has he been impeded by the defender? No, he hasn't. So it's going to be a knock forward by the Oilers, who are making their appeals known to the referee. Taken back into the in goal. Let's take a look at that again. On the advantage, ball kicked through the legs And then the foot race was on. Not much of impeding the Oilers player trying to milk a penalty, but the last touch was off the Kabras player, and now the Oilers can attack off the scrum, hold him up in the try area as opposed to stopping him from scoring the try. Is usually a very good tactic on defense. So we shall have the reset. Oilers again through Eugene Lubanga. We'll have the scrum feed. All the alerts are on, all the lights are red for the Kabras. They need to defend for their lives against Oilers.
They actually need to attack. Remember, they are chasing the overall title. They are leading on 92 points, KCB on 91. They need to get into the cup semis to keep that race alive. That means winning this game.
Fast scrum defense. Lubanga goes to the short side and finds the man at the wing. Oilers making use of this width of the pitch. Try time. Shot number has gone through a tough weekend, but that should be Tony Okech in Jersey 11 for the Oilers. They lead by 12 points to 0 against Kabras. The youngsters are enjoying themselves against the series leaders. Three minutes, 48 seconds on the clock. Kabras need to score fast.
They need to score 3 times in 3 minutes or 40 seconds. It is slipping further away from them. The restart, the ball is claimed. That is Orege losing his footing.
No need to release there as he wasn't tackled. Now Kabras attacking from deep. Obstruction, says the referee. Or rather offside.
Once again, the referee caught in contact for the second time in this game.
He likes being part of the action, I must say.
You can see the urgency from Kabras right now.
Off the head, so that's not a knock forward. Turnover play for the Oilers.
That is Anduvate to the floor.
Another good sidestep from Okech. Ball lost forward, double knock on from the two teams. It's going to be a scrum feed for the Oilers. And a stoppage there for players to catch their breath. But it's tense on the pitch and equally tense in the stands.
Well, yeah, it is. 12-0. It is the Oilers leading against Kabras. 2 minutes, 25 seconds to play.
Bye. 2 minutes 25 on the clock, and perhaps some more on the ref's watch. Strong scrum from Kabras, and they earn the turnover penalty.
Remember, they can still score. They are still within range.
Just 2 tries to level matters and perhaps force the game into extra time. They put the ball onto the boot. A chase and a favorable bounce for Kabras. Rfuea Sirikwa, try time, and he does the Sioux celebration from Cristiano Ronaldo, the footballer, but not much time to celebrate. They need to get this conversion, and they need to get the play underway.
Well, that was some clever thinking from Eric Cantona.
The footballers combining, I should say, Eric Cantona and then the Ronaldo fan. Kabras have scored and are now within just 1 try of the Menengai Oilers.
Absolutely everything to play for. The urgency is there from Kabras. conversion is critical. Well, it sails wide. 1 minute 41 seconds to play. KCB 12. Well, those are the KCB fans, I beg your pardon. Menengai Oilers 12, Kabras Sugar.
You could be
5.
right as well. All the KCB fans have banked their cash in the Oilers camp. A win here will seal the title for them, but the Kabras have a lot of experience. They've been in such pressure moments before. Can they put up a comeback that keeps the title fight alive?
This is Steve Arunga in possession for the Oilers. 1 minute 9 seconds remain. Oilers will be looking to get out of their 22. The ball is in possession with Harold Anduvate. Carries that ball past the 10-meter line.
And the Oilers put it into touch. They thought they had run down the clock, but it appears the referee still had some time on his own.
Absolutely.
The fans need to hold their celebrations just a bit.
Getting the red carpet out before the confirmation of the scores.
Still some time to play on the clock. Menengai Oilers might have just handed Kabras a lifeline in this game.
Absolutely.
But they've stolen the line out and they have the advantage for the knock-on. Oilers. It's full time.
And that is it. The Oilers are through to the semi-final, but more importantly, KCB are the new National Sevens Circuit champions. Kabras exiting at the quarter-final stage. Points tally will not be enough to upstage KCB.
It had to be the defending champions to determine who would take the crown from them. And Menengai Oilers in this cup quarter-final have denied Kabras a chance at the crown, at the title. KCB with 2 matches left to play in the semi-final, and if they reach the final, are champions-elect. Kabras is charged. They're leading by just 1 point. Have been dealt a huge blow by the Menengai Oilers.
Wow, well, it has been exciting action in the cup quarterfinals. They have been tense, they have been with drama, and they have determined a new champion in the National Sevens circuit. Kabras Sugar have led for large spells, but they will not be lifting the title. Is KCB, who are through to the semis. Kabras Sugar, on the other hand, well, tough luck. They now have to compete for 5th place. Well, we're into the 13th place semi-finals, and this is Moi University and Impala Saracens competing to see who will eventually claim 13th place. Is the Saracens in the red, Moi University in the black strip. Both sides making appearances at the Kabeberi Sevens. Is scoreless between these two sides so far.
Low voltage.
It is Impala going over the whitewash before the game's opening try. This 13th place semi-final against the Mo University Asserts. Scoring the try for Impala. It's the man in shirt number 10. And from the restart, it is Impala again going forward. Well, confirmation of the try scorer, it is Patrick Mutuku, who also converted it. It is Impala leading by 7 points to 0. This is 13th place semi-final action at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, the 6th and final round of the 2023 Sport Pesa National Sevens Circuit. And moments earlier, we did see the Menengai Oilers defeat Kabras Sugar by 12 points to 5, a result that handed the 2023 overall title to KCB, who are through to the cup semis. The ball is loose on the floor. Impala playing with a lot of urgency in this game. To drive forward. That is Valentino Cosmas, the captain, playing in Hilary Alemba. Valentino Cosmas losing that ball. Mo University now in possession. They were runners-up at the second division competition last weekend in their home city of Eldoret. They are looking to have an impact here today. Ball picked up on the loose. That'd be a try-scoring opportunity for Moi University. They are certainly within striking range. But the watchful eyes of center referee Duncan Kioko. Impala looking to exit. Continues Impala recycling it and keeping it alive. Carrying that ball into the Mo University Arsonist half and into the 22. The ball is on the loose, but referee Duncan Kioko has spotted an infringement. Deliberate knock-on. There will be a yellow card handed to a Mo University player. The team from Eldoret are down to 6 men.
We correct our mistakes.
Another opportunity for Impala just before the close of the half to double their lead. Well, the try is good. Brings the score to 12-0 with the conversion to come. hooter has sounded for halftime. The scores remain 12-0. It is Impala leading Moi University Arsonists in this 13th place semi-final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, the final round of the 2023 Sport Pesa National 7th Circuit. The George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens is hosted by Mwamba RFC, one of Kenya's leading clubs, founded in 1977. Club that has produced great talent and has gone on to represent Kenya and shine the country's light on the international stage as well. It is halftime. Impala RFC, beg your pardon, leading the Moi University Arsonists by 12 points to 0.
James, yeah? Just want to get back into the game. Be the first one to score in the second half, whether you try or conversion, I don't care. But what kwanza to score second half?
Guys, we're a bit too casual in our approach to this game. Fine, forget the warm up, whatever. This 7 minutes, bury this game. Right, bury this game. Don't let them get back into the game. Bury it early. 2 quick tries, we're done. Sawa?
Tempo iendelee.
Hatuna chance ya give up hapa ndani. Hatuna hiyo
chance ya give up hapa ndani.
Ngataki kata ishisha. Hapa sasa kuwe pala. Anto. Ameza grace.
Jesus Christ.
Forever more. Amen. Tuko. 3. Impala.
Call on that.
5th place semi-final between the Strathmore Leos and Mwamba. Kenya Harlequin will play against Kabras Sugar in the 2nd, 5th place semi-final. Nondescript versus KCB is the first of the cup semi-finals. This will pave way for the all Nakuru clash between Nakuru RFC and Menengai Oilers. Still a lot more rugby sevens to watch, and if you're able to come down to the Rfuea ground, make your way down for a great series finale. We're back for the second half. The restart is claimed by the Moi University Arsonists. Ball is on the floor.
Walking on the ground. Leave. 10. You're supposed to be 10. Okay.
Impala down to well, both teams down to. Is Moi down again to 6 men? Another yellow card. Seems to be a revolving door on that yellow card circulation for the Moi University Arsonists.
Crouch. Binds. Sets. Hold it. Keep it steady.
Play continues. Impala looking to get a third try. Remember, they lead by 12 points to 0.
Tackle.
Well, make that 17-0.
Yeah. No, not a must.
That was Patrick Mutuku with the delivery, and eventually the try scored by James Mwangi. Conversion sails wide. It remains 17-0. Remember, if you're joining us, this is the 13th place semi-final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. It is Impala against the Moi University Arsonists. The winner of this match will play the Tessan Sport Warriors in the challenge in the 13th place final later this afternoon.
Ball still live.
Tessan Sport Warriors benefiting from the walkover against Kisumu. And in this match, it is Impala 17 points clear against Moi University.
You need a substitution. Still you can continue though. Okay, then you have your time for treatment is depleting any time from next 15 seconds. Okay.
And once again, Impala
time back on.
Racing clear as they lead by 17 points to 0.
Scrum. Black. Yeah. The jumper, knock on the air. Tulikuwa tumesimamisha time pale tutasimamisha. Let's go. Crouch. Binds. Set. All that. Steady and simple. Stay. You're offside now.
Still driving forward for Impala. Well, the try scoring opportunity is lost.
Holding. It's here, not there. Let's go.
Now picture there Chris Majale, the Impala coach. Played his rugby for the defunct Stanchat RFC and Kenya Harlequin as well.
It's okay.
An alumnus of the St. Mary's School in Nairobi. This is Valentino Cosmas driving forward for the Saracens.
Time is off. Yeah. I have that one. Do you have ground in here? Double roll. So, not try here. We go back to the penalty for high tie. Not try. Penalty, high tackle. Yeah, sawa. Visit. Tackle now. One side.
This be a try for Impala. Yes, they are marching to the Challenge Trophy final, to the 13th place final against the Tessan Sport Warriors. That try takes the scores to 22-0. Well, just a confirmation, Impala will be playing against the Catholic Monks in the 13th place final and not the Tessan Sport Warriors. Just gotten a confirmation of that. The Tessan Sport Warriors will play in the Challenge shortly.
Onside.
Well, Moi University getting points on the board at the close of this match as they get a consolation. They will be leaving Nairobi with their heads held high. It has been an experience for them in the top tier competition. Full-time score, it is Impala claiming the 22-5 win over the Moi University Arsonists. Impala and the Catholic Monks will meet in the 13th place final later this afternoon. Daystar Falcons. Well, that match will be broadcast after a break. Well, it is actually on. It is the Catholic Monks. These are highlights. Well, we are back for action on the field of play. This is the final day of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. The match on your screen right now is Challenge Trophy semi-final between the Tessen Sport Warriors and Daystar Falcons. These two sides having mixed results on day one of the competition. The Tessen Sport Warriors began their Pool A campaign with a 26-0 win over Black Blood before losing their remaining pool games to Nondescript and Kenya Harlequin, missing out on a cup quarter-final slot. The Tessen Warriors is a collection of players from Kenya, Uganda and South Africa playing under the Tessen Sports brand, who also happen to be Mwamba RFC's official kit suppliers. They have in their squad the likes of Conrad Wanyama, Timothy Mugisha, and as we speak, they are going to score through Roy Kizito, members of the larger Uganda Rugby Sevens squad that will be playing at next weekend's Rugby Africa Sevens in Harare, Zimbabwe, a tournament that serves as the Olympic qualification for Paris 2024. Roy Kizito's try is good. Conversion still to come. Conversion is sure. It is the Tessen Sport Warriors taking the 7-0 lead against the Daystar University Falcons. The Falcons have been ever present on the circuit. Now is the moment. The nimble footwork from Roy Kizito, and I'm sure to the fans watching this in Kampala, Uganda, and the rest of Uganda, you must be proud of your son. Lighting up the stage here in Nairobi is all Tessen Sports at the moment. Driving forward once again, Sydney Gondogio. Ball is played out wide. Logan Basson had a stint at Kabras Sugar. Tobias Omondi, big Tobias Omondi on the floor. Conrad Wanyama, the man we were speaking about moments ago, and now Roy Kizito looking for man in support. He has him in. Well, the try has been scored. It is Gerardo Jaz with the try for Tessen Sport Warriors, taking the scores to 12-0. This is the first of the Challenge Trophy semi-finals at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Well, that is Gerardo Jaz setting up Roy Kizito. Conversion is wide. It remains 12-0. The invitational side, Tessen Sport Warriors, leading against the Daystar Falcons. Challenge Trophy semi-final action. Remember, there still is a lot to play for on the final day of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens, which also doubles up as the final day of the 2023 SportPesa National Sevens Circuit. It has been an entertaining, thrilling circuit for that matter. With legs in Kisumu, Mombasa, Nakuru, Eldoret, and Nairobi. And there is Conrad Wanyama bringing in Logan Basson, playmaker par excellence. And Elvis Kadima was looking to release a man. The man he was looking to release was Tobias Omondi. Catch a glimpse of fans here at the Rfuea ground. It is all Tesson Sports at the moment, and they get their try. Elvis Kadima takes the scores to 17-0. Is one-way traffic in this Challenge Trophy semi-final. A quick tap from Conrad Wanyama. Change of direction that just side-footed his man, and Elvis Kadima sure with the 5-pointer. Gerardo Jazz has been vital for the Tesson Sport Warriors. He's looking to control the proceedings in this match. That is Paul Kitui. He was most valuable player in the Division 2 competition at last weekend's TISAP Sevens. His restart was high, it was hanging, but it is claimed by the Daystar Falcons. Tesson Sport Warriors looking comfortable. Making this look more like a practice session. That was Haz bringing in Wanyama. Roy Kizito won't be stopped, surely. Another try for Roy Kizito takes the scores even higher. Coming up after this will be Black Blood against Masinde Muliro. Black Blood defeated Impala 19-5 in their Challenge Trophy quarter-final. Masinde Muliro 19-5 winners over Moi University. Daystar Falcons to reach the Challenge Trophy semi-finals edged the Catholic Knicks 15-12. Tesson Sport Warriors playing their first game of the day, benefiting from the 28-0 walkover against Kisumu, who are a no-show for the final round of the 2023 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. It is halftime. It is the Tesson Sport Warriors leading by 26 points to 0. See you on the other side of halftime.
Out the ball. We can't defend for 7 minutes and expect to go ahead. And then these guys, we are letting them just run. We fly off. Sisi Tony anatusep 3 guys. What are we doing? Why are we not forcing him? Pass your ball on the outside. Bora third man aingie kabisa. Itabidi kama ni kuingia tunaingia banana all of us. Tony unaingia na huyu anaingia kwanza na kustep, alafu anapata space gani? Anapata either space ya Arnold ama anapata space ya Olile. Then we are communicating, but tukicommunicate hatujipei your distance. So mimi communicate niko kwa hii space, I'm not working kufika hapo. So hiyo pass kimekiwa hatuwezi fika. We need to retrieve your kickoff guys. Lazima tuweke our heads high. Sawa? Guys, lazima tuweke our heads high. Hatuwezi consider hizo tries zote. Ianzie hapa. Breathing out. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Magash, tuko. Marcos, tuko. There's one. Marcos, take matter.
We're back for the second half. The Daystar Falcons getting us underway. Remember, this is a Challenge Trophy semi-final action between the Daystar Falcons and Tesson Sport Warriors. Tesson Sport Warriors in the lime green and white strip. The Daystar Falcons in the sky blue strip. That is Wanyama as well with his bag of tricks, just carrying the ball past the halfway line. The ball is lost there. Handling error. Quickly taken for Daystar Falcons. That was Clinton Amukwachi.
Guys, let's play, let's play. George!
It will be a scrum feed for the Daystar Falcons.
Set! Stability, Jen, stability.
Gideon Moses with the scrum feed, being pressured there by Conrad Onyama. That ball traveled forward.
Options.
There's even no disputing that. 5 minutes, 52 seconds remaining in the half.
The mark is here. Five. Step back, step back, step back. George! Bind! Set! Stability both sides. The mark is there. Up.
Play continuing here with the Tesson Sport Warriors is conjuring up more tricks. Conrad Wanyama certainly enjoying himself here. Another opportunity, and that will be the ball carried closer to the try line, and yes, they do score. Elvis Kadima landing his brace takes the scores to 33-0. Challenge Trophy semi-final action at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Conversion is wide, 33-0 to the Tesson Sport Warriors.
Turnover. Tackle. Knees on the ground. Release. Mark is there, Mark is there, Mark is here.
Well, this has been one-way traffic and it continues to be so. This is Paul Kitui going over for another try for the Tesson Sport Warriors. Paul Kitui, as we said, was top was most valuable player in the Division 2 competition at last weekend's TISUP Sevens. Handing a call up to this invitational side, the Tesson Sport Warriors. The try is good, so is the conversion. It is now 40-0 in favor of the Tesson Sport Warriors. Well, it is looking more like a training session as play continues. Tesson Sport Warriors score. They restart and kick into the waiting arms of the Daystar Falcon players. This is a rare opportunity for the Daystar Falcons to get points on the board, and they do. It is the hard work of Clinton Amukwachi, followed on that loose ball. Well, that kicked ball, beg your pardon. Getting a consolation on for the Daystar Falcons.
Make sure they're behind the ball, okay? Just tell them to hold their line, okay? Thank you. Ah, when you're ready. Tell him to hold his run. Tell him to move back.
From the restart, it is plucked in the air by the Warriors.
Play on, play on. Holding on.
That was Don Ochienge. This is Steve Muhoto for the Falcons. Praise Emmanuel. Recycle it for the Falcons. They beat one man, beat a second.
Penalty holding. Mark is here, your mark is here.
Penalty advantage is with the Tesson Sport Warriors. They are cruising through to the Challenge Trophy final. Ochienge. That was CD Gongodio who went to the floor. This game being played at a leisurely pace by the Tesson Sport Warriors. Taking time to showboat as well. And that is the last order of business. It is the Tesson Sport Warriors through to the Challenge Trophy final with a 47 result over the Daystar Falcons. Coming up next, it is the second of the Challenge Trophy semi-finals. It is Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology up against Black Blood from the Kenyatta University. Black Blood in the maroon strip, Masinde Muliro in their white, blue and black strip. It is KG early on in this match between the Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology and Black Blood. These teams competing for 9th place overall, and it is a wonderful line taken by Tyson Juma. He will get the scoring underway with the game's opening try. That was a brilliant line from Juma. Brings the score to 7-0. The conversion is successful. Masinde Muliro leading Black Blood by 7 points to 0. Kenyatta University Black Blood, a side that has produced many great rugby players, or has been the home of many great rugby players, past and present. The likes of Michael Tank Otieno, Max Muniafu, have all played at Black Blood during their stints as students at the Kenyatta University. Is all Masinde Muliro enjoying possession. That was Veron Kaburu. The advantage is with the team from Kakamega. Well, Black Blood looking for a response and working towards it. Saleh Osonga finding the floor. Kennedy Claude beats 2 men. He has a man in support. Just unable to come up with that final offload. Kevin Wambugu, the referee, however, penalizes Masinde Muliro. They are on the back foot as Black Blood go in pursuit of points. Doing well to keep the ball alive. The change of direction is good from Black Blood. Rock is secured. This is Kennedy Claude, Boaz Kemei, and now Derek Masese just lost his footing and eventually loses possession. The penalty advantage is with Masinde Muliro, and that is Tyson Juma. Has scored the opening try. He has a pace to burn. Felix Wamocho, the ball carrier there, playing it through as Masinde Muliro recycle the ball, keep it alive. Remember, this is a Challenge Trophy semi-final action at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens, the 6th and final round of the 2023 SportPesa National 7th Circuit. The title has already been decided. KCB benefiting from Kabras Sugar's loss in the quarter-final to Menengai Oilers, meaning that KCB have an unassailable lead. It cannot be reached. And that is Tyson Juma going over for the game's second try, also his brace. Masinde Muliro 12-0 against Black Blood. Well, quite an interesting celebration there, and Tyson Juma actually kind enough to give his supporting player the try-scoring opportunity. The scores remain 14-0. This is the Challenge Trophy semi-final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Masese, ball carried forward by Boaz Kimei, has been a workhorse for the university students from Thika Road. Well, Black Blood getting points on the board. This is Saleh Wesonga. Well, the try was not given. It is a 22-meter dropout for Masinde Muliro. Straight into the waiting arms of Derek Masese. This is Ian Kitutu. That delivery eventually fluffed. Masinde Muliro up in this game by 14 points to 0. And that is the last order of business for the half. It is Masinde Muliro leading Black Blood by 14 points to 0 in the Challenge Trophy semi-final. We will catch you on the other side of halftime.
Atuwai Cloud yeah, tap tu nyuma tu retrieve Benji ndio tutumia and everything on sec what's guys hatunyo saa
check it basic tu
ball ifanye kazi to be one execute.
For our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, be with us now and forever.
Guys, Tuko! Black Tuko! 3, 2, 1, Black Blood!
We're back for the second half of this Challenge Trophy semi-final. The Masinde Muliro leading against Black Blood getting points on the board through Kennedy Claude. We'll be looking for a response as they continue with their quest to finish 9th overall at the season-ending Kabeberi Sevens, the 6th and final round of the 2023 Sport Pesa National Sevens Circuit. Remember, this circuit kicked off in Kisumu on the 1st of July, KCB winning that leg. It then headed to Mombasa for round 2, Kabras Sugar emerging victorious in that one. Took a break for the World Rugby Under-20 Trophy, resumed on the 5th of August in Nakuru, the Prince Lou Sevens, Kabras again winning that title. And then last week at the Tesap Sevens, there was action that saw Nondies end the cycle of Kabras and KCB winning when they defeated Strathmore. In between, remember, we did have the Christie Sevens. That was claimed by KCB. Heading into this circuit, it was Kabras and KCB on 92 and 91 points respectively, but Kabras losing in the quarter-final to the Menengai Oilers, ending all interest they had in becoming champions of Kenya Sevens Rugby in 2023. For Black Blood and Masinde Muliro, they have been dogged competitors throughout the season, and they are meeting in the Challenge Trophy semi-final. A place against the Tessen Sport Warriors awaits the winner of this match. This is Derek Masese going over for second try for Black Blood. Well, has it been given? We will confirm in the moment whether the try is good or not. Just waiting for a bit of conversation between the referee and his assistant. That was the moment Saleh Wasonga stole the ball. Well, the try has not been given. The scores remain 14-5. Masinde Muliro leading. That try for Black Blood, well, didn't happen. But it is still Black Blood with the advantage, with the ascendancy, as they chase the game and look for place in the Challenge Trophy final later this afternoon.
Through the channel, or through the channel, it's just a reset. Okay, listen. I need to tighter. Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set.
That was Elvis Otete with the delivery, and then Ian Kitutu. Masese Boaz Kemei has been a workhorse for the varsity students from Kenyatta University as they continue to knock at the Masinde Muliro door. Boaz Kemei losing that gilt edge opportunity, but the penalty advantage is still with Black Blood. And this is Saleh Wasonga. Has been pivotal for everything Black Blood have done when in possession.
Decision, you're playing. Okay, let's go.
One minute 50 still remaining. Black Blood need to score twice to win this game. And they will get points on the board. That is Kennedy Claude.
Forward pass.
The decision again going against Blackblood, the ball ruled to have travelled forward. So 2 times Blackblood have found themselves in try-scoring opportunities. 2 times they have been denied.
So, let's go. Crouch. Okay, let's go. Crouch. Bind. Set. Shoving.
Masinde Muliro have been pressured throughout the second half. Haven't made any forays, but that was Washington Ombima with a big kick downfield, and it is claimed by Musa Mugandi. Talk about turning defense into attack, getting scores on the board there, Musa Mugandi. Surely, at this point in time, Masinde Muliro are coasting through to the Challenge Trophy final at the Kabeberi Sevens.
To render restart. Still have a restart.
Conversion has been scored. Takes the scores to 21-5. That is Ombima with the restart deep into Blackblood territory. The hooter has sounded. Blackblood surely will just want to get points to put a lot more respectability on the scoreline, but they're not going to do it when they don't have the ball. And that is it. The full-time score, Masinde Muliro through to the Challenge Trophy final with a 21-5 win over Blackblood. Coming up next is 5th place semi-final number 1 between Strathmore Leos and Mwamba. All set for the first of the 5th place semi-finals. It is the Strathmore Leos and Mwamba, 2 sides who exited the cup competition at the quarter-final stage. The Leos losing narrowly 7 points to 5 against Nondescript's RFC, while Mwamba losing 33-7 to KCB. What was a competitive match. Mwamba will be looking for redemption at their home tournament, the other host this weekend, and will be out to leave an impact. Well, as we speak, it is the Strathmore Leos who go ahead. It is Richard Omido with the try early on to give the Strathmore Leos a 5-0 lead, with the conversion to come. Conversion from Andrew Matoka is good. That was Richard Omido, sure with the try. It's the Strathmore Leos leading Mwamba. Incidentally, the Leos coached by former Mwamba man Louis Kisia. And a lot of these players have moved from one club to the other. The likes of Billy Odhiambo has played for both Strathmore Leos and Mwamba. He's not in Mwamba's tournament squad though. We've also seen the likes of Tony Owor, played at Strathmore Leos and for Mwamba. And as we speak, this is a line break from John O'Duke up against his former teammates from the Strathmore Leos. Eliakim Kichoi does well to keep that ball alive for Mwamba. Keragori Moses playing in big Steve Sikuta. He is a handful. Creating another platform, and now this is Apollo Owino. And John O'Duke is going to go over the whitewash. The response for Mwamba is good. Brings the score to 7-5. Conversion still to come. Daniel Tabu with the conversion to level the scores. It is 7-7 in this 5th place semi-final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. And that was John O'Duke reacting quickest, knowing that he had enough gas to take him over the whitewash. This is Matoka. Has been a hard worker for Strathmore Leos throughout this tournament. Barnabas Owor almost fumbled there. Referee is playing the advantage. The penalty is quickly taken by Arnold Muita, and it is going to be a second try for Richard Omido. Well, he sets up Collins Minor for this try, brings the score to 12-7 with the conversion to come. It remains end-to-end stuff between these two great rivals in the 5th place semi-final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Glimpse there of the coaching staff from Mwamba RFC, Billy Odhiambo and Collins Injera, teammates for the Kenya National Sevens team Shujaa for over a decade. Shared a lot of high moments together. This is Arnold Muita with the restart, the former Lenana school man. He was a nippy scrum half. Missed the better part of the campaign. Eliakim Kichoi fumbles with the reception there. There was a collision, both players on the floor. Do hope that they are both well. Eliakim Kichoi looks to have been the worse off from that collision. And back in the commentary booth after taking a stroll around the Rfuea ground is Ernest Akor. I'm sure you have enjoyed the sunlight and sunshine as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. I took a little break to watch the Tesson Warriors, laden with some of the Ugandan players, and especially Conrad Wanyama. He has quickly become a fan favorite, and that's very good to see here on what has been a tough weekend for the Warriors.
Absolutely, as both players from Strathmore Leos and Mwamba receive medical attention. I don't think that Eliakim Kichoi will be playing a further role in this game. He is up on his feet though. It was a mid-air collision between Eliakim Kichoi and Barnabas Owor. Both players with eyes on the ball, both landing awkwardly. It remains 14-7. This is the first half of the 5th place semi-final between Strathmore Leos and Mwamba. The Strathmore Leos in the blue and white strip. Let's just catch a glimpse of former Mwamba man and Strathmore head coach Louis Kisia. Industrious back row in his day. That is Collins Maina, carries the ball forward. Richard Omido, he's on a brace. Referee Robinson Kiplangat calling for the handling error, as the physical toll is continuing to be evident on both sets of players. Another Strathmore Leos player down on the floor. Play resumes. It is Mwamba looking to exit their 22. Dan Tabu to the floor. Ball carried just past the Mwamba 22. It's a battle for the ball there. Vic Airo is on. And now Steve Sikuta sucking in his opponents, creating another platform for Mwamba. Eliakim Kichoi, the show and go. Looks for support, he doesn't find it. He finds the floor, is kept alive. Mwamba have been forced into a raft of changes. Bringing on Kevin Rimui. In place of Moses Keragori. John O'Duke just looks to be running gingerly, as he is marshaled off the pitch by the Mwamba medic Steve Mankone. Muita. This is Vic Airo, and now Matoka loses his mouthpiece but not the ball. Owor. Collins Maina with the hop and step, but doesn't gain much ground despite his physical exertions. The penalty advantage still with the Leos, and this is Gabriel Yimba, hesitant before delivering it to Owor. And now this is Airo. splitting the Mwamba defense open, scoring under the post for the Strathmore Leos' third try right on the stroke of halftime. 19-7 with the conversion to come. Matoka is sure with the extras, and at halftime it is Mwamba trailing the Strathmore Leos by 21 points to 7. We will be back for the second half shortly.
What are we doing? Like tunakimbia kosa tunakataza kitu. If you're running either send it early ama ukimbia hivyo beba. Usipoe piga ma breaks. Kumbuka rack tuko mbele ya rack. If you run across unakuja unasimamishwa hapo. Wale watu they have a lot of distance to cover. Sawa. Let's be direct. What are we doing Mukaya? Let's be direct. Kumbuka kwanza tukikio rack katikati and tuchape speed of 3s. Tutawapata every time on that one. Sawa. So tuache pass tu kama tujui ninafanyika. We have to be direct at some point. Sawa. Sana sana kwa second last guy kwa edges. Hapo unataka tuwe direct. But kutoka edge uanze hiyo bluff rush. Just run across, drag, simple switch or carry, pick rack, load one side and play again. Sawa. So tufanye hizo vitu. Can we look interested hata kwa defense? Sawa. Remove side most the back.
Grace. Kwa Jesus Christ and the love of God and fellowship with us. Straight hapo kidogo tu. Tucheze tu. Tunaonyesha tu. Tucheze sasa. Hii ni brothers okay. Okay, tuko. 3 2 1. Brothers. Najua tumetoka basi.
If you're joining us, this is the 5th place semi-final between the Strathmore Leos and Mwamba. It is the Leos in the blue and white leading Mwamba in the multicolored shirts by 21 points to 7. Stanislaus Shikoli from kickoff is going to extend the lead for the Leos. Well, he hands it over to Andrew Matoka. The try under the sticks brings the scores to 26-7. Matoka converts 28-7. Strathmore Leos head and shoulders above Mwamba in this one. And from the restart, it is Eliakim Kichoi looking to get things going for Mwamba, but the advantage again is not in his favor. He remains on the floor, looks to have been injured in contact. Let's just catch the fans here at the Rfuea ground. Brighter weather than it was on Saturday. Just catch a glimpse of the crowd here. KCB fans looking relaxed. I don't know what they want. Do they want to win the cup title, having already sealed the overall National 7th Circuit title? Or will they be basking in the glory For now, the action is on the field of play. Eliakim Kichoi being shepherded off the pitch by Steve Mankone. It was Leo Opiayo, a big boy for the Strathmore Leos, took the ball into contact. Matoka, silky running from the Kenya international fullback. Brian Mwendo, Kenya under-20 international, bringing in 2-try hero Richard Omido, carries that ball 3 more meters forward. Vic Airo Ayimba with a kick downfield. The chase is on. Matoka will be hoping for the lucky bounce, and he scores under the posts with the swan dive. Brings the score to 33-7. There's one-way traffic in this 5th place semi-final. The Strathmore Leos looking to atone for that disappointment when they lost to Nondies 7-5 in the Cup quarter-final earlier this morning. Well, Brian Ayimba is a forward with kicking skills. And that element of his game makes him quite the player. It is 35-7 to the Strathmore Leos. Well, the score remains 35-7. Well, the restart is high from Steve Osumba. Showing up for this match with a heavily bandaged knee, didn't go the requisite 10, and from the free kick, Mwamba quickly taking it and looking to get more points on the board for respectability. John Oduk scored the sole try for Mwamba. He is racing clear, being brought down, keeping it alive once again. Sikuta. And this will be a consolation try for Mwamba. It is Apollo Owino going over the whitewash to cut the deficit to 35-12. 2 minutes, 4 seconds remain in the second half of this 5th place semi-final. The winner of this match will meet the winner of the second 5th place semi-final between Kabras Sugar and Kenya Harlequin. That match kicking off in about 3 minutes from now. No luck with the conversion. It remains 35-12. The restart from Mwamba. Probably looking to milk one more try. Well, it's not going to happen. That ball straight out from the restart. And with that, a free kick for the Leos. Louis Kisia getting one over his former club. Well, it will be... Yeah, indeed. The free kick for the Strathmore Leos, just going through the motions. Time virtually up on the clock. Little to do in 18 or so seconds. In our picture there, we can see Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. He is a part of the crowd that is here today for the final day of the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Yimba is a bit casual in the ball reception. The buzzer has sounded for full time. Not too sure the referee Robinson Kiplangat has heard it. Let's catch a glimpse of the KCB fans still taking in their circuit title victory. But Mwamba looking to put a lot more respectability in the scoreline, not by losing the ball on the tackle. Well, the penalty advantage still with Mwamba. Steve Sikuta a bit too eager. And it's over. It is Strathmore Leos marching to the 5th place final with a 35-12 win over hosts Mwamba RFC. Up next is the second of the 5th place semi-finals. It is Kabras Sugar in the yellow against the team in the quartered shirts, Kenya Harlequin. Taking you through this one is Ernest Akor.
Disappointing return, and a rather sad return for Kabras. Rugby onto the playing field.
Tackle! Zap, it's a mole now. It's a mole. Crutch! Bind! Set! Swing advantage, knock on. Tackle! No advantage played. The first knock on over here.
Quick look at that try again. That cross kick by Amon Wamalwa. And then Leon Yang going all the way in the chase. He beats Walati for pace. And then just tips it on, keeps it live in play. Rather, Hilary Salano could only look on as the flyer dived over for the first try of the game. Kabras building now from deep inside their 22 with this scrum feed. Stable carrying off the base and put off the boot. Very good territory, past halfway, gained
We have a line out here, Black.
by Kabras.
So Black. Black. Yellow. Hey, close. Go 10.
Line out is taken quickly, but it is reclaimed by Kabras instead, and now Alfred Oregi has carried them into the 22. Referee says tackler needs to release. Quick start from Patrick Lumumba. The entire Queen's defense is offside. This should be a stroll for Serrano, and he puts the Kabras back at level with Queen's conversion to come. Flag stays down. Conversion is not good. But Kabras have got their comeback. It's now back to square one.
Leon. Hey.
Beautiful offload in the
center
tackle.
is here.
And then
Hey, take it from the center. Center is there.
an overload of numbers
Taking it from
on the
there.
open side. Salano over
Leon.
for Kabras' first try of the game.
Tackle! Ball went back.
Fumbled play by the Queens, handed over to the Kabras. Eric Cantona with some footsteps. Fleet-footed. But that tackle
released the ball,
necessitated
holding on.
that he release the ball, which he did not. And Thomas Simiyu caught in no man's land. He will be spending the next 2 minutes in the bin for that offside infringement.
Penalty.
And now the Queens attacking with the man advantage.
Tackle.
Felix Makoha
You're playing advantage.
getting
Coming
busy
in
at
from
that
the
breakdown. Referee says advantage for side entry at that breakdown. Wamalwa knows he has the advantage, so he keeps the ball to Makoha for Mokoro rather.
Advantage over.
And now the try scorer Leon Young again puts it to the boot. But this time he's not able to keep the ball in play. Queens are playing the territorial game, patient build-up in play. And there's the man in the bin.
Yellow.
Catching a breather, but his teammates on the pitch having to do double the work
You have the tunnel.
as the clock slowly ticks down to the end of the first half. All square, 5 points to 5 between the Queens and the Kabras.
Here. Yellow here. And black here.
And yet again, the referee is ensuring that the defending team do not close that tunnel. Short line out. Stolen by the Queens. There will be another one
The same mark.
at the same exact mark. Can Kabras outsmart the Queens? Yes, they do. With that short carry at number 1. But that's going to be the last play of the first half. Queens Kabras inseparable in the first 7 minutes of this game. The halftime score: Kenya Harlequin 5 and Kabras Sugar 5.
Kuna? Somehow. Both teams don't want to play.
Yeah, I think so.
Huh?
I just gave you a
Ikoaje side yako?
Kwa hiyo line out. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Sijui mbona nimerudi nyingine. Hata niwe amenionyesha time. Nilikuwa nimeswitch off. It's both teams that don't want to play.
Just talk about it. Yeah, about it, yeah. I can't tell you. But let's do this. If you get to any line out, talk to any of us.
In a fight better, but we don't even
understand what's going on. Yeah. Sawa. Not on you.
Not on you.
On the game.
Not on you. It's on the game.
So let's msaidia sasa. Ukifika kwa line out, ongelesha one of us mwenye atakuwa.
Okay, sawa.
Back for the second half, Kabras looking to seal their position into the 5th place playoff semi-final.
Have a free kick here. The ball went straight
But
out.
that restart there goes on the full into touch. 2 balls on the playing field. But Harmony Amon Wamalwa will be getting the Queens underway, and he straight away puts it to boot, goes on a foot race with Matthias Osimbo, beats him for pace, tackled without the ball.
The ball left the pitch. He made a dead.
It goes into touch in goal.
Yeah, we'll go back. You are contesting for the ball.
And the referee says we'll have a 22-meter drop despite the appeals from Wamalwa.
So you take the kick. Make sure you're behind the ball. Make sure you're behind the ball.
22 drop kick deep by Eric Cantona.
Well back.
Gathered by Leon Nyang. He finds Mokoro on the switch.
Heads down fast.
There's a player there. Cantona not supporting his body weight fast at the breakdown, however. Now the Queens attacking into space. Matthias Felix Makoha rather is forced into touch.
So ready up.
Kabras' defense is standing up to the test.
No. Hold it.
That Queens is putting on them.
Yellow. Black.
Look at that carry by Makoha. And then a very good tackle around the waist. It's what World Rugby is encouraging for player safety and to reduce those effects of head injuries when these young men have come to the end of their playing careers. Good contest by the Kabras at the breakdown. It's an open ball. And now Eric Cantona offloading to Patrick Lumumba. Lumumba finds Adaka Brisson. Takes 2 men to bring him down, but he's still on his feet.
Get back! Get back! You're playing advantage offside.
Now Salano. Cantona, long ball. Was a hospital pass. Derek Hindu.
Offside
But
block.
the Kabras had the advantage for offside there. Quickly restarted by Patrick Lumumba.
Go 10, make sure you're 10.
And then acres of space on the outside. But the double blow of the whistle means that
You didn't go 10, you tackled.
Queens have run out of their luck.
Tackle.
The man is going to be spending the next 2 minutes in the bin. Power play for
Penalty.
Kabras.
Please
They
go 10.
need to take advantage.
This is not 10. Look at the AR. Look at the
They need
AR.
to make maximum use of this man advantage that they have.
Scrum.
And it will start with the scrum just in the middle of the 22, about 10 meters away from the uprights.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Cantona turning the angle after that carry from the base. Space on the outside and numbers.
You're playing advantage.
Shihindu drops the ball and leaves it behind.
Knock on.
And the Queen's
Scrum down
defense
black.
have denied Kabras a chance at striking them and assuming the lead.
Okay, you have the mark. Now crouch. Bind. Set. They are 5.
Wamalwa, a high kick looking for territory for Queens to exit their red zone.
You're playing advantage, knock
And
on.
that's going to be advantage to Kabras after Nyang tapped it forward in an attempt to regather.
Tackle.
Patrick Lumumba now.
You're playing advantage, tackler not rolling away.
Advantage to Kabras. Long ball out wide now. Beautiful dancing feet of Matthias Osimbo. And he loses that ball forward, but the advantage has not come to fruition, so ball stays in the hands of
You have a penalty here, tackler not
the
rolling away.
Kakamega boys.
Here's the mark.
You have the mark here.
Clock is steadily ticking down to the end of the game. We could be having another extra time showdown. Eric Cantona tackled by his fellow small man, Lucky Dewald. Now Kabras keeping the ball alive. Shanson Misoga. There's two men chasing. One brings him down. But the support plays there. Wamalwa taps that ball in contact. Referee says play on. Hilary Salano scored the try at the end of the first half, but Sirikwa is too eager going for that try, and Kabras advantage does not count, but Amon Wamalwa will be going to the bin for that knock forward in the tackle.
It is you that tapped the ball. So we have a penalty here.
Queens will be playing with a man down in the last 2 minutes of this half. Can they deny Kabras from scoring at the death as the hooter sounds?
Crouch! Bind! Set!
Eric Cantona for Osimbo. Osimbo carries into contact. He offloads to Salano. Kabras are just 5 short, but what contest from Queens.
Leave it. You've already lost it.
Referee says play on, and Queens have earned the turnover. Credit to Zeden Maro doing all the hard work at that breakdown. And now Queens clear their area. It's a foot race. 3 Queens players against 1 of Kabras. He wins the ball, but he throws it into touch. That's cynical play. He knew he could send it into extra time. The Kabras technical bench could only smile as he had no other choice. Keep the ball. It would be a turnover. Throw the ball away. It would be a yellow card. Damned if he did, damned if he didn't. And he decided to toss it into touch. It's going to be a yellow card. For Salano, let's take a look at that. 3 Queens players against 1 Kabras player. The odds were against him, but he did the first job. And then he tossed it into touch. That's cynical play. Probably a try scoring opportunity, but it's going to be just a penalty for the Queens. 6 against 6 in this last play of the second half. The 2 teams have been inseparable in this game. Score still stands at 5-5.
Hey, here's the mark. Mark is behind you. Play.
Lucky Dewald on the restart has 2 men on his right. Kicks it through again. And now Eric Cantona grounds it, but then the referee says Dewald was impeded in his chase. Taken quickly again by the Queens, and then back to the right side. Makoha. Kabras defending for their lives, giving away multiple penalties.
No, him.
And there's Wamalwa back again on the pitch. It's 7 up against 6. He decides to go for the drop goal. It's the first time we're seeing a drop goal attempt in this game. Wamalwa, a good kicker off his right boot. It's wide. Wamalwa's attempt. And you can see Zeden Maro's disappointment in the decision having been made. There's a penalty there, but we shall be going to extra time.
5-5, eh?
Kabras and the Kenya Harlequin inseparable after 14 minutes of regulation time. 5-5 the score. We'll be having 5 minutes of extra time per half. First to strike goes through to the 5th place final.
We'll make the call. You win. Side kickoff. Kickoff. From what side? This. So you're kicking to the other side. It's immediately. Go back. So many penalties. It was the I've done it several times.
Extra time, 5 minutes to play between Queens and Kabras, but the first to strike will be going into the 5th place final. Lucky Dewal there, losing the ball in contact. Just hoping he hasn't hurt himself as he attempted to make that break between the two chasing players.
Okay.
Let's take a look at that restart again. Very good kickoff from Eric Cantona. Could have seen a foot out to trip the world. Yep, there's a foot out to trip him. Kabras committing reckless challenges there and lucky to get away with it this time. Pressure from the Queens at the breakdown. Misoga playing halfback duties and then a switch in direction. Referee says that's a forward pass. But his hand signal, incidental, is pointing towards the Kabras side. But nonetheless, it's going to be a Kenya Harlequin speed as they come back to a full complement of points, of men rather.
Crutch! Bang!
Queens looking to build from their 10-meter territory.
You're playing advantage.
Referee says advantage for offside. Cantona too eager to get underway and
offside.
Penalty has been given. Queens now, Dewald. With Laban Kipsang, the Kenya under-20 captain, in support. Wamalwa puts it to the boot. Cross kick does not find his foot accurately, so it lands in the hands of Matthias Osimbo. Matthias Osimbo breaking tackles and offloading to Ashuhindu.
No, he's okay.
Eric Cantona now. It's in the hands of Orege.
Tackle!
The pause and start and go from Osimbo breaks the gain line and puts Kabras on the front foot. Janson Misoga attempting a heavy carry, but he's flipped off his feet by the defender. Now Kabras recycling. Cantona, the dummy, and hits that gap. Tackled by Mayokoha. Ashihindu playing halfback duties. Asirikwa cannot gather the pass as it flies just over him.
Tackle!
And now Osimbo with a strong carry. Misoga again. Osimbo is back on his feet and will play halfback duties off the base to the left side. Kabras in possession. Beautiful step that nearly caught Maro on the floor. Kabras maintaining possession, patient build up at halfway. Asirikwa decides to go back to the big boys, finds Ashihindu. Ashihindu will use that fend to break away, but not successfully as he has been tackled. And now the attempt to release the ball and get back on his feet is adjudged to have been inaccurate.
Yes, you are.
And now Queens can attack from that penalty. Kipsang on the switch finds Kibi.
Tackle! Stop! Play!
Remke wrestles his way to the ground, but the ball has been turned over
Good.
by the Kabras and then again by the Queens.
Tackle! Hey, leave it 14.
Jan Remke. Zeden Maro now. Beautiful dancing feet from Lucky Dewald. He finds the space in the middle. Asirikwa to chase. He puts it to the boot. It's a foot race with yet again Kabras caught with the ball alone and they have to throw it into touch. It's a sure yellow card there for Matthias Osimbo. Lucky Dewald has wheels for days. Simbo is the first to the ball. Dewald brings him to the ground and then Simbo has no choice. He's attempting to kick, he drops it, said knock on, and then he tosses it into touch. Full penalty. But the referee says, let's take the knock on first. Kabras very, very fortunate to get away with that. Dewald for Wamalwa. Wamalwa, long ball out wide. Doesn't find the man. Kabras have possession. It's been turned over by the Queens, but referee says there's a handling error. Perhaps maybe at that breakdown. Ball came off the foot for sure. And there will be consultation with the assistant referee. Yep, as the halftime hooter for extra time goes, ball came off the foot of the Kenya Harlequins player, and then the Kabras player holding on. Should be a full penalty actually for the Queens, but will take the scrum, says the referee. Queens can score and save some time for both teams. That extra 5 minutes in second half, if they manage to score now and Kabras can deny them that chance, maybe a counter-attack and they could take the honours themselves. Dewald carrying it to the line, finds Zeden Maro into contact. There's a man with his hands on the ball. Turnover well won by Kabras. Now it's their opportunity to strike before halftime. Eric Cantona into the pocket for Ashihindu. Through the hands. And then the wide pass out to Asirikwa. Asirikwa finds the edge. Slow build up by Kabras. Orege. Now Cantona has the big man on his outside. Ashihindu up against Makoha, brought down by Makoha. Good tackle and a good contest at the breakdown by the Queens. Referee's hand is out. But Queens have the ball, and now Laban Kipsang, I think it's the fatigue. He throws it straight into the referee's back, and that will be the last play of this first half of extra time. Queens and Kabras still inseparable at 5 points apiece.
It has been a great spectacle of rugby, this fifth place semi-final between Queens and Kabras. No winner, nobody wants to win this game yet after 19 minutes of play into the final 5 minutes. An immediate changeover. The crowd continues to build here at the Rfuea ground.
Not much time to rest in extra time. It will be just a short water break and then switch sides quickly off for the second half. Queens will have the kickoff this time. And there you can hear the referee saying, let's have the switch as quickly as we can. Wamala with ball in hand. He had the opportunity to win the game early on with that drop goal attempt, but it sailed just wide, and now here we are in extra time. Queens maintain possession. With the wrister, does it go short? Wamalwa decides to go long and deep. But has he overcooked it? Certainly. It's going to be a free kick for Kabras at halfway. Queens looking to pin Kabras in their own in-goal, in their own red zone, has resulted in a free kick for Kabras at halfway. Cantona to the big boys on the left side. Strong carrying there from Bryson Adaka. He's still going, gaining valuable meters for Kabras. Johnson Misoga for Cantona again. And now the big man through the middle. Ashihindu should be it. Turns the man inside out. He can stretch over and score the try to send Kabras into the 5th place final. What a run! Over 40 meters. Derek Ashihundu. If there was any man that needed to step up for the Kabras, looking for inspiration, the Sugarmen, and they found it. They will be progressing, conversion successful or not, they will be progressing to the 5th place final. And that's good enough to get some cheers from the fans. Conversion is short. Kabras have come from behind to beat the Queens by 10 points to 5. And they will be featuring in the 5th place final. What a carry from Derek Ashihindu. Out of 4, similar to KCB, but the champions-elect especially, they did their part in ensuring that they could keep the tie to fight alive. And unfortunately, what we had hoped would go all the way down to the wire didn't come to happen, as KCB dropped their opportunity against the defending champions, Menengai Oilers. So the champions-elect will be playing this game well knowing that they're already champions. You could put your foot off the gas if you're the banker, but certainly they are looking to go all the way and defend the Kabeberi Sevens trophy. Yet again, we see very good kickoffs from the halfbacks, but the credit hasn't been given to the chasers
You go to push parallel to the
as they're putting all that pressure on. Mike Wamalwa, the ball has been missed by the catchers from the Nondies, and the bounce just gets the better of him. But that's good combination between the kickers and the chasers. Love to see it. I've enjoyed seeing it this whole weekend.
Under. Clutch.
And he
bind. Set.
And he has
stability.
a trophy already as a coach.
Matizia. Keeper tackles low, okay?
Try time it is. Brian Wahinya striking early, hard and fast off that restart. The penalty was given for the high tackle, and Nondies are not making effort to go low. A short try from a halfback, a very cunning halfback, will always find that gap as the defenders are trying to space out the gaps between them on the short side.
Well, the conversion is wide. It remains 5-0. Anything to play for. Extra motivation for both teams. Nondies looking to make it 2 from 2, but let's just see that. Doing that, the coming defenders would be anticipating the pass. Or he just sells the dummy and goes over 4.
Just make sure they're behind the ball.
Conversion attempt is wide. It remains 5-0 to KCB. We're midway through the first half here at the Rfuea ground. This is Cup semi-final number 1 at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, the final round of what has been a grueling 2023 SportPesa National 7th Circuit season. Center referees Victor Dwar from Gilgil in Nakuru County. Experienced referee, also passionate about rugby development, and indeed some of his charges were competing in the under 13 age grade competitions that started on Friday and ended yesterday. This is Mumbwani with the kick behind the KCB defenders. The foot race is on. Mumbwani counting on the bounce of the ball. It isn't lucky both for him, and eventually the potential threat is snuffed out. Mike Wamalwa can afford a smile there for KCB. You can just see the focus, the anticipation from the Nondies forwards, taking the game to the bankers. That kick behind the defender is always a slippery slope.
Set. Stability. Offside.
This is Wahinya. Will keep possession. Emmanuel Opondo, former Kenya under-20 international, starting this game. Came in as a replacement in the squad for William Opaka, who was in the KCB squad that travelled to Eldoret for the TISAP Sevens. And this is Opondo. Wahinya. Amunga not being given much space, but using his physical strength to fend off his defender. Surely Amunga will score KCB's second try, extending the lead to 10-0. And for the first time in this tournament, in fact for the first time over the past 2 weekends, Nondies are trailing by 2 tries because they have always fought back, offered an immediate response. How do you think they can fight back from this?
Nondies up against a challenge that they hadn't faced yet. These are the champions-elect. KCB have always come out guns blazing. Their first game ended 50-0 and they always score fast. It's that early start from the KCB that has caught the Nondies a little bit unaware. Nondies usually slow to get into the game, and hopefully towards the end of this first half they can put some points on the board and then start the second half on a strong note.
Flat.
Meanwhile, Brian Wahinya makes no mistake with the conversion. Let's just see that again. That is Levi Amunga beating his first defender. Great physical strength from Amunga. And once that was done, there was no stopping the former Kenya Sevens international, an alumnus of the Kenyatta University, where he played alongside Brian Wahinya. The weather conditions just looking to change. We do hope that it remains good and favorable, as there is a great crowd building up in the stands. Mumbwani, Olo, this is Charles Omondi. Nondies are still in this. Awesome hard work done by Fred Shisia, all recycled, and now this is Olo Mumbwani once again. And the pass to Bruce Odhiambo, eventually finding Fred Shisia coming close to the KCB try line. Penalty advantage, penalty quickly taken by Mumbwani, attempting to dance past Levi Amunga, who arrests him. No pun intended. Turnover is forced. KCB not giving up an inch. As they lead by 12 points to 0 in this cup semi-final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Couple of happy faces as referee Victor Odwor blows for halftime. KCB leading nondescripts by 12 points to 0. Cup semi-final action at the Kabeberi Sevens.
Because of the good work that you are doing, stay busy. Stay busy.
just make sure that they are behind the ball, okay? And just bounce behind the line, okay? Cheers,
And we're back for the second half. The knock-on in the attempted take from Elfas Adunga, giving Nondies an opportunity to first of all enter the KCB 22 and then go in pursuit of points. KCB leading through tries from Brian Wahinya and Levia Munga. Wahinya sure with one conversion. It is 12-0 to the Bankers, playing in their blue and lime green strip. Nondies in the white and red. And this should be a try for Nondies. It is. And it is Sankara Wafula going over the whitewash, throwing a lifeline to Nondies. 12-5. Everything to play for in the second half. Nyenya Moseti's conversion attempt is wide. The scores remain 12-5 in favor of KCB. This is some good tidings for Nondies, looking for an immediate response, and it was that interplay between Moseti and Wafula that gets Nondies the first points of the half. Manuel Opondo was not going to stop the momentum or the touchdown. This is Brian Wahinya cantering down that left flank. Another dummy from Wahinya. It is a difficult man to stop. Referee Victor Dwar calls for the high tackle, and the penalty advantage is with KCB.
The first knock-on was by Nondies. Was by White first. I was playing advantage with that one. So you just go for this penalty. For high tackle. Hi. Max here.
This is Emmanuel Opondo and Eugene Ouma. That is Bob Muhati on for the second half. 2 more meters gained forward for KCB. But then that infringement from Muhati, doing everything right and then one wrong move to undo all his hard work. Guilty of holding on. It remains finely poised. 12-5, KCB leading Nondies in this cup semi-final at the Kabeberi Sevens.
Just wait. Am I high? No.
Relaxed.
Yeah.
Too relaxed. Actually, that was a clear indication of how composed you are. After that penalty, there was some flagging around the 5
Just carry down. Actually, for me, was that one because I knew there was a knock-on by White. So I was playing advantage. So I was not sure if Green had knocked on. That's why I was coming back for this. But regardless, I would have just gone for this one. I just wanted to have a clear picture.
There's a break in play as Nondies player receives medical attention. He is actually being marshaled off the field of play.
Yeah. 2 by 2.
Nondies in possession from the line out. 3 minutes 37 seconds remain in the half. Brilliant change of direction. Nondies going in search of a second score and conversion. but they lose possession to KCB.
Clear.
And they are further penalized.
Clear. Now you can't just swim around, then you go for him, okay? Clutch! Bind! Set! Stability!
And this is Opondo from the base of the scrum. Michael Wamalwa beats his first defender, but he is taken out to touch. KCB ceding the possession. 2 minutes 31 seconds remaining in this cup semi-final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. KCB already crowned the Sport Pesa National 7th Circuit champions, looking to defend their Kabeberi Sevens title, but they have to deal with the resistance from Nondies. It remains finely poised, 12-5 to the bankers.
10, continue moving 10. 10, play on.
This is Moses Abegi.
Play on.
All his experience to get Nondies out of their 22. Victor Duor playing the advantage. Begi has remained on the floor. Fidel Olo with the offload to Fred Shisia.
Let's go back for this one. Yeah, it is.
And Odor penalizes KCB for the initial infringement. But time is ticking in this cup semi-final at the Kabeberi Sevens.
No, it's a knock-on. Okay. It's not water break. Okay, it's not water break. Thank you.
Meanwhile, Nondies have been on a streak of 10 matches unbeaten, but they are trailing in this one. But we saw them dig deep against the Strathmore last weekend in Eldoret to win the T-Sub Sevens, and again this morning when they edged the same side 7-5 in the cup quarter-final.
Bind. Set. Stability.
This is Mumbwani once again with the kick downfield. Michael Wamalwa will have to be aware of his surroundings. Yes, he is. Will be a 22-meter dropout for KCB. With about 30 seconds to play, they will be only too happy to run down the clock.
Just make sure they're behind the ball, okay?
This is Brian Oahinya. The kick downfield. The bounce of the rugby ball was a bit difficult, but eventually claimed by Calvin Sheunda. Experienced campaigner he is, and that's another experienced campaigner, Charles Omondi, MVP last weekend in Eldoret. Moseti being slowed down by Odawa.
You can't take it down. You can't take it down.
Nondies with the infringement. Anxious moments on the KCB bench. Brian Wahinya will boot this ball out to touch. Just forcing Nondies to retreat. This is massive real estate gained for KCB.
Here. Just move. Move.
But it isn't straight. Changes for KCB in the forwards.
Bind.
Lionel Agilite.
Set.
It's on in the KCB forwards, and this is Mumbwani. One last throw of the dice for Nondies, and they will look to make the most of it. Calvin Sheunda delayed the pass before going into contact. Mombwani, Olo. Bringing in Charles Omondi. Looked to have taken out. Absolutely, that was a strong carry, but the determination from Eugene Omondi just delaying the momentum and progress of Omondi, but still a threat being posed by Nondies down that left flank. Recycling it, keeping it alive. Shiasi.
No trolling. Mark up.
That was ambitious from Fidel Olo. They cede possession and it is full time. Nondi's 10-match unbeaten streak in the National 7th Circuit comes to an end, but 2 successive cup semi-finals for the Grand Old Club of Kenya Rugby is good enough returns for Ben Nyambu and his Chargers. But eventually it is KCB winning the cup semi-final against Nondescripts by 12 points to 5.
But they met a force that was unstoppable, a force that are working towards coming up now is the second cup semi-final to determine who will meet KCB in the cup final. Nakuru, what a run from that team, and then their fellow Nakuru team Menengai Oilers also on a rather spirited run. Nakuru began the day yesterday with a draw against the Strathmore Leos, and then they topped their pool. Then that upset of the Kenya Harlequin in extra time. But the Oilers, after losing to KCB, qualified as second seed in their pool, and they pulled off the mother of all upsets to deny Kabras a chance at the 7th title. They now begin their charge for the Kabeberi Sevens Cup final, and maybe then, maybe there, they can deny KCB the chance of defending that title. Harold Ojango now trying to work his way forward. He's been brought to the ground. Takla needs to release. Felix Njenga, and the gap opens up in the middle for Tony Okech. Bit of a hospital pass to Clinton Odiambo, who just tossed it forward to save himself from a rushing shoulder. That's a forward pass, and it's going to be a scrum feed for those men in green, Nakuru. It's going to be non-stop action all the way up to the cup final. And so if you needed to get any break, you should now. If you needed to make your way to the Rfuea grounds here, you should well be on your way already. This event is being streamed live on Mwamba TV and Kenya Rugby Union platforms, brought to you by Reality Media. Oh yeah. Harold Ojango appeared to have got a speck in his eye. That's the reason for the stoppage in play. Javan Otieno inspired Nakuru to this semi-final. He gets the game underway with the scrum feed. A strong carry from Ogwang, who offloads to Philip Okeo. Philip Okeo is clutching on his face, appeared to have taken a hit right there. Now again another offload, this time from Henry Demba, but it doesn't go to a hand. And Elkins Musonye will start Oilers charge forward to the short side, and yet again the number 9 Odero throws the ball into the referee's back. We saw it in the previous games. I think the fatigue is coming into the players, or maybe the referees are standing in the wrong position at the wrong time.
I'd like to think that it is the fatigue coming into the awareness and, you know, just the execution of everything that the players are doing. It has been 2 grueling days, and when you consider for Nakuru and Menengai Oilers having to make the trip last week from Nakuru to Eldoret and then this week from Nakuru to Nairobi, that fatigue is going to catch up with you regardless of how fit you are.
And this is deep into the second day of action. So certainly these 6 rounds that they have played will come to count, but there's a long break coming up in Kenyan rugby. First tournament of the season is wrapping up today. A couple of weeks off for these players, and maybe for the big men to prepare for the long format 15s game.
Absolutely. The Sevens circuit signals the start of the 2023-2024 Kenyan rugby season. And after this, teams will be looking to transition into 15s rugby with the Kenya Cup, which kicks off in November. Dates to be confirmed though, but it is going to be a long and grueling journey, hence the pre-season that is required for the 15s rugby season.
Back underway. The clock is back on. With a strong carry off that scrum penalty. Finds the 22. Musonye now decides to go himself. First tackle broken, second tackle has to catch onto his bootlaces. Samido Njenga with a chicken wing offload that finds nobody. It's still on the floor, lands in the hands of Nakuru players. Now Chalupo Ogwang will put on the afterburners and run around his opposite man. Sports day it is. He will wait for the opponent to arrive. Try time Nakuru against the Oilers.
Well, this Nakuru derby serving up everything a derby should. Fantastic tries, showboating, and as it stands, it is Nakuru leading the Oilers by 5 points to 0. Conversion is successful. It is Nakuru 7-0 against the Menengai Oilers. Cup semi-final number 2. The winner of this match meets KCB in the cup final later this afternoon. Indeed, has been reliable for Nakuru throughout the National 7th Circuit. This is Lubanga for the Oilers. Did well to pluck that ball from the restart. But that pass, it was 50-50. And indeed, Oilers caught in a spot of bother. Just a bit of indecision in that delivery.
Searching his pockets for the card. Victor Matiko won't be lucky to get away with that attempted intercept. Slap the ball down. Free penalty for the Oilers. They've indicated that they are going to go to the corner, find some touch, and with it comes some precious territory. They need to work hard to gain those meters, but a penalty is an easy way to do it. Set piece, attacking against 6 men. But make the easy decision of putting 2 men in that line out. There's a mandatory one that's supposed to be that 2 meter channel. That 5 meter channel 2 meters away from the touchline. Then backline defense. Line out goes the way of the Oilers and they carry it straight forward of the line out.
That was Anduvate just driving 3 more meters forward. Odero, and then the kick behind the defender. This surely should be a response from the Oilers.
Chess has been impeded, but first to arrive is Eugene Lubanga for the try that responds to Nakuru's early start.
Nakuru a bit too casual in dealing with that loose ball and made to pay. But Eugene Lubanga doing what every coach instructs, chasing that ball right to the death.
It's that support play that is very important in sevens. As the conversion is slotted successfully and we're back to square one in the first half. That's smart play from the Oilers, recognizing that the entire team were on the front line. Tony Okech puts on the afterburners. He knows that the defense have to stop and turn and chase him. And then that arrival by Eugene Lubanga, sliding through and scoring the match leveling try.
Runga for the
with B Kutu but absolutely the 7. Look at that. And on right at past
We're back for the second half, and the Oilers extending the lead to 17-7. It was Anduvati with the delivery, then that brilliant change of direction.
Got the cameraman napping as well.
You have the key to the office.
Oilers keeping the ball alive through the hands, and then the offload. A dash to the corner sees the Oilers score at the end of the first half, and at the start of the second half. Like we had said, those are the most opportune times to strike because you catch your opponent's cold. Now Nakuru, they need to score and respond as quickly as possible. Sending it through the hands wide. And what a line from Samuel Mwaura. Keeping possession is Nakuru. Lusesi for Njuguna. That's good ball retention at that breakdown. Ogwang cutting back inside. Nakuru are playing beautiful rugby today. Hannington Wabwire now into the Oilers half they go. And on to the boot. There's no man who will be able to match that pace. Does the bounce give it a favorable chance to score? Nakuru strike through the man, none other than Javan Otieno. The defense was stretched and Otieno was well aware of that. The sweeper left at the edge of the touchline, and all he had to do was kick it through. There's the sweeper trying to race across and cover the space. Otieno was well aware, and he just puts it through. No man patrolling that backfield. He has enough time to get the favorable bounce and to score the try under the uprights. Otieno. Nakuru now just 3 points away from the Oilers. It is 17-4. Yeah. Oilers now attacking from deep in the area. The defense is rushing on, and that's going to be a forward pass. Pressure from Nakuru, forcing the Oilers to play from deep in the area, has resulted in a handling error and an opportunity for Nakuru to take the lead again. Otieno, the try scorer, will be feeding at this scrum. It's hooked by the forwards, but then there's that offside pressure at the breakdown, and has Otieno found the whitewash he's said to have, but the Oilers players were offside, says Otieno, and so says Kiyoko rather, and so the advantage will stick with Nakuru. Another scrum, this time off the penalty called. We shall have a reset there. I can now hear you guys. Ref's mic. And so now, for the third reset, Otieno turning the corner, has numbers on the outside. Strong carry in the middle there and well secured by Nakuru. Back against the grain goes Henry Demba. Try time for Nakuru against the Oilers. They've made that penalty count. What a try from Demba. Nakuru forced the Oilers to rush onto that breakdown, and then just a change in direction. Under the uprights they went. Conversion is good and equal to the measure. So Nakuru now lead by 21 points to 17. We take a look at that again. Otieno carrying off the base, committing the defender, and then that short flat ball onto a man rushing on. A strong carry, putting Nakuru beyond the gain line. And then look at Henry Demba. Comes, eyes on the ball, against the grain. Try time Nakuru. One minute, 12 seconds on the clock. Can Nakuru assert their dominance over the city and the Menengai Oilers? Can the Oilers go all the way to the cup member? Down. Loose by the Catholic monk for that offload. And the ball now. Eric Ogutu on the boot. There's two men chasing against one. The bounce is not favorable for the Impala, but it is for the Catholic monks. Referee says that try will not count as the chaser tapped it forward. And so Impala very, very fortunate to get away with not conceding that try. Teams in this Kabeberi Sevens have made good utilization of strike plays off the boot. The leaders, of course, being the Queens early on in this tournament. Now Impala building from deep in their own area. Beautiful chicken wing offload. And then the pass just before contact. Anthony Onyango. He has lost that ball forward on the floor. So we shall have a scrum feed. This is slowly becoming their sanctuary, the Catholic monks. They've camped here for nearly the entire first half. And now Gutu selling dummies. He has options left and right, but he decides to go himself with a beautiful dummy through the middle. This time the monks will not be denied. Impala have absolutely no answer for this monks attack. And all the action has been on this side of the field. Can Impala ensure that it stays this way in the second half? They trail by a significant margin against the hot Kampala monks, Catholic monks side rather. And the monks retain that possession. Bruce Shihemi just outside his 22. There's a strong contest at the breakdown, but the player didn't support his own body weight, and now the try scorer at the end of the half can go himself on that break looking for the support, but he's not able to free his hands for that offload. Recycled quickly. Long pass out wide into open space. They wing a bit into that short gap, and now Hassan Wambani inside, outside. Try time, Catholic monks. Ogutu, the man who started that move with his line break, will be taking the conversion, but his attempt is wide off the mark. But look at that long pass, cutting out the defender who was going for the jugular on the center, leaving his opposite man, the winger, with acres of space, and then inside, stop outside. Monks leading by 22 points to nil against Impala. Good reset from the monks, but a superb receipt from Impala. This is the first time in this game that they are playing. There's two men on the outside, goes to the gas man at the wing. Anthony Onyango tackled just inside the 22. James Mwangi, dummy, and then the short pass to Elvis Nakitari, staying on his feet and going strong. Offloads to Hilary Alemba. Alemba caught just 5 meters short, and a strong contest from the monks at the breakdown. Referee says there's no advantage for the offside. There will be a stoppage in play to attend to the players who are on the floor. But what a run from Impala there off the restart. Maybe they can put up a fight against the monks, who are running away with this 13th place final. He had 2 to get his hands on the ball, and he scores a good try for the Impala.
And remember, this is the 13th place final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens.
Line out feed for Impala, who take it short and quick. They want to put more points on the board. The men in red. Churchill Obat for the try scorer Anthony Onyango, and now Valentino Cosmas contested that breakdown, but the player is off his feet, making that nosedive into the breakdown. Obat good contest gain from the Monks, but the player needs to stay on his feet for it to be adjudged to be legal. Nakitari, loose pass but gathered by Evans Omondi. And then that opportunistic offload finds the hands of Hassan Wambani of the Monks. They have the advantage. The men in black. Maxwell Omondi breaking the first tackle, and then the offload for Kevin Mburu at full pace. Try time. Catholic Monks stretch their lead even further to 27 points to 5. Impala will not be coming back in this one. If ever there was any doubt. Anyways, because with barely a minute on the clock and needing to score more than twice, it looked like it was out of reach of the Impala. Referee says there's still some time on his clock, so we shall have another restart. But there's that offload to a man running a very good line off the shoulder. And that could only end one way. An easy try in the middle. Now Ogutu sends it long and deep into the Impala territory. Impala have one chance to strike on this last play. Turnover, however, has been won by the Catholic Monks, and they will have the last say in what has been a largely one-sided 13th place final. Catholic Monks 32 points to 5 against the Impala. They've stamped their authority in this game. And the conversion is to the good. So there we have it at full time. Catholic Monks will take the 13th place ahead of Impala. And now for the festival team, the Tessen Warriors up against Masinde Muliro. Tessen Warriors began their day with a walkover against Kisumu in the Challenge Trophy quarterfinal 1, but they breezed past the Daystar Falcons by 40 points to 7. They're up against Masinde Muliro, who have won both games today. Won against Moi University by 19 points to 5, and then again by 21 points to 5 against the Black Blood Masinde Muliro. The University boys up against Tessen Warriors, the festival team. Masinde Muliro with the kickoff from left to right. Tessen Warriors will have first possession of the ball. Tobias Omondi offloads it to Logan Basson, and now into space goes Omondi again. Powerful carry through the Masinde Muliro defense. Gerardo Yaz, the man from Cell C Sharks in the Currie Cup in South Africa, onto the short side. The man step in touch at that wing. Line out at the 22 for Masinde Muliro, who take it quickly. There's a space in the middle. It opens up for Masinde Muliro. Foot race. Defender is able to close that space and force the handling error, but a loose pass again. Tessen Warriors lucky to get away with that one. So back to the scrum feed after that line break. There's the man in jersey 15, Conrad Wanyama, who has become a fan's favorite with his flashy sidesteps and passes. The Tessen Warriors were expected to be the bogey side in this tournament, but a disappointing day one finds them in the Challenge Trophy final. Gerardo Yaz with a light jog through the middle, and now he puts his foot to the floor. He'll speed away for the first try of the game. Gerardo Yaz, what a carry from the South African international. First try of the game, Tessen Warriors, 5 points against Masinde Muliro, and we saw Yaz with very good kicking for conversions. He struck all the 5 in the previous game before a change was made to give him a rest. Let's see if he still has the accuracy of that right boot. This time it's short and wide, so score will stay as is. But look at that easy run through the middle. The hop step beats his opposite man, and then just a light jog before now picking up the pace. He's got pace to burn. Strong restart from the Warriors, but well gathered by Masinde Muliro. They're putting up a good fight, the University boys. Now Musa Mugandi, held up by Yaz. Munoko Paywick, quickly recycled. Washington Ombima with the pass. Now Kaburu, overhead basketball pass to Wabuyele. Wabuyele is a strong ball carrier. An attempted turnover by Omondi is adjudged to have not been legal. He needed to show some daylight before going for the Jacko. Ombima for Wabuyele. Just passes it back to Kaburu now. Kaburu puts it to the boot. Goes into the in goal. And now an unnecessary pass to Logan Bass. Logan Basson is not able to stop the ball from going into touch in goal. Reckless play there from Tessen Warriors, giving those men in blue and white a scrum feed just 5 meters away from their own try area. Soundtrack from this Challenge Trophy final with some traditional music, beautiful cultural music and instruments here in Kenya. And there's that Tessen Warriors technical bench led by Innocent Simiyu. Masinde Muliro to the open side. And short ball for Tyson Juma, who loses it forward. Now Logan Basson. But there will be no advantage. Scrum feed for Tessen Warriors. The last time they had the scrum feed, they scored off that play on the open side. You can see Paul Kitiyu being told to go a little bit wider by the halfback. It's a split field for the Tessen Warriors to attack. Referee says let's have a reset as Masinde Muliro are bringing the pressure to Tessen Sport Warriors. Ball pops up on the side of Masinde Muliro. They've earned a very sharp turnover, but they cannot keep the ball in hand as it slides through the hands of Tyson Juma. Now, onto the boot goes Munoko Pewick, who kicks it straight into Roy Chizito's hands. Chizito is isolated, loses that ball to a turnover, but there's a handling error there from Munoko Pewick. Smiles from the fans in the stands. What a season it has been. 6 circuits across this beautiful East African country of Kenya. The finale is being played here at the Rfuea grounds in the capital Nairobi. Herado Yaz sidestepping and throws a loose pass to Roy Chizito, who slides into touch. Pressure is building up for the Tessen Warriors, who have been saved by that halftime whistle. They will take a slim lead into the break, looking off color, but certainly in the lead against the University Boys of Masinde Muliro. Tessen Warriors 5, Masinde Muliro 0, halftime in the Challenge Trophy final.
Kwa careful, lazima mkitenda forward. Washinde kucheza na forward, hata game iende kwa backs. Backs wa defend uko sawa? Was to sack in, so take 1-on-1 tackles. Iko 5-0. Guys, hii game tunayo. Tukiingia right tuko nani? Hii game tuko nayo.
Kudunda nimeshika balls na option. Sawa. With the grace
of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
God tuko ushindi. On 3 energy. Guys tuko. 3 to 1.
Wamekatika, wamechoka.
Back for the second half, Tessen Warriors leading by 5 points to 0 against Masinde Muliro in this Challenge Trophy final. They will be getting the restart going. Those are beautiful restarts which always put the Tessen Warriors on the front foot to retain possession after the kickoff. Conrad Wanyama selling that Adi Savia dummy and throws a hard pass to his teammate. all well secured, and then the overlap on the short side. Sydney Gongodio carrying it stroke forward and over the gain line, the national sevens champion in Uganda with the Black Pirates. Back to the short side. A very good support line. The Tessen Warriors are keeping the ball alive, and now it's going to be a foot race through the middle. He's isolated, loses it to a very spirited defense of the Masinde Muliro, who have now turned over possession deep inside their own territory. Do they go to the boot or do they carry it forward? They choose to carry it. Washington Ombima to the short side. Munoko Pewick goes. Paul Kitiyu with the tackle, and then waiting for the referee's approval to make that turnover. Doesn't come. Masinde Muliro maintain possession. Omulefu. Turnover by Sydney Gongodio for Conrad Wanyama. Cuts back inside. And then the pass out wide. Gongodio is not able to regather. Masinde Muliro now can counter-attack. They put it to the boot. End-to-end stuff from both teams, but no score on the board yet in this second half. 5 minutes left to play. A loose pass. Whose hands does it find? It finds a Masinde Muliro player who loses it forward, and now again Tessen Warriors with ball in hand attacking the broken field. 2 men on the outside. Herado Yaz decided to go alone, and he concedes a turnover penalty for holding on. Masinde Muliro with the restart now. They like Jogo on that set play. Ombima switches direction, finds Musa Mugandi. Mugandi brought down by Herado Yaz. Told to release, having not shown some daylight. Another strong contest at the breakdown. This time it's legal. Tessen Warriors have earned the turnover. Paul Kitiyu with the crucial play on defense. Substitutions ringing in, and the big men will be catching a break. Coming on is Fred Okoth. As Herado Yaz looks for some touch and territory with that penalty. It's going to be a line out just past halfway for the Tessen Warriors. Line out taken by the Tessen Warriors. Into contact goes Paul Kitiyu, and now back to the short side. Sydney Gongodio fending off his opposite man. Faraji Odugo picks it up, but Gongodio did not release as he tried to turn and present the ball. Good defense from Masinde Muliro. The boys from Uganda are not living up to the standards that were expected of them coming into this Kabeberi Sevens. An opportunistic kick this time by Masinde Muliro into the backfield, well fielded by the Tessen Warriors. Offload to Elvis Kadima looked a little forward in my view, and that certainly of the referee, as the KCB fans begin to flex and show off that they are the new champions of the SportPesa National 7 Circuit 2023. They've even got some face paintings as well, the KCB fans. Kaburu gets the better of Conrad Wanyama, and then the offload. Masinde Muliro strong in the second half. They've managed to strike and level matters through that man, Tyson Juma. Beautiful support play. 1 minute 15 seconds to play on the clock. Conversion is successful. Masinde Muliro will be in the driving seat in this one. It's through the middle. Masinde Muliro are now in the lead against the Tested Warriors with just under 45 seconds to play. Look at that charge by Masinde Muliro. Good defense from the Tested Warriors, but what support play from Tyson Juma, who gets that try that puts them in the driving seat. Now all the works to do for the Tested Warriors. Gongodio over the gain line. Odugo short to Mugisha. Timothy Mugisha dancing his way past the Masinde Muliro defense. Referee says ball is open. Turnover by Masinde Muliro. And the hooter goes. All Masinde Muliro needed to do was put it into touch, and so they did, to become the Challenge Trophy winners here at the Kabeberi Sevens 2023. A spirited fight back against the Festival Tested Warriors has seen them strike hard and strong towards the full-time whistle. They are the 9th place team in this Kabeberi Sevens.
And that is many happy returns for Masinde Muliro. 9th place at the Kabeberi Sevens. A hard-fought result against the Tested Sport Warriors, who have acquitted themselves well in their first competitive outing as an invitational side. For Masinde Muliro, 7-5 win. And some good tidings to take back home to their main campus in Lurambi, just opposite the Buhungu Stadium on the Kakamega Webuye Highway. Well, another team located on the Kakamega Webuye Highway, Kabras Rugby, up against the Strathmore Leos in the 5th place final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, the 6th and final round of the 2023 SportPesa National Sevens Circuit. Center referee Vincent Mwiruri just waiting for the final signal before getting this match underway. Arnold Muita will be the man kicking us off in the 5th place final. Is a high and hanging kickoff. Andrew Matoka, clean pair of heels there against Alfred Orege. This is Andrew Matoka, and that is the game's opening try. Statement of intent from the Strathmore Leos. Andrew Matoka with the 5-pointer, putting the side from Madaraka ahead with the conversion to come. Toka just seems to be catching his breath. He has been capped for the Kenya Simbas, also featured for the Kenya Under-20s Indeed, part of the squad that won the 2019 Rugby Africa Bartes Trophy and played at that year's World Rugby Under-20 Trophy in Brazil. Conversion is wide. The scores remain 5-0 in favor of the Strathmore Leos, playing in the blue and white strip against the team from Kakamega, Kabras Sugar. Well, that was Matoka. He is a slippery runner, very efficient with ball in hand. Does have a deceptive gait, but has the pace to burn. There's Old Strathmore at the moment. Another visit into the Kabras 22. Mwita looking to set things going. That is Ayiro.
Play.
Bit of indecision, but the Leos doing well to clean it up.
It's okay.
Matoka, the try scorer. His support arriving in numbers. The decision goes the way of the Strathmore Leos for that knock-on right at the base. There is a man on the floor. There is Alfred Orege. Looks to be in a spot of bother.
Wapi? Kichwa? Huh?
To all the fans watching this game online in Nairobi, in Kampala, in Dubai, in Nakuru, and many other parts of the world, we do hope that you are enjoying the live stream as we come to the business end of the Sport Pesa National 7th Circuit 2023. Has been 6 rounds of great rugby action around the country. Started in Kisumu, we went to Mombasa, Nakuru, passed by Eldoret, and we are here for the season finale, the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, hosted by Mwamba RFC, happening right here at the Rfuea ground, the grand old home of Kenyan rugby. Arnold Mwita with the scrum feed, under pressure from Eric Cantona. That was a beautiful pop pass. The Leos expressing themselves, and one man having a blast in this game is Andrew Matoka. And that is a second try for the Leos. He doubles the lead, takes it to 10-0. Competition for 5th place is on in earnest.
Out yellow. Out. It's okay, good. 15.
This is Mwita with the conversion. This bounces off the upright. It remains 10-0. We are midway through the first half in the 5th place final. For Kabras Sugar, they believed,
Blood.
but let go of an opportunity to win the overall National 7th Circuit title.
Time off. You want to treat him here, or he's going off for blood? Okay. Time back on.
If you're joining us, this is the 5th place final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. It is Kabras Sugar and the Strathmore Leos competing for the honours. The Leos leading by 10 points to 0. 2 tries from Andrew Matoka, putting them ahead.
Advantage over now, yellow. Taco, blue out. My man.
Well, Vincent Mwiruri will be reaching into his pocket. Andrew Matoka will be to the sin bin for the deliberate knock-on. It is a penalty to the team from Kakamega in the yellow and green, Kabras Sugar.
boy. Sit. Steady blue, steady yellow. Stay. Stay, stay. Stay, just stay. Hooked. Stay, stay.
The ball is out. It is Kabras looking to get some meaningful possession. Derek Ashiundu on the chase. Remember, he scored the try that got Kabras to the 5th place final after they've been deadlocked with Kenya Harlequin 5-all at the close of full time and regulation time.
It's okay, it's okay.
Well, that was adventurous from Stanislaus Shikoli.
My whistle is already gone.
Let's just catch a glimpse of the fans in the stands, obviously waiting for the matches coming up shortly. The light moment there. Referee Vincent Mwiruri being treated like royalty by Barnabas Owor, who ties his shoelaces.
Back.
Great act of sportsmanship there.
It's okay. Went back.
Ball went back from the line out throw. Shikoli with his football skills claims the ball eventually. He is driving forward. His numbers are arriving in support. Muita, Omedo, Owor, Gabriel Ayimba with the step. He is a flair forward. Gabriel Ayimba. Another try for the flamboyant Strathmore forward. Well, hands it over to Arnold Muita. Takes the score to 15-0. The Leos are coasting, looking to get over the disappointment of this morning's Cup quarter-final defeat to Nondies by exerting themselves. Conversion is good from Muita. Well, let's see this again. Pass from Barnabas Owor. Then brilliant footwork from Gabriel Ayimba, leaving Alfred Orege for dead.
You have to get back quicker.
And scoring under the posts. Strathmore Leos leading 17-0 against Kabras Sugar.
It's okay. So, release him now. Play.
Well, cheeky there from the Leos. They have built the 17-point buffer. And this is the hard running from Derek Ashiundu. He is isolated, but it doesn't matter. That was always going to be a mismatch, him and Muita. Ashiundu with a response for Kabras Sugar, to the excitement of their traveling fans. It brings the score to 17-5 with the conversion to come. That will be the last order of business for the half. Eric Cantona is sure with the conversion. The halftime score, Strathmore Leos 17, Kabras Sugar 7. We will catch you on the other side of halftime.
On my whistle.
Vincent Mwiruri blows for the second half restart. Eric Cantona.
Okay. Down.
With the restart.
It's okay, play.
But it is Strathmore Leos forcing the turnover, finding themselves in possession. They will look for a quick start to the second half. Richard Omido goes into contact. Numbers arriving. Mwita plays it out to the wing, and this is Ayimba once again, enjoying himself in this fixture.
Jaco, stay.
Strathmore Leos making the ball work for them. Andrew Matoka has already scored twice. Slippery customer he is with that elusive running. Goes over for his treble. Takes the score to 22-7. That is what we were talking about. Strathmore Leos needed to get themselves on the board immediately. As the weather begins to become a bit gloomy here at the Rfuea ground. 4 matches still to go. Mwita is sure with the conversion. Strathmore Leos 24, Kabras Sugar 7.
Time your run. Okay, ready, come down. Back. Stay.
Well, the scores remain 24-7. Kabras will be looking to dig deep. This is a test of character for the Kabras players. They are shorn of a number of their key players. Jone Kubu, of course, serving that lengthy suspension. Likes of Kevin Wekesa, Lamek Ambetsa and Brian Tanga with the Kenya Sevens squad that is preparing for next weekend's Rugby Africa Sevens in Harare. This is always good to blood in your fringe players so that they can get to taste the action at the highest level. Derek Ashiundu carries the ball into the Strathmore 22. It was Hilary Salano. The penalty advantage is with the Sugarmen. We're midway through the half. Bit of consultation between the referee and his assistant. And no try for Kabras. As they didn't have control of the ball in the attempt to ground it. The scores remain 24-7. It is the Strathmore Leos leading this match. The 5th place final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. The Leos will look to exit their 22. And how are they going to go about this? They trust themselves with ball in hand. This is solid from Kenya Under-20 International Stanislaus Shikoli. Tackler didn't roll away, and that is why Kabras have been penalized. All this working to the advantage of the Strathmore Leos as the fans continue to follow the proceedings keenly. Ball is out to touch. Just under 2 minutes remain in the 5th place final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Just a section of some of the fans who are here for the season finale. Is anybody's ball, but the ball has been claimed by the Strathmore Leos. Taken into contact by Big Shemokola. This is Omido. Beats 2 defenders. Try line is in sight. Omido. Muita. Stopped in the tackle. There was a knock on in the tackle. "42 seconds remain. Strathmore Leos have been authoritative in this 5th place final. We just feel that they will be running off with the result. Now picture there Jone Kubu, and I'm not too sure if that is his bigger brother or his relative. Jone Kubu out of action, serving the tail end of that lengthy suspension that he gathered at the Christie Sevens. Incidentally, in a fixture against the Strathmore Leos.
The other side. Coach! Sorry. Boy! Sit! Steady. Up. Bind. Okay?
Brian Wendwa is on for Arnold Muita, a late replacement for the Strathmore Leos, who will be running away with the results. Well, a try for Richard Deasy. Omido is putting the icing on the cake for the Strathmore Leos, looking to close their 2023 Sevens season in style. He lands the try.
We have time for kickoff. 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Time is done. It is the Leos who will claim 5th place at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Doesn't matter the direction of the conversion. The victory is in the bag.
Time's over. Went back.
Kabras driving forward. Well, that is the last order of business in this match. It is the Strathmore Leos finishing 5th at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens with a 29-7 win over Kabras Sugar. Congratulations to the Strathmore Leos, making up for the disappointment earlier this morning. They lost by 2 points to eventually finish 5th. We are heading into the 3rd place playoff. It will be the Menengai Oilers up against Nondescript. More entertainment galore. Well, you can see the fans here, obviously in good cheer. What a way to close down the weekend with great rugby action at the season finale of the 2023 SportPesa National Sevens Circuit. The George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens, brought to you by Mwamba RFC. It is nondescripts up against the Menengai Oilers. They are full of running. Nondies, remember last weekend, won the TISUP Sevens, the hard-fought 12-7 sudden death victory over the Strathmore Leos. Menengai Oilers, the outgoing National Sevens Circuit champions, will be looking to close it in style. Have been a team that has been forced into many changes this season, having to go into the final rounds without key players. Dennis Abukuse and Beldad Ogeta through injuries. Another player there, Jeff Ominde, has been a key cog but is part of the technical team for this particular fixture. It remains 0-0. And then that handling error from Nyaenya Moseti just as he was about to engage into top gear. On the script, handled by former Kenya international Benedict Nyambu. Well, they've made it to 2 successive cup semi-finals this season. One of those trips was successful as it ended up with a cup title in Eldoret. And I'm sure they're using this foundation to build on their upcoming Kenya Cup return. Remember, Nondies, the oldest existing club in East Africa, founded in 1923, but have fallen off the hierarchy in terms of dominance over the past 2.5 decades. Still remain the most successful club in Kenyan rugby. 17 Kenya Cups and 25 Enterprise Cups. A record that is still a far way out from being equaled by any of the current top sides. And that is Duvate just playing it through as Atitwa on the floor. And Eugene Lubanga has turned out to be a useful inclusion in the Oilers side, particularly in the absence of both Beldad Ogeta and Dennis Abukuse, as well as John Okoth. John Okoth is away with the Kenya Sevens squad that is preparing for the Rugby Africa Sevens next weekend at the Harare Sports Club in Harare, Zimbabwe. Ian Mumbwani, that kick, looking to gain some territory. Nondies obviously will retain possession for the line-out throw. They look to enter the Oilers 22 and, of course, emerge productive from there, looking for points. Played it short, but the advantage is now with the Oilers. And driving there is Salah Clinton Odhiambo. Presented the ball for Tony Okech, and there's Odhiambo once again. Tito Amintri played in Felix Njenga, the man they call Samido. I'm not too sure if he's got Mugithi music skills like the man he is nicknamed after. Lubanga is scrappy as these two teams looking for a spell of meaningful possession. Both sides competing for third place at the season-ending George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens.
Good call there from the officials. Ball bounced backwards out of the Oilers' hands, but the Nondies player that latched onto it lost it on the floor. And so it's going to be a scrum feed for the Oilers just at the 10-meter line. And it pops out on the side of the Nondies. Nondies now can advance forward with ball in hand. Strong carry from the men in white. And yet again, another handling error, despite gaining over 20 meters in territory into the Oilers' 22. Much more stable from the Oilers this time. Atitwa deploys the backs, making use of the width of this magnificent rugby ground. And then slowly recycling it back to the forwards to gain those hard meters. Long ball out wide and some beautiful footballing skills. It's the man with the short steps. And another dummy. Felix Njega.
Samido, as they call him. Well, there are a couple of interesting nicknames in the squad list, but we'll decipher them another day. For now, this is the third place playoff. The ball is lost.
Those are some strong tackles from the Nondies as the hooter goes for halftime. Shoulders in by Fred Shisia. They had given away a good penalty in good territory. Off that breakdown, you can see ball pops up on the side, and then now the foot race. But wait for that tackle from Fred Shisia. Shoulders in into the side and then slides down to the legs. Line out, however, stolen by the Oilers. Long ball out by Mintri Atitwa, and then to the boot for a show of speed. Moseti Nyaenya makes the easy decision by knocking it into touch. Was that cynical play? Yes, it was. The referee has touched his pockets, and we shall have a man to the bin in the last play of this first half.
Well, it is bound to happen. Last game of the season. Your alertness, just going down a level lower. Gibson Weru, well, that experienced bench. He has Enos Otieno, Ben Kamau, Geoffrey Ominde, and to think that also Samson Onsomu is seated on that bench is a lot to tap from in terms of wisdom and tactics.
Let's see what those tactics will yield for the Oilers in this last play. The penalty awarded. They've opted to play with the scrum set piece in very good territory with a man advantage out at the back.
This is forward ball for the Oilers. Eugene Lubanga, stop and go, eventually gets the first points of the half on the board. Oilers taking the lead right at the stroke of halftime through that try from Eugene Lubanga, brings the score to 5-0 in favor of the side from the Central Rift Valley city of Nakuru.
Oilers doing the easy stuff. You have a man advantage in this power play. Just secure the ball off the scrum and just send it through the hands for the gasman. With that overlap on the right side, you're sure that your winger pinning his ears back will be able to find the try in the corner, and that's exactly what Lubanga did. committing and passing. All Lubanga had to do was make a dash, straight dash for the corner, but with some tricky footwork there, Lubanga was able to score in the corner. Try time, the Oilers into half time.
Right, attacking wise, let's keep our depth. Right, we make it hard for the playmakers to attack. Right, just keep the depth, get deep as you need to be. They will be ready. Guys, we're here. Okay, just hold on to your depth. We'll be ready. Gentlemen, listen. Come tighter, Bruce. Tighter. It's 7 minutes. It's 7 minutes. The last step. It's the last game we have to play in this 7 minutes. Fucking empty the tank. Leave it all out there. Okay, leave it all out there. Take it in.
Let's go. Okay? Let us go. May the grace.
Lion on red. With him. Red! Lion!
From the start, boy, from the start.
And so back for the second half. Oilers striking in the very last play of the first. They will have first possession from a very good restart by the Nondies. Building from deep in their own area. And a strong carry from Arunga. Recycled now to the small men, catching, committing and passing to the gasman on the outside. A little fend from Tyson Minor, and then the offload back inside. Try time, Oilers. Fast touch on the ball. They maintain possession and they've gone end to end with a beautiful and well worked team try. Benyambu needs his charges to get the response on early. They're a man down and they are beginning to pile points. That's the pass that set the player into an open space, catching, running straight and then committing, but the work was not done yet by Tyson Minor, with Elkins Musonya in support. 2 against 2. Oilers ahead. Ball lost forward by the Nondies, and then the Oilers will be the first infringement that goes into account. Scrum feed for the Oilers.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Entry at Titwa. Ball just slides through the scrum and onto the boot. It's a fortress. Referee says you are not impeded. It rolls into touch. That will be a 22 dropout for the Nondies. A double blow of the whistle to allow the player to fasten his boot laces.
Behind.
Nondies on the restart now. Very well chased, equally very well received by the Oilers, and now the gap through the middle. Clinton Odiambo running straight forward into the sweeper. He had men on his right, but did not take them, as the Strathmore Leos give the fans here at the Rfuea grounds a lap of honor. What a 7th season they've had. The University boys getting some cheers from the fans as well.
Crouch. Bind.
There's the Strathmore Leos.
Set.
But still in action are the Nondies, the oldest rugby club in Uganda, in Kenya rather. Oh my God, what a slip of the tongue. Nondies attacking through number 9 Mumbwani. He's been very tricky this entire tournament. To the open side, Fred Shisia offloading it to Fidel Olo. Olo fending men off and finding that offload for Francis Mutuku under the uprights. Nondies have responded in very good fashion, and they take the lead again against the Oilers, 12 points to 10. Referee makes it clear that there's 2 minutes on the clock, all to play for both teams. Momentum now shifts to the men in white, the Nondies.
Behind.
Ball lost forward by the Oilers. Nondies making that pressure count. A deep kick into the 22 has resulted into a scrum feed. Referee making sure that not a single second is eaten off the clock.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Okay.
To the short side, it's been snatched by Elkins Musonye. Now the Nondies have advantage for that knock-on side entry at the breakdown though by Timothy Lugalia. It will be a scrum feed back at the 22 for the Oilers.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Wait. 9, wait.
Stable by the Oilers at the back of that scrum. Mintri Atitwa going past that gain line. First man at the breakdown does not support his own body weight. Still a minute to play, says the referee. Referee makes it clear that there's 20 seconds on his clock left to play. Oilers against the Nondies, building from deep in their own area. The Oilers sure that they had the lead, but the scoreboard appears to have a mistake on it. Oilers are confident they've won the game, and certainly they have. That third place final.
I mean, the body language doesn't lie. I think the scores are the other way around. We'll just hope that our director notices it and sorts it out almost immediately. But let's see.
There's the fixture for the cup final, KCB against Nakuru. But first, we shall have the Div 2 final between Zetek and Makueni, and thereafter, the Women's Cup final. It's building up to an entertaining finale in the National Sevens Circuit, and here in the Kabeberi Sevens. There's the Oilers with smiles on their faces, a confirmation that they indeed won that third place playoff final against the Nondies. For now, we focus our attention on the future of Kenyan rugby in Division 2. Makueni up against Zetek, the university team. And it can get as ferocious as possible. When you're outside the top tier, look at that start. And quickly a penalty given away by the team in yellow. A beautiful cross kick by the Zetek is found by the man at the wing, and he scores the first try of the game. Makueni are trailing early on in this game. A little confusion at the start with the Jazzes, but it is Makueni in the yellow and Zetek in that blue and black jersey. Conversion to come. Flags stay down. The score will stay as is. 5-0 for Zetek, but what good build-up. Running short and then across. A good grabber kick across the defense was latched onto by Makueni, and they struck the first try of the game. Now the university boys to attack.
Back foot.
Support delays to come from Zetek. A slow build-up of play from the backfield, swinging it wide. Not the best of passes, but it gets to the hand. And Makueni are forced into touch by Zetek. Zetek have had a strong start to this game. A try already on the board, and now a line out just outside the 22. It goes to the hand, but lost and fumbled by Makueni at the top of the line out. It's going to be a scrum feed now. For Zetek. It will be interesting to see the contrast in the set plays between Division 1 and Division 2.
Bind. Set. Hold it, block.
Smooth and through the hands. There goes Zetek again, the try scorer with ball in hand, looking for the offload. Anderson Odwor. Looking for those options. It's a loose ball. Many players in positions where they wouldn't ordinarily be, and Makueni have a penalty for offside. Now Makueni with ball in hand. But they have given away another penalty to Zetek, diving at the breakdown, and a quick restart now. Back on the inside to Anderson Odwor. And fast onto that breakdown was Joseph Kilonzo to earn that turnover for Makueni. Maxwell Obonyo now carrying it forward for Makueni. End-to-end stuff, balls not going straight to the hands, but Kilian Anyangu is able to gather. He loses it forward. Makueni will make them pay. Anderson Odwor, another heavy tackle in there. Tackler not making an effort to roll away, says the referee. And even slow to get over the ball, impeding what would have been a quick restart. Referee says, let's reset. Get the regulation 10 meters away. And Zetek have offered to take the scrum down.
Crouch. 5, 7, hold.
Illegal scrummaging from Zetek hands Makueni a scrum free kick. They have to tap this one, cannot go for touch. Or if they have to go to the boot, they have to keep it in play. They choose to tap. Sweet pass thrown across the defense, finds Kelvin Ogwambo, and now recycling it all the way to the right. Abel Yatoli. Beautiful pass out to Joseph Kilonzo. Strong carry into contact. The support is slow to come, but he finally arrives in the form of Abel Yatoli, who loses the ball forward on the floor. As yet again now the Oilers have completed their lap of honor. Smiles on their faces, a bronze medal at the Kabeberi Sevens, as Zetek take a 5-point lead into the halftime break in the men's Division 2 Cup final. Immediately after that will be the women's cup final. And then after that, the big one, the men's cup final.
Big game, big 7 minutes of your life, boys. So,
Back for the second half. Makueni in possession of a deep restart by Zetek, who have a 5-point lead at halftime. Makueni have one target, put some points on the board, and they could level matters. Perhaps even take the lead if the conversion is successful, but they need to attack from deep inside their own territory. Sweet offloading game from the university team, and then a soul-searching pass after taking a heavy hit into his midsection. Should be Brian Meraba. The Zetek player is back on his feet, and almost immediately the Makueni player who tackled him late also goes down to the deck. Scrum feed by Zetek now. Strong carry there from Brian Ondego, the captain. Finds Johnson Mabonga. Johnson Mabonga fending men off for free, and then Sava Kedi as well joining in on the party. It's a good run from Ondego, the captain. Still fending off men. He has support to the left. Zetek have numbers to the left, and they will score again in the second half. This time it's Ken Lusamamba Wafula with the try. Conversion should be pretty easy this time. Brian Ondego, the captain, will be looking to put that through the uprights for the score to necessitate 2 tries from Makueni. 12-0 is the target now. Zetek again with very good restart routines, but the chaser does not maintain possession as he loses it forward. Omar Ocheng looking for that offload for Zetek. Maybe they can put some points on the board. They need to put points on the board. Stretching the width of the pitch. Makueni maintaining possession. There's another handling error. More men on the floor. Still Kilonzo Joseph and Michael Wekesa. These should be the same 2 players that were in that collision early on in this game.
Well, it seems there is a running battle between the two.
Must be some scores to settle.
Absolutely. But as it stands, it is Zetek Oaks leading Makueni 12-0 in the Division 2 final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. Remember, this result, should it stand, will see Zetek play in the first division at the first tournament of next year's National 7th Circuit.
Free kick to Makueni for a foot up in that scrum. Zetek too eager to get underway. And now, with ball in hand and over the gain line is Joseph Kilonzo. Advancing forward is Makueni. They need to put points on the board with 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock. Into the 22 now they advance. That was the carry of Omar Ocheng. Now Kelvin Ogwambo for the fleet-footed number 9, Joseph Kilonzo, who loses it forward after doing all the hard work. A little handling error. Zetek with a 12-0 lead, looking to get out of their own try area. Gilbert Odiambo, long pass out wide to the man at the wing. It goes to the boot, and Odiambo is the first to arrive at that breakdown. Ball in hand. They will have the penalty as well. That's good touch by the team in the lead, Makueni. Nearly 50 meters gained despite the attempt to slap it back inside. Celebrations galore for the bankers from KCB.
And the side of our screen there, Edwin Sifuna, Senator of Nairobi County, avid sports lover, just being shown affection by the KCB fans.
And he certainly is enjoying the party as well.
And the beats of the Isikuti drums that hail from Western Kenya. Action continues in the Division 2 final. It is Zetek Oaks leading Makueni by 12 points to 0. After this, we will have the women's final between Impala and Western Spear before the cup final, where KCB, the defending champions, will be up against Nakuru.
Strong carry there from Makueni. They are looking for a way back into this game, maintaining possession. And now Joseph Kilonzo can send it out wide to the backs to play. Kelvin Ogwambo for Maxwell Obonyo. Maxwell Obonyo is a powerful carrier, but he's stopped in his tracks by the Zetek team. Players slow to roll away. Ball is available to play for Omar Ocheng. Long pass out wide. Brian Meraba will find the whitewash under the uprights. Makueni have responded, but is there enough time for them to add another try on the board as the halftime hooter goes? That, ladies and gentlemen, will be the final play of the Division 2 final. Zetek, after an early start and a strong start against Makueni, will be the Division 2 champions in the Kenya National Sevens Championship.
They have been seasoned campaigners, and coming up next, it is the women's final. And for the first time in 3 tournaments, we have a different finalist. Impala have been to all 2 previous finals at the Christie Sevens and the Prince Louis Sevens, winning both against Mwamba. Mwamba not in the cup final here at their home tournament, the Kabeberi Sevens. Instead, it is the team from Kakamega, Western Spear, a maiden appearance in a cup final. Definitely great exposure for them. The teams will be lining up. There will be a minute of silence in honor of the departed Kenya Lionesses lock, Bernadette Olesia, who was laid to rest yesterday at her rural home in Western Kenya.
There's the champions-elect, Impala, in their colorful red and white striped jersey. They have a different challenger this time from the Western Spears, who have, against all odds, found their way into the Kabeberi Sevens Women's Cup Final.
Rest in peace, Bernadette Olesia, Kenya Lionesses international, who passed away 3 weeks ago and was laid to rest yesterday in Vihiga County, Kenya. Rugby is poorer without you.
She was such an admirable character, I must admit. Got the opportunity to watch her in the Rugby Africa Women's Cup. Her very instrumental performance led Kenya Lionesses to the WXV2 tournament that will be kicking off in October. And perhaps maybe that will be more inspiration for the Lionesses to put up a good performance as the second best team in Africa behind the Springbok women.
Absolutely. And just speaking about the Lionesses, they have been in preparation, and as a result, key players from Impala and Mwamba missing from this competition as they prepare for those 2 competitions. It is the Western Spears playing with a lot of intent early on. It was Nicole Howie as the referee plays the advantage for the high tackle. Referee Linus Kinuthia, a brilliant running line there from Beatrice Osimbo.
Good offload, but players finding themselves in positions beyond the ball. A knock-on lands in the hands of a teammate. That's knock-on offside. And now Impala can strike fast with this ball in hand.
Indeed, they are looking to make the most of the possession they've had after being asked some questions by Western Spear.
Tackler not releasing in that play. Impala on the quick restart.
And this is brilliant from Anne Njeri, looking for her support. It comes in the form of Gladys Makungu. Ball is on the floor, anybody's ball. Well, referee Linus Kinuthia calling for that infringement.
Impala holding on at that breakdown, and then the contest coming in hard. Turns over possession into the hands of the Western Spears.
Made the trip all the way from Western Kenya. Has been 3 days of action in the women's competition, which kicked off on Friday with the preliminary matches. Semi-finals were played yesterday, and that is Aurelia Jerusa finding the floor. She brings in Vivian Mudhoni. Ball is lost. The handling error cedes possession to Impala.
The two teams trying to keep the ball alive by looking for those offloads, not hitting the deck at the breakdown. It's going well so far, but those little handling errors are stopping the momentum that is building up.
Absolutely, and you also think that probably the nerves checking in, playing before this crowd.
Just a penalty.
Little consultation with the assistant referees. There will be a penalty for a high tackle.
Anjeri from Impala. Will she be spending the next 2 minutes in the bin?
It's going to be just a penalty. Referee says it will be just a penalty, having had to track back with consultation from his assistant referee.
Western Spear coached by Stanley Muhangala, while Impala are coached by former Kenya international Mary Otieno. Picture there, Stanley Muhangala cuts an animated figure. I'm not too sure if somebody told him he's on TV, because he just paused at the moment we called him out.
Possibly. There's a huge screen across the pitch. Maybe he saw himself on the screen.
Tackle!
Well, play resumes. It is Lawinski Lorin looking to get something going for Western Spear. Or is Mary Maloba?
There's that obstruction in play. And for good measure, she even pushed the teammate just right ahead.
Picture there, Mary Otieno. Hard tackling back row in her day. Impala and Mwamba have been the dominant forces in the women's game. Mwamba back-to-back Kenya Cup champions in the longer version of the game. Impala enjoying the shorter version. And this is a try-scoring opportunity for Impala. Valentine Wafula is going to score under the posts. Impala taking the lead.
There is no substitute for pace in this game of sevens. The numbers appeared balanced, but Wafula's pace was simply too quick for the Western Spear defense. And she just sprinted all the way to touchdown under the uprights. First try of the game midway through this first half.
And Jerry is sure with the conversion, brings the score to 7-0. That was a well-weighted pass from Jerry to Wafula. And I think on the prodding of her teammates, proceeded to score the try under the posts to make the kicking duties a lot easier for Anne Jerry.
Tackle now.
Play continues. It is Impala holding the lead against Western Spear. This is the women's final, setting the stage for the men's final coming up shortly. And this is a line break from Western Spear. Hard running there.
That heavy carry brought some cheers in the stands.
The chase is on. Remember, we have to count on the bounce of the rugby ball, but Impala doing well to field that ball and kill the threat that was coming through. Well, they are penalized. Just see the color in the stands.
Tackle.
That was some deft footwork from Mary Maloba. She carries the ball into the Impala 22, but she is isolated. Her numbers slow to arrive.
Rugby is played on the feet, says the referee, and he gives a penalty to the defending team, Impala. Good defense from the champions-elect.
Once again, this is Valentine Wafula showing her opponents a clean pair of heels. She is struggling as she carries the ball into the 22, again isolated. Support arriving late. She played the ball on the floor and cedes possession to Western Spear.
The support was there. The support had arrived just in time. Both ball carrier and tackler had failed to get back on their feet and play. It wasn't necessary for Wafula to kick that ball just ahead.
Absolutely, but it takes occasions like this to learn, and we can see the dancing troops there waiting for the Men's Cup final. That is the last order of business in the half. It is Impala taking a 7-0 lead into the break against Western Spear. The try scored by Valentine Wafula, conversion from Anne Njeri. We will catch you on the other side of halftime. The teams are done with their halftime talk. We're heading into the final 7 minutes. Impala already through with their conversations with head coach Mary Otieno. Stanley Muhangala has obviously given his charges the instructions as well. We're into the second half of the Cup final in the women's competition at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. That try from Valentine Wafula is the difference between Impala and Western Spear. Second half is underway, and that is Lawinski Loreen getting us off. Once again, a litany of errors there.
There's no pressure from the Western Spear that should have caused that handling error. But just the tricky bounce of the ball, I should say, is what contributed to that. The ball just bounces. You're lost between putting it off the foot and on the hand. And certainly with the hand there, that's going to be a knock-on.
Absolutely. Will be a scrum feed for Western Spear right on the Impala 22. And this is big Yvonne Riziki, takes two to bring her to the floor.
Advantage for offside, and now no clear release. Western Spear attacking quickly.
That is a great change of direction by Beatrice Osimbo, looking to create a platform for Western Spear, coming within reach of Impala's try line for the first time in this game. Vivian Mudhoni plays it out wide, and that is a try for Western Spear. Nicole Howie with the 5-pointer.
What a beautiful team try from the Western Spear. They've worked their way, forcing Impala to give away penalty advantage after penalty advantage, and then that quick break with the short pass on the open side. There's nobody chasing. Beautiful try under the uprights as well. Hope the conversion is good to level matters and send us into an exciting finale.
Well, it is unsuccessful. Impala with a 2-point margin. Let's just see that again. That was Nicole Howie starting and finishing the try for Western Spear. Just doing well to hang about, receiving that ball and getting Western Spear's first points on the board.
Good ball handling skills.
Absolutely.
From the Western Spear.
And if you're watching this in Western Kenya, you must be proud of the Western Spear.
Referee says there's no advantage, but the players are still continuing. They will be called back. No advantage gained by the Impala after that forward pass. But with the ball in hand, surely that's advantage gained.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a scrum feed, however.
Referee Linus Kinuthia, an alumnus of the Alliance High School. I'm sure he's one of those who every so often says that he went to Alliance. But away from that, he is a financial analyst in his life away from rugby. The ball is picked up on the loose by Impala. That is Anjeri with the chip downfield. Linus Kinuthia is playing the advantage.
Yeah, that scrum not stable from Western Spear. A bit of an angling technique from the prop on the loose on the tight head. It's giving away scrum penalty to Impala. That pressure was building. Just hold it a little bit in balanced distribution of weight. They would have turned it over.
Kinuthia still playing the advantage for the handling error. Scrum feed for Impala.
Let's take a look at that scrum again and see how differently Western Spear approach it now that they have possession. Pressure now comes building in from Impala. It's open. They washed and walked over the Western Spear forwards.
Indeed, but Lawiski Loreen was there to pick up the pieces, and this is the try scorer Nicole Howie, looking the most lively of the Western Spear players. As Mudhoni looks for the support, it arrives in the form of Lawinski, and that is Riziki. The offload, the handling error. Error strewn in the final moments of the match. It is Western Spear with the advantage.
For the high tackle, and you know, even when you do not make contact with the shoulder or above the shoulder, pulling the hair is a penalty as well.
This is Howie, another mazy run from the Western Spear playmaker. Advantage is being played for the high tackle. Beatrice Osimbo, a weaving run from Loreen, and then the change of direction by Howie. She has been, like we said, the liveliest player. She has the vision to play the ball wide to Mary Maloba. Impala are treading on dangerous ground. Remember, if the Spears score, they go ahead, and with about 1 minute 22 seconds to play, that would be something positive for them. Riziki is not stopped. She brings in Osimbo. Try line is in sight. She is stopped. Riziki with the big clear out.
That looked like the defending player came from an offside position, but possession still in the hands of Western Spear.
And this is Howie. Kinuthia, the referee, playing the offside advantage. Impala penalized on their 5. Will they survive this attack from Western Spear? They are defending for their lives, looking to make it 3 wins from 3 cup final appearances this season.
Is she over? Has she been held up? Referee says held up.
Yes, she has been held up. This is desperate defending from Impala. Furious attacking on the other hand from Western Spear.
I think Western Spear could have been a little bit more patient. They had the penalty advantage. They wanted to strike Impala really, really hard. And now this try scoring opportunity that could have put them in front goes begging.
Remember Western Spear playing in their cup final this season. The previous 2 cup finals in Nakuru and at the Kabeberi Sevens featured Impala and Mwamba. And it is Western Spear still in possession. Impala have less than 30 seconds to defend. That is Howie.
Another advantage for the high tackle. Impala giving away too many penalties.
Ball is popped and kept alive by Western Spear. And you called it the high tackle is penalized, and finally there will be somebody going to the bin. Impala will finish this game with 6 women. Western Spear are huffing and puffing. Can they blow the Impala house down? Try scoring opportunity for Ann Mudhoni.
There's a knock on.
Vivian Mudhoni knocking on in the
but still advantage for the penalty there. The Impala player who received the yellow card interfered in play in the build-up to this try, so it's still a penalty for the Western Spear as the full-time hooter goes.
Western Spear on the cusp of an upset. They just need to get those points on the board. The try line again in sight. The ball is kept alive, and that is going to be the game-winning try. Lawinski Lorin putting the Western Spear ahead 10-7.
What a fight from the first-time finalists this season. Impala had no response to that impending wave of attack. They were relentless, the Western Spear, and with this conversion to take, they could be Kabeberi Sevens Cup winners.
It doesn't matter. Western Spear are the Kabeberi Sevens women's champions. That is a sensational result. 10-7 against Impala.
What an upset.
What an upset. Glad to be part of a crowd here as it happened. A big result. First time finalists, first cup title. Well, that is indeed a sensational result, and your winners at the Kabeberi Sevens, nobody saw that coming. It is Western Spear. They become the second team this season to win a final at the first attempt. Remember last weekend we did see Nondescripts reaching their first cup final in 21 years, forget even of the season, and defeating Strathmore to win the TISAP Sevens. This weekend we have seen Western Spear reach the cup final and defeat Impala. Let's just catch a glimpse of the lineups for the men's cup final coming up shortly. It is Nakuru. They will be up against KCB. This is the grand finale and what has been a great weekend of Sevens rugby. KCB's lineup as well. You can see we have names there: Bob Muhati amongst others, Lionel Agility, Gabriel Namusasi, to name but a few. KCB in the blue strip, Nakuru in the green, reigniting a rivalry that existed in the longer version of the game close to a decade ago when Nakuru dominated the Kenya Cup, defeating KCB in the 2014 Kenya Cup final and the Enterprise Cup as well. The two teams will be making their way onto the field of play. There will be a minute of silence to honor all the fallen heroes who are recognized by the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. We do have a host of dignitaries who include the Kenya Rugby Union Chairman Sasha Mutai. We have veterans as well who will be lining up to pay tribute to some of the biggest names in Kenyan rugby at the final. The minute of silence in honor of departed rugby greats who have represented Mwamba RFC and Kenya, and also a minute of silence in honor of Sean Kadovelis, great friend of rugby who passed away yesterday.
Asanteni sana also to the Mwamba legends.
And to the departed rugby greats, as well as Sean Kadovelis. May your souls rest in peace. It is time for the match that everybody has been waiting for. It is the defending champions KCB against Nakuru RFC in the final of the 2023 George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. KCB, the defending champions at the Kabeberi Sevens, and earlier this afternoon they were crowned champions in the Sport Pesa National Sevens circuit after building an insurmountable lead following Kabras Sugar's elimination in their quarter-final match.
The last game of the season, the big dance.
The crowd is up, it is excited. It will be 14 tension-filled minutes to determine the winner of the Kabeberi Sevens in 2023. The last act on the SportPesa National 7th Circuit this season. It is Brian Wahinya with the kickoff. Ball is claimed. Nakuru, secure ball, looking to build something from this stint in possession. Going to the floor there is Henry Demba. Has been crucial for Nakuru throughout this competition. The ball is lost and the chase is on. Nakuru will need to compose themselves. That is Crisant Ojwang, a man they call Jalupo, a mechanical engineering student at the Technical University of Mombasa. The tackle looked high on Javan Javo Otieno.
Yeah, they have the advantage.
Did the referee playing the advantage? It was Levi Amunga just looking to curtail the movement of Javan Otieno.
It's a strong start from Nakuru with ball in hand. Although they've been pinned in their own area, they've managed to hold possession of that ball, and knowing how Sevens is played possession, it's one of the most important things, because not very many teams can defend for that long. 2 minutes, 1 minute on this ball is very good for them to get a feel of the cup final and begin to make that forward momentum.
Will be Nakuru's line-out throw. It is claimed by Barry Opondo. They do form the maul, eventually clearing it out. It remains a quiet instance, and that is Crisant Ojwang. The delivery to Javan Otieno. Javan Otieno is racing clear. The crowd here is excited. The penalty advantage is with KCB.
Double movement there on the floor, and also not releasing. Strong attack yet again from Nakuru, but KCB's defense is up to the task, and they forced that turnover.
You can say that again. You can see the commitment. And this is Levi Amunga shrugging off one defender, shrugging off a second defender, offloading it to Mike Wamalwa. He gets the crowd into full voice at the Rfuea ground. Kenya under 20 international with the game's opening points.
This is what champions are made of. This is what champions play like. One chance with the ball on possession and one try scored. All they needed was to send that ball out wide to the gasmen. With that support play, there was no way Nakuru were going to be stopping KCB from scoring under the upright.
Absolutely. Conversion to come. The crowd breaking into chants. Conversion is good from Brian Wahinya. Takes the score to 7-0. Let's just see that again. It was Opondo picking up Wahinya. Wahinya is always useful with ball in hand. Levi Amunga as well has pace and has the physical strength, and we've seen him use both to equal measure. Realizing he was being closed down, had a man in support. Mike Wamalwa was going to race clear, and he made no mistake with that 5-pointer.
Good ball handling there as well from Amunga to free his left hand, make the fend, and then the right hand with the ball, make the offload.
And this is the restart from KCB. Is claimed.
No, working, clear release back.
The referee calling for the clear release.
Went back to touch.
Shoulders getting in to bodies and making those tackles as hard and as painful as possible. There will be a line out for KCB.
Slide out.
But that was such a crunching tackle.
It was, you know, you have to assert yourself in such situations. They played short. That is Elfas Adunga. Another platform for the bankers. Bob Muhati. This is Wahinya. Levia Munga. Proving to be a problem for Nakuru.
He's asserting his authority
open
in this
contest.
game.
KCB keeping the ball alive.
Counteract now. Counteract successful.
Well, Nakuru with the successful counteract.
Let's use it. The ball
They
is
have forced the
available.
turnover. They have to use it though.
KCB, don't do that.
That is Demba. That looked high.
It is a high tackle. With the player on the floor, there will be a stoppage.
That was Elfas Adunga, if I'm not wrong. Yes.
Maybe second thought for the referee to touch his pockets.
That's reckless
Given
from you.
the
There is a mitigating factor.
force that was used in making that tackle.
Well, Elfas Adunga is sent to the sin bin for the reckless tackle. We just had Joseph Mumo laying it to Adunga as to why he is going to spend the next 2 minutes in the bin.
Contact above the head, above the shoulders, with force. No mitigating factors. It was as clear as daylight that he was going to be spending the next 2 minutes in the bin.
Javan Otieno was just left winded after that. Lucky not to escape with a concussion. The fans following the proceedings here keenly.
Hey boss, you had all the time to tie the laces, man. We can break, no. We can break. We go now again. Clutch! Mind! Straight! Steady.
This is Otieno looking to get Nakuru out of their 22. They started brightly but seem to have been caught cold by that try. Can they get things going? That is Wamalwa. Just slows down the progress of his opposite, number 11, Paul Lusesi.
Good turnover from Wahinya. He was fast on the ball, through the gate and spreading his legs out wide, giving himself that stability to hold his own body weight, hands on the ball, turnover.
Brian Wahinya, remember he leads the overall scoring charts heading into this tournament. This is Eugene Omondi Sirima bringing in Opondo. Bob Mohati knows only one way, and that is past his man. Opondo. Wahinya changing direction, try line in sight. Opondo, can he go over? It is still KCB putting Nakuru on the ropes. Wahinya looking for his support. It arrives. Eugene Omondi being muscled for that ball, but the muscle man there, Bob Muhati, with the easy pickings and the try. KCB going 12-0 up.
KCB are asserting their authority indeed in this cup final. They want to get the double on the podium. They already have the series, the National Sevens circuit in the bag. They are looking to defend this Kabeberi Sevens, and what a way to do it from that turnover by Wahinya. They got the penalty, carried it all the way to the try line. The big men getting in line, carrying it forward. Wahinya and the other halfbacks could just only pull the strings. Try time in the corner. KCB flying high in this first half.
Absolutely. Well,
Time is back on.
a bit erratic from Bob Muhati. Booted the ball out into touch. Remember, when you score, the conversion has to be with the same ball that was grounded.
And within 30 seconds as well.
Yes, and I think they have about 10 seconds to go, or else they forfeit the conversion. It's Brian Wahinya. I'm sure this will be a hurried conversion attempt. We are right. It is KCB leading 12-0 against Nakuru in the cup final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. And just look at how Bob Muhati rips it, and I don't think he'll score a try that is easier than that.
Big men don't usually like scoring such tries, but he enjoyed this one. Probably going overboard with his celebration as well.
Went back.
Ball went back.
KCB
It is collected by KCB, and that is Mike Wamalwa. Elfa Sadunga is back from the sin bin. KCB back to the full complement, looking for a try just before halftime. Remember, the hooter has sounded.
Good contest from Nakuru at that breakdown. It's an open ball and the advantage.
Go 10, go 10, go 10, go 10. No side entry. Stay back, stay back.
That's an open ball.
The hard work done there by Crescent Ojwang. The kick behind the KCB defenders, anybody's ball. Eugene Opondo
Advantage.
struggling
Taking
there.
him without the ball.
Referee Joseph Mumo will be playing the advantage. Remember, Opondo is taken out without the ball.
See, we are playing the penalty. Taking him without the ball. You cannot take him without the ball.
KCB awarded the penalty after
But if you took him without the ball, you have to
Emmanuel
clear for the
Opondo
penalty.
was tackled without the ball. Last order of business in the half for KCB.
No, it's here, it's here. Sir.
They will be taking the halftime break, not needing to build all the way from their own 22. Just the score they have is enough to be in the driving seat.
Regardless of the score, it has been an entertaining first half. KCB leading Nakuru by 12 points to 0. Both sides giving as good as they have got. We will catch you on the other side of halftime.
Hiyo tunawakikia, tunawapenda au tukiwapatiza pena. Tunafinya tuko kwa, kuna kitu tunaweza fanya. One anything ya kuova. Sawa? Yes sir. Enjoy dakika 7 ya mwisho. Kubwa. Sawa.
Boys, mimi na focus on the defense boys. Tunaanza 0 boys. We give it only 7 minutes. Awazi.
Niko pod na nani?
Mike nani?
Wanatuwekea.
Opondo.
Sawa.
Yuko sawa. Acha.
5-2-1-1.
May the grace
of our Lord Jesus Christ and love God, fellowship of the Holy Spirit, be with us now and forevermore. Amen.
wabe.
KCB tuko. Brazil. Now. 7 ya mwisho.
Joseph Mumo just having a word with Brian Wahinya, the KCB captain, just cautioning him against the recklessness in the execution of the tackles by his charges. That sounded like a call for law and order from the enforcer, Joseph Mumo. We're back for the second half of the cup final at the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens. KCB leading Nakuru by 12 points to 0. This is Omondi, caught on the 22, he finds the floor. Wahinya, Austin Sikutwa on for the second half. Elfas Adunga has been a workhorse for KCB over the years. Bob Mohati scored the try that extended the lead for KCB. Sikutwa, searching run that looked high. Referee Joseph Mumu playing the advantage. Adunga, Omondi has Opondo in support. Omondi dances past 2 defenders, and there will never be a try as easy as that. Austin Sikutwa.
That's a good team try from the bankers.
Mike Wamalwa eventually scoring it.
The build up from deep in their own territory, and then that line break in the middle is what put KCB on the front foot. The Nakuru defense trying to get into shape, trying to get into position, could only be passengers as the bankers danced around them.
Wahinya is sure with the conversion. Takes the scores to 19-0. KCB looking to seal a precious double, winning the season finale in addition to the overall title that they won earlier this morning.
And for all their celebrations, KCB, surely there should be an exclusive VIP invite for Menengai Oilers for doing the hard work for them against KCB, against Kabras.
Tackler, roll away fast.
Play continues.
Advantage.
Joseph Mumu playing the advantage.
Tackler not rolling away there.
Nakuru will be looking to find themselves in meaningful possession in the second half. They have been starved of it.
KCB, Nakuru.
KCB electing to just tighten their hold on the game by hogging the possession in the second half. Haven't even allowed Nakuru to get into a rhythm, but with 4 minutes 30 seconds to play in the game of sevens, anything can happen. The veteran Edwin Makori is on. I know we will be seeing him next weekend in 2 weeks' time when the Kenya Legends play Uganda Legends. The return match at the Rfuea ground. Mike Wamalwa was being a tad too ambitious.
He found himself on the wrong side of that breakdown. The ball pops up where he was lying, and he could only just pick it up. Couldn't help himself there.
An opportunity for Nakuru, and it is Javan Otieno. He loses the ball on the tackle. Talk about awareness from Emmanuel Opondo.
That's AJ. Lionel. He joined KCB this season, but that one performance could cement his place in the bankers squad.
Subs are good.
That was Javan Otieno racing clear, ball in one hand. I mean,
he had spread the butter. All that was left
was that desperate lunge. And it's actually Lionel Agilite, as you said.
Bind. Set. Steady, gents.
Keeping the KCB score sheet clean. KCB look to exit from here, but they'll have to sustain
number 9.
The wave of pressure that is being built by Nakuru. Well, Nakuru's indiscipline costing them ground.
You're too eager to get some points on the board. It looks like it's already getting out of their reach, but they want to get out of this cup final at least with some points, something to be happy about for all their efforts this weekend.
More replacements for the bankers. Elvis Namusasi onto the field of play.
KCB, Nakuru, slide.
No. Hold on. Number 9. Hold on. Number 9, you must be here. You must be here. Here, wherever I'm pointing, here. I'm telling you here, not where you think you must be. Advantage, knock on.
Referee playing the advantage for the knock on. Nakuru going in search of points. They need to turn this game around. They need to do it now. Know that they do have some useful ball carriers led by Crescent Ojwang and Javan Otieno. It's an open ball there.
KCB, no.
Still Nakuru in possession. 1 minute 45 seconds remain in the cup final. That's the vision there from Nakuru. Edwin Makori, Mr. Nakuru they call him. The last of that rare breed of players, likes of Oscar Uma, Philip Kwame, who served Nakuru diligently from the mid-2000s.
Ball unplayable there. Strong defense from KCB.
Trevor Odawa and Javan Otieno just exchanging pleasantries despite being on the opposite side. Such is the good nature of rugby, away from the fisticuffs.
Looked more like he was telling him that there's no match Nakuru for KCB.
Well, certainly with 41 seconds to go.
Clutch! Bind! Set! Steady, gents, steady, Nakuru.
This is Wahinya with the scrum feed, looking to get points on the board. The pass to Elvis Namusasi. He is slowed down, but KCB keeping it alive. Wahinya, Muhati, Odawa beats one man, beats a second. Odawa is racing to the try line. The try is good for Trevor Odawa. It is 24-0 to KCB, an authoritative result, a statement result from the defending champions.
Beautiful set play again, this time not just one phase but two, starting with that Wahinya break on the blind side and then quickly recycled. The defense was tight, putting all those shoulders in, but once the ball went out to the open side, quick steps and it split up. Beautiful team try there.
And the conversion really doesn't matter. KCB with an unassailable 24-point lead against Nakuru in the cup final. Trevor Odawa will relish this try for days to come.
Playing advantage for the knock-on.
The advantage is with Nakuru from that KCB knock-on.
Advantage over.
Nakuru at least looking for the consolation.
It would be nice, to be honest, to see Nakuru on the scoreboard. They've had a very good tournament.
Yes, they have. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the last order of business on the pitch. It is KCB defending the George Mwangi Kabeberi Memorial Sevens title with a 24-0 win over Nakuru RFC. KCB earlier this morning were crowned the 2023 SportPesa National 7th Circuit champions, and now they defend their Kabeberi Sevens title. It has been a great game of rugby, Ernest.
Oh yes, indeed. Little bit one-sided, but that's what you'd expect from the champions. That's what you'd expect from the winners. They've stamped their authority early on in the tournament, 50-0 early in the morning on Saturday, and they've not conceded in the last game of the weekend of the season. Well-deserved champions, I should say.
for Nakuru, a great run at the Kabeberi Sevens, reaching the cup final. Certainly not embarrassed. A team that is undergoing a rebuild, a young crop of players that I'm sure, if they stick around, will make Nakuru a force in days to come.
It was a bit of a surprising start from Nakuru. Squeezed the draw out of the Strathmore in their very first game, and from then on, steadily building up, especially that quarter-final win against Kenya Harlequin in extra time. That momentum that they got from the quarter-final pushed them forward into the final, and perhaps maybe they would have had a better performance if it weren't for pushing as much as they could in that quarter-final against the Queens. But still, kudos to the Nakuru team. They've had a very beautiful run and have capped their 2023-7 season on a high.
And of course, the tournament hosts Mwamba RFC. They have spared no effort in delivering a high-class tournament. It has been a great 2 days of rugby action, and it has been capped by a thrilling finale. Kudos to Mwamba RFC, setting the standard going forward.
Couldn't have been a better season finale for the SportPesa National 7 circuit. 6 different hosts, 6 different venues, but this one especially in the capital. Mwamba celebrating the people, the members, the gallant members who have gone before us, and celebrating the memories that they left behind. This was such an honorable tournament, and personally my first experience of the National 7 circuit couldn't have been a better way than the Kabeberi Sevens.
Well, we do hope to see you at more National 7 circuit titles. Has been great rugby action as we just go through the highlights before being taken downstairs for the presentations. Well, we have been your match day commentators throughout the weekend. Michael Kwambo, and from Uganda, Uganda's finest.
My name is Anis Takoreri Runji. Thanks for having me here in Kenya. Always a pleasure to move across the border.
And always a pleasure to work with you. And once again, massive tribute to our host Mwamba RFC for enabling this live stream across the weekend. There still is a lot more to come in terms of the presentations, but for now we are signing off, and we'll leave you with images from the highlights and later on the final presentations. Thank you and good evening.
challenge. The challenge trophy. Challenge trophy winners to be awarded by Mr. Ivan Sokeo. Mr. Ivan Sokeo for the challenge trophy. Div 2, the EOE Trojans. And now I'll move on to the 5th place category to be awarded by Fahad Adil, Managing Director, Thyssen Sports. 5th place Division 2. Asante sana homeboys, asanteni. Move on to the 5th place. Fifth place position to be awarded by MD Thyssen Sports, Fahad Adil. Your 5th place winners, Homeboys RFC. Check. Homeboys wameishia. And now to the individual medleys, top point scorer. Top point scorer, Brian Odengo of the Zetek Oaks. Brian Odengo. And now, top try scorer, Division 2, MKU Nairobi, Brian Otieno. Baki hapo. Si ngoja. The next one, ngoja. Wait, light, wait. Brian Otieno. MKU Nairobi. Check. MVP. Village. Nigusieni hiyo ngoma tena tafadhali. Village. Most valuable player. Most promising or most valuable?
promising.
Lee Joroge, Northern Suburbs Cubs, Lee, to be presented by Hesbon Ochola, Liberty Life. Liberty. Hesbon from Liberty. Your runners-up, 2023 George Mwangi Kabeberi Sevens. Let's hear it for Andomamosie, Makueni, RFC. Victor Todoyo.
Nani anapeana top points? Thank you.